Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Your fears, incompletions, insecurities, nothing is needed for you to exist. Paramashiva alone is enough for you to live absolutely, blissfully, celebrating, fulfilled, complete, intensely. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
By Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen. Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapaloka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and KAILASA, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanushyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, imagine, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpaka Vriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka planet Earth can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing the travel into various time zones possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism showed that the human body and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for people to experience the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event of immense benefit for humankind. The science of altering the rates and progression of many physical diseases, mental instabilities, and ultimately the superconscious breakthrough has now been made available and achievable for today's humanity.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the visible and the invisible. He is also a bridge between the age-old world of mysticism and the modern world of science and discovery. As brain research continues on a widespread basis, and as we appropriately bring the phenomena of mysticism into the realm of science for further study, we are taking strides on the path of physical and mental health as well as superconsciousness.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. It can make you tireless forever It can just kill the boredom once and for all in your life. It can just make you manifest third eye power right now. You may experience intense levitation right now. You may experience absolute flexibility of the body and complete detoxification, a complete healing right now. There can be multiple possibilities. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers and devotees and participants to this first session of the Paramashivoham program, where today, as part of the first session, we'll be doing the Nithyananda Yoga. Now, let's get ready for this beautiful Nithyananda Yoga. Bring your Panchapatrams and Uddharani and place them in front of you, your water pot and spoon for the ritualistic cleansing. Apply Bhasma on your forehead, and if you have, apply it on the 16 places as you can see the Acharyas. Finally, I request all the male bodies to remove your upper cloths, and with this, let's enter into the yoga. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to the third eye and bring your palms together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath, visualizing Swamiji. Let us chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next, we'll be chanting the Shivamula mantra Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. I'll be chanting it aloud so we can all chant together. Close your eyes and let's chant the Shivamula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, let's perform the ritualistic cleansing, the Tattvavchamanam. Now, please place your hands in Gokarna Mudra. Raise your palms, keep them facing up, and bend the index finger to the middle of the palm. Then pour a spoon of water and drink it at the end of the mantra. Om Atma Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Pour another Uddharani of water in your hand and drink it at the end of the mantra. Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now pour another Uddharani of water and drink it at the end of the mantra. Shiva Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. And then wipe the upper and lower lips twice. Then again wash the palms with a spoon of water. Next, with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with a spoon of water again. Now with the index finger and thumb touch the right nostril, left nostril, and then with the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest, and with all the fingertips touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and the heart center. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now let us enter into the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Now place your right palm on your left palm and both the hands on the right thigh. Closing your eyes. Hold a particular desire that you want to manifest by performing this yoga and intensely visualize it becoming reality, not just holding it in your inner space. And now let's chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopartha Samasta Dhuridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtaya Asyam Shubhaditau Purana Arogya Yukta Dhrigatri Yogi Sharira Siddhyatam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarnatam Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye Om Apaupasprisya. Now, wash your hands with a spoon of water and keep your Panchapatram and Uddharani out of the palm's way so that it's not a disturbance. And now let us enter into a quick recap of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama's 12 components, with the first component being the asana. Now, the asanas are the various body postures that we'll be performing, and I request all the participants who have any body ailments, heart diseases, or major injuries like fractures, or if you're pregnant, to not perform any of the asanas that are difficult or where you have to strain the inverted asanas, and make sure you consult your doctor before you perform these asanas. Now, let us move on to the next component, the pranayama. The pranayama are the various breathing techniques that we'll be performing. These breathing techniques help us to pull maximum prana inside our system and push the kundalini from the root center to the crown center. The next is the mudras. The mudras are the various hand gestures and body gestures. Performing these gestures activate a certain circuit of energy channels, which in turn help awakening the energy centers. The next component is the bandhas. The bandhas are the various locks that we'll be performing. Now, there are 4 locks that are there, the 4 bandhas. First of which is the Mula Bandha, contracting the perineal floor. Perform this bandha throughout the sequence. Next is the Uddiyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up, which will be shown in the left hand corner of the screen. That bandha, the Uddiyana Bandha, will be shown in a yellow circle. The next bandha is Jalandhara Bandha, locking the chin to the chest, which will be shown in a blue circle. And finally, all the bandhas together, Mahamudra Bandha, shown in a purple circle. With this, let's move to the next component, the visualization. The visualizations are the very important part of this sequence, as what we visualize during this, the context that we hold during this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, goes directly to our biomemory. So holding the right visualizations is very important. As much as possible, visualize the various gods, sages, and other spiritual objects and symbols that have been announced by the Acharya. Next component is the Karana, the various dance positions and postures that we'll be performing. These dance postures are not an ordinary dance, but they are the dance that postures that Paramashiva performed while creating this cosmos. Visualizing Paramashiva dance during these karnas and performing them allow you to embody Paramashiva himself during these karnas. The next component is the japa, the chanting, the internal chanting of the various Mahavakyas. Hold these Mahavakyas as they are around the japa mantras, which are announced for the particular set of asanas in your throat center, visualizing them going around and around in your throat center. Next is the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas, which keep us to remember, which make us remember that these are not ordinary asanas, but they are given to us by Paramashiva himself, thousands and thousands of years, passed on by generations of gurus to disciples, keeping the whole consciousness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma society in a higher level. The next component is weightlifting. The weightlifting is a beautiful component that can be added to this Tritiya Vinyasa Krama to intensify and make the whole sequence more challenging. If you feel you can perform an asana already well, add some weights and intensify it, pushing your body to the next level. Next component is the mandala, the sacred geometry, the cosmic geometrical figures. These are not any ordinary geometrical figures or triangles overlapping each other, but they are a specific circuit that when we gaze, it connects with us through the process of quantum entanglement and manifests the powers of Paramashiva, awakening our third eye. The next component is the Aushadha. The Aushadha is the sacred alchemy products that we'll be using, like the Bhasma, the sacred ash, Kumkum, the vermilion paste, and turmeric. Applying these intensifies the energy flow throughout our body, raising our consciousness. The next component and the last one is the Abharana. The Abharana is the sacred jewelry we'll be wearing. For this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, make sure you wear the Rudraksha, the Kanta Rudraksha on your neck, as the Rudraksha is the bead, energy bead given to us by Paramashiva himself. It acts like a battery, keeping our consciousness in the highest level throughout the day. With this, let's enter into the sequence of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama.
Please be seated in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring the index and thumbs together and place on top of the respective knees, engaging all the three bandhas. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as we perform the Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. Next is Parvatasana. Bringing your legs into Padmasana. Bring your palms together and raise them above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows straight and engage all the three bandhas. Perform Samana Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम् यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Next, bringing the soles of your feet together in the front, hold the left hand by the right hand behind your back and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas. Gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka, that is, inhale deeply, visualizing heat, flames rising up along your spine from the navel center, and then hold the breath. Slowly exhale. पूरव विधियाहू में जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो. Stretch your hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a snake as you perform the japa of Soham. पूरव विधि परि आगाने नीचौ हो वी कहू निफनास्यो लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Next is Kokilasana. Holding the big toes with your index and middle fingers in the prana mudra, stretch the legs straight out and upwards. Then cross your legs into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto the elbows. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next, placing one ankle on top of the opposite knee, hold your opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas and rotate the arms in a circle. Gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. गोड़ा बामा पाद की आशमा हिली सोज दछ चरण को बार लौता परिगुल्फ समोज. Next, coming into a plank position, lift your hips up and high. Lower the head, then chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as an elephant. न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजा मस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिका मानीय. Next, from the same position of Gajasana, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat the same again and again as you continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a bear. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् त्रिक्षासनं भवति. Now, standing tall on the tips of your big toes with all the other toes raised off the ground, keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your middle, index and ring fingers to the heart center in the Hriday Mudra. Continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha along with the performing of Samana Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वातिष्ठे दधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Next is the Urdhva Karna, the first karna of this Prathama Vinyasa Krama. Coming into an Aramandi position, that is, keeping the knees bent and both the hands at the chest, keeping the elbows parallel to the ground, twist one knee towards the center and then raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously, follow the movement with the respective hand. Repeat on the other side. Next, we'll be entering into the Balalingasana. Now, interlace your fingers from outside in Sarvava Shankari Mudra, pulling your knee up to your chest, keeping the spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby. एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति. Next, taking one foot, pull it behind towards your buttocks, holding it with both your hands. And engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot from the inside. Extend the opposite hand, keeping your hand in the Bindu Mudra, that is, touching the tips of your index finger and thumb together. Pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in your inner space as you engage the Mula Bandha. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now we'll be repeating the Balalingasana on the other side. Bringing your hands into the Sarvava Shankari Mudra, interlay, hold on to the knee, pulling it up towards your chest, Keep your spine straight and engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Taking one foot behind, pull it back towards your buttocks. Hold it with both the hands. Engage all the three bandhas as you continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka, visualizing the heat and flames raising up your spine. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now, hold with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot. Kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward, with extending the opposite hand forward with the index and thumb joined together in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be performing the Ardharechita Karna. Coming back into the Araivandi position, that is, keeping your heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Bring the right foot behind the left and with the toes down and heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and move your right hand in a pendulum motion, bringing your hand to your nose every time. Repeat the same on the other side. Next, we'll be entering into the skeleton dance. Visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake the body intensely. This practice infuses integrity into your bone marrows. Next, we'll be entering into the Katichinna Karna. Keeping your legs again in the Aramandi position. Bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Move the hips from one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat on the other side. Coming into the next posture, which is the Tadasana, stand tall on the tips of your toes and raise your hands above the head beside the ears. Visualize yourself as the palm tree as you engage all the three bandhas and perform the japa of Shivoham in your inner space. महामुद्रा बद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान विनोतानम सदा कुर्याद अंतर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. From the standing position, inhale as you lean forward and down, bringing the hands flat on the ground and engage all the three bandhas, bringing the forehead towards your knees. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka, visualizing flames raising up along the spine from the navel center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रा बद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान विनोतानम सदा कुर्याद अंतर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. Now, coming down into a plank position, tuck your chin to the chest as in Jalandhar Bandha and rotate the head from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्श्वासनं भवति. Now, lower your entire body down to the stomach and keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise the head up, using the strength of the lower back. Lift no higher than the belly button of the mat. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat. Visualizing yourself as a cobra, engage the Mula Bandha in Bhujangasana. अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. Next, we'll be entering into the Shashasana. Coming back into a tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest, back and forth. As you visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is, inhale deeply through the nose. Hold your breath comfortably and release through the nose again. Gajasanavastitva mastakam गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति. Next, we will be entering into the Rathasana. From the tall plank position, place one foot in between both the hands. Simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other foot in between both the hands. Alternate again and again as you engage the Moola Bandha. Visualize yourself as a chariot. गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति. Now, we'll be entering into the Veerabhadrasana. Keeping your one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knees bent at a 90-degree angle, extend the other leg back at a 45-degree angle with the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the tip of into your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra as you continue to perform the japa of Shivoham. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Repeat the Veerabhadrasana on the other side, bringing the other leg forward at a 90-degree angle with the toes pointing forward, the other leg facing outwards, bringing your behind leg into a 45-degree angle. Engage the Moola Bandha. Raise your arms up and parallel. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now, standing tall, bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring your palms together and raise them up above the head in the Anjali Mudra, keeping your elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Stand tall and place one foot at the opposite hip. Bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda in your inner space, engage the Moola Bandha and continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. That is, inhale deeply through the nose, hold the breath comfortably and release through the nose. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Now we'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now stand tall and bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Bring your palms together and raise them up above the head in the Anjali Mudra. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space as you continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Bringing your leg to the opposite hip, bring your palms together in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you continue to perform the japa of Shivoham in your inner space. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Now, bringing your foot down, stepping back, keeping your front toes pointing forwards and back toes facing sideways. Keep your arm straight and bring your front arm down towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Engage the Moola Bandha and continue to perform the japa of Shivoham in Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be performing Trikonasana on the opposite side. Flipping your legs over, bring your hand down and the other hand facing towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karna. Now, again, having your legs in the Aravandi position, bring both your palms parallel in front of your chest. And then lift your right heel and stamp it onto the ground as simultaneously you lift the left heel. Simultaneously move your hands in a circular motion in front of your chest. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushtasana. Now, lowering onto the tips of the toes, placing the perineum on the back of the heel, keep the knees and palms together. In the Namaskara Mudra, engage the Mula Bandha as you perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham in your inner space. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka. कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा. Next, we'll be entering into the Saurasana. From the tips of your toes, extend one leg straight and out, heel down and toes up. Keeping the fingers down on the ground by the sides, palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize your Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to engage the Mula Bandha. Prasaryaikam padatalam samsthapya tvekapadakam. Next, we'll be entering into the Vidhunanasana. From sitting on the toes, extend one leg out and straight with the heel down and toes up. Bring your hands into the Prana Mudra, that is, holding onto the big toes with your index and middle fingers. Keep the opposite hand on the back heel as you engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka as you inhale and exhale with a buzzing sound like a bee. Gulphastito padamekam prasarya tatpadakaram samsprishya tatkarena. Now, we'll be performing the Saurasana on the opposite side. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heels down and toes up. Bringing your hands into the Varamudra towards your side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasaryaikam padatalam samsthapya tvekapadakam. From the Saurasana position, with the respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toe with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Keep the opposite hand on the back heel, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphastito padamekam prasarya tatpadakram samsprishya tatkarena. Next, we'll be entering into the Brahmajarankushasana. Bringing your foot back, keep your toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep the gap between the legs and back of the hands resting on the knees. Tilt your head down, bringing it into the Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबक तलियां की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली. Next, we'll be entering into the Kapilasana. Dropping your knees down with the toes tucked behind. Sitting, placing the perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. And pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Ubhai pakatali samataharave tinko mahili kor milave. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadragorakasana. Continue to maintain the same position. Just shift your gaze into your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the japa of Sadashivoham in your inner space. दो पगदली संपुट करे कोरबारली भूपर इधरे कोरबारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Now, sitting with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels, bring your knees off the ground, balancing on your toes. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra, raise them up into the sky. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. एडी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने. Again, dropping down your knees, sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep the hands on the top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth. Catch the nectar of immortality, Amritatva, dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue. Gaze at the tip, gaze into your third eye as you visualize yourself as a frog. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. Next is the Uttana Mandukasana. Continue to maintain the Mandukasana posture. Bring your hands on the back, holding the head with the elbows, and lift the tongue again up against the roof of the mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etadbhe kabaduttanam etaduttanam mandukam. Next is the Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on the feet. Keep the knees wide and fingers spread on the top. Open your mouth wide. Stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat this several times, visualizing yourself as a lion in your inner space. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौश्च संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलिश्च प्रसाद्य च. Now, coming into the Bhadrasana, sit with your heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross your hands behind your back and hold the big toes with the Prana Mudra, that is with your index and middle fingers. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and gaze at the tip of your nose as you perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling, creating the sound of buzzing like a bee. गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next, we'll be entering into the Kakapasandhyasana. Squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind in the Parashumudra. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in your inner space as you engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize continuing to perform the japa of Sadashivoham in your inner space. Prathame Vesaka Ukadathane Dovu Hatapagami cha ane. Now we'll be entering into the Kani Pavasana. Place the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees on the back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down, gazing ahead. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Asana ko guna ashidishta hoi to achi hoi. Now, placing the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of the head onto the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bringing the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulder, and straighten the legs up. Gaze at the tip of your nose. In Kapali Asana, visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Sisha Sisha Dharti Teki Pakdovu Miliva Ucha Kukare. Next, we'll be entering into the Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on your toes with the legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance. extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Engaging Mula Bandha, perform Rechaka Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Majuram Dandanamakam. Now we'll be repeating the Parshvamairasana on the other side. Squat on your toes with the legs together, twist the body, place both the hands to one side, align the elbows with the knees and hip, lean onto the arms and balance, extending legs to the side, gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Majuram Dandanamakam. Now coming back into a plank position, step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze at the tip of gaze into your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, that is, inhale deeply, hold the breath, then focus on a slow, controlled exhalation out of the nose. Asana ko gunapiti jagim. Repeat the Bhairaganathasana on the other side, bringing your right leg back and bringing your left foot outside the shoulder in between both your hands. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Asana ko gunapiti jagim. Next, we'll be entering into the Unmukha Pitasana, coming back into a plank position. Come down onto your forearms and then lift the chest and head up and gaze towards the third eye. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, continue to perform the japa of Sadashivoham. Bhunyastau januni hastau chadushpadama vangmukham uttha yugala katistalam abhiruka. Next, we'll be entering into the Vasishthasana. From Tarakshasana, that is the plank position, rotate your body onto your right hand. Raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder. Raise your hips and gaze towards the sky. Urdhva Kukkuta Vasishta Marichi Hala Matsyakam Parivrittim Chodrasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Next, from the Tarakshasana, rotate the body onto the other hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder, raise the hips and gaze towards the sky. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta. Urdha Kukkuta Vasishta Marichi Hala Matsyakam Parivrittim Chodrasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Next, we'll be entering into the Anjaneyasana. Sit with your legs stretched and toes pointing up. Bring the hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and elbows close to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Dovu karki ubhay hateli korvarili maile bheli. Next, bend from the waist and hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees and engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Janu parilalatanto paschimam tanam uchyate yena kena prakarena sukam dharyam cha jayate. Now, with the legs straight and apart, clasp the hands behind the head in the Parashmudra and bend down, bringing your head to the knees. Engage all the three bandhas in your inner space as you visualize Kali in your inner space. Swapanibhyam dridham dhritva janu parishironyaset. Now, we'll be entering into the Marichi Asana. Sit with the legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin and your knees raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knees as you perform the Marichi Asana. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veera Bhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Now, we'll be entering into the Mahamudrasana. Drop your knee onto the side on the ground. Reach and hold the front foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down, engaging all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिराद्याः पुरागताः. Next is the Marichiyasana. Sit with your legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin and the knees raised. Bring arms in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee as you visualize yourself as sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Dropping your left knee onto the ground. Bend down, holding the front foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Bring the soles of the feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. That is, inhale deeply and hold the breath. And then focus on a slow, controlled exhalation out of the nose. गुल्फौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्. Next, we'll be entering into the Gwalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body. Keep the toes together and heels apart, knees open. Place the hands on respective knees and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze at the tip of your nose. पूरव चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी बाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी. Next, we'll be entering into the Joni Asana. Keeping the soles of your feet together and heels close to the perineum, hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring the forehead to the feet and gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham in your inner space. दोवो पगदली संपट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे. Next is the Midaki Pavasana. Sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and knees wide. Lean forward and down and extend hands out and wide, palms down on the ground. Bring the forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. पूरब विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे. Next is the Siddha Samadhi Asana. Sit and keep the toes together and heels apart. Bring the arms below the shins. Extend out and keep the palms facing up. Bring the forehead to the ground above the feet. Bringing toes near to the throat. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. दोवो भगदली संपुट करे सोले मेड आगा मेधरे. Now we'll be entering into the Chinaki Pavasana. Sit and keep your heels together and toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping back of the hands on the ground. Press the elbows onto the thighs and towards the knees and gaze at the tip of your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Chinaki Pavasana. दोवो पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Next is the Charpat Chokasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together, heels of the perineum, knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोवो पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जा रे पसारे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together, knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees on the ground and pull the stomach in and up and place the hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Kala Bhairava in your inner space. गुल्फौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्. Now, next we'll be entering into the Samasana. Sit with the heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham in your inner space. Samanasana Bhakshe Siddha Mantradi Sadhanat. Next, we'll be entering into the Apanasana. Sit and place one leg on the top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and straight, keeping the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Kevalam padamekam cha skandhe charope yattatah. Bringing your legs down. Sit with one heel at the perineum and lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the other chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra as we perform the Samasana on the other side. Gaze into your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next, we'll be entering into Apanasana. Sit and place one leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत्प्रभो. Next is the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other. Align the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, place both the hands on the top of the stacked knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Continue to engage the Murabandha as you perform the japa of Om Nithyandoham. Visualize the face of a cow. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. From Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up. Gaze to the nose. Visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya, perform the Sitkari Pranayama. Place the tongue on the root of the mouth and inhale deeply, making a hissing sound. Then hold the breath. दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाबों तागे ऊपर आने. From the Anusuyasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Touch the nose to the ground and gaze at the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरीडा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा शिवले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot flat on the ground and knee to the chest. Keep the spine tall and chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space as you continue to perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka, which is placing the tongue on the root of the mouth and inhale deeply, making a hissing sound. Then hold the breath and then exhale slowly. Davopagamoди edi mahila gulphamula dwarni chaide. Next, we'll be entering into the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of one heel, with top of the foot flat on the ground. Interlace the fingers behind the neck. Twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टिज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी. Now next, entering into the Matsyapitakasana, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the other hand straight and hold onto the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu. वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Next, entering into the Gomukhasana on the other side, sit and cross one leg over another, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, and place both the hands on the top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा. Next, we'll be entering into the Anasuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाहों ताकि ऊपर आने. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana 2 on the other side. Now, from the Gomukhasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back in Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze to the nose. As you engage the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi, Uparida Vagoda ki sandhi. Next, again entering into the Garudasana 2 on the opposite side. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other, keeping the spine tall, chest out, and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Next, we'll be entering into the Naradasana. Now, sit and place the perineum on top of the heels with the top of foot flat on the ground. Place opposite foot on ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टिज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा बेफेरी. Next, we'll be entering into the Matsyapitakasana on the other side. Placing one foot on top of the opposite thigh, wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with index and the middle finger gaze at the tip of your nose. Vamena vamangushtanto grihitam matsyapitakam. Next, we'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana. Now, placing one foot on the top of the opposite thigh, place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham in your inner space. Visualize yourself as Matsyendranatha, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel as you perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka, placing the tongue on the root of the mouth and inhale deeply, making a hissing sound. Then hold the breath and slowly exhale. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Next, entering into the Matsyendrasana 2, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbows outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand on the ground behind. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. Matsyendrapidam jadara pradiptim prachanda rukmandala khandanastram. Now, entering into the Matsyendrasana on the other side, place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbows outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, entering into the Kubhasana, twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at respective ear. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Next, we'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana 2. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot. Keep the opposite hand on the ground behind. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. Matsyendrapidam jadara pradiptim prachanda rukmandala khandanastram. Now, we'll be entering into the Padmasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas. Perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम. Gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as Paramashiva. Asanam dvividham proktam padmam vajrasanam tatha. Maintaining the same position of Padmasana, cross your arms and hold on to the toes with the index and middle fingers. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati. In Padmasana 2, Uttanau charanau kritva uru samstau prayatnataha. Next, place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Padmasanam samsthapya nanvororantare karo. Next, we'll be entering into the Baddhakeki Asana. Now, from Padmasana, rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel center and then lean forward, finding balance, and extend the knees up and off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dharamavashtabhyakarad tatkurparisthapitanabhiparshvaha. Next, we'll be entering into the Mayurasana. While on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance and extend the legs up and off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock. अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्. Next, laying down on the stomach with the feet pointed outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers in Parashamudra behind your neck. Visualize yourself as a crocodile as you engage the Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम in your inner space. Adhyasashete hridayam nidhaya bhumo cha padau cha prasaryamano. Next, entering into the Shalabhasana. Place your hands on the ground beside the chest and raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust as you continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is, inhaling, holding your breath, and exhaling slowly and comfortably. Adhyasashete karayugma vaksho bhumimavashtabhya karayo stalabhyam. Next, we'll be entering into the Ustrasana. Bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel as we perform the Ustrasana. Adhyasashete padayugmam vyastam prishte nidhaya pidhritam karabhyam. Next, we'll be entering into the Dhanurasana. From Ustrasana, tighten the grip on your feet. Kick the legs back and up and simultaneously lift the chest off the ground and raise the head gazing towards the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow. Prasarya pado bhuidanda rupa ukarocha prishte dhritapada yugmam. Now, coming back into a seated position, sit with your heels. Sit between your heels with the feet flat on the ground. With your head, neck and spine in a straight line, place the palms on top of your thighs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze into your third eye. Ulta modi pavdo vaise bahuro jugti kare ek aise. Now, we'll be entering into the inverted postures of Guhyasana and the Shirasasana. From the knees, place the forearms on the ground and fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head on the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk toes forward until hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the Guhyasana. Dovo hath ki kahuni joji punih kalai jane doji. Now, extend your legs up straight. Bringing yourself into the Shirasasana, continue to gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaha. Relax. You can come down. Now, sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch the legs up and straight, bringing the forehead to the knees and come into a vertical position with your legs in Podhyasana as you perform the Bhastrika Pranayama. That is rapid inhalation and exhalation of the breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dovo hata pag bahar aane goda tare ka kasi ithane. Now, we'll be entering into the Parighasana. Sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright, legs straight and toes pointed and gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace. Perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Uttanasenam krutva pado militva prasarya. Next, sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down. Sit and extend legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down on the ground beside the hips. Keep the chest upright and legs straight, toes pointed. Uttanashenam kurparabhyam bhumim vashtabhyam. Next, we'll be entering into the Rudrasana. Sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagatali Sampotaka Hatasyopaga Uchaji. Now, lay down back with the feet flat on the ground. Bring the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift your hips up and high, pressuring the feet onto the ground. Tuck your chin into your chest, entering into the Jalandhara Bandha and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Urdhve cha januni kritva shavitvordhva mukham tatha. Now, laying down on your back with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Visualize the body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tushavasanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now, slowly, very slowly, bring awareness to your body again. As you come back to your body, now bring awareness from the toes, the ankles, the thighs, the abdomen, the stomach, the hands, the head, and now bend your knees and bring them to your chest. Wrap your legs and rock from side to side, massaging your body. And now slowly roll up to a comfortable seated position. You beautifully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas. And now I request all the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants to get ready for your next sessions. I thank you all for joining us for this beautiful Pratama Vinyasa Krama yoga session. Now your next sessions will be starting. So with this, the next acharyas will be taking over. Thank you, Nithyananda. And for the rest of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, for the rest of the participants, let's continue with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The level 2 and 3 participants will be continuing with the first asana, Yathashanishtasana. Now be seated in a comfortable position with your hands in Bindu Mudra on your knees. Visualizing Swamiji in your third eye, start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the Samana Kumbhaka, and hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the following asanas.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Now we move to Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position, placing your feet under each other. Continue to keep your hands in Bindu Mudra and hold the visualization of Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next asana is Muktasana. Now, in the seated position, place your right leg over your left leg and keep your hands on the respective knees with the palms facing the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. and continue to perform the Saja Kumbhaka.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः वामं याम्येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now we move to the next asana, Siddhasana. Now continue to be seated in this seated position and keep your palms on the knees. Just switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now gaze at the floor in front of you in the same seated position. Visualizing Swamiji perform the Mahamudra Bandha in Siddhi Asana.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
Next asana is Rudrasana 2. Now continue to be seated in this position. Place the palms in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to the third eye and visualize Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
Now we move to Santadhunasana. Now be seated in the same position with the hands and legs in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye, to the nose, and visualize the space of tranquility and unshakable.
आसन की गुणमन की चंचलता मीट.
Next asana is Bandhayoni Asana. Now be seated in the same position, and now let us perform the Shambhavi Mahamudra. Close your ears with the thumbs. Close your eyes with the index and middle fingers. Close your nose with the ring fingers and the mouth with the little finger.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Now we move to the next asana, Virasana. Now be seated with one leg by the perineum and the other on top, and keep your hands on Bindu Mudra. Then visualize the space and state of bravery in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Now we move to the next asana, Valmikasana. Now continue to be seated in the same position as you switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize the great sage Valmiki.
दावापगगी पगतली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now place your palms on the knees. Keep your legs in the same position. Gaze to the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the physical representation of Paramashiva Shakti.
वामपादकी पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next asana is Yoni Asana. Now continue to be in the same position, keeping the hands also on top of the knees. Switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now bring the soles of the feet together and hold the feet with the respective hands, interlacing them under the feet. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra and gaze to the nose. Pull the stomach in and up in Udyana Bandha.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Hagorasana. Now place the left hand on the left knee and with the right hand start performing the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Inhale through the left nostril, hold the breath. Inhale through the right nostril, hold the breath, and then exhale through the mouth. Visualize an Aghori and gaze to the nose as you roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat in Kechari Mudra.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now place the elbows on the ankles of the feet and visualize an elephant drinking water. Rest the chin on the palms and perform Uddiyana Bandha.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे जाहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next asana is Parasana. Now rise up and insert the hand between the gaps of the knees, thighs and calves. Then interlace them in front of the feet and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze through the nose. Start performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is exhaling completely, holding the lungs empty and then inhaling again. Perform this for the next few asanas.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
The next is Gopi Chandasana. Now place your feet on the mat and hold the feet from the sides, interlacing the fingers under the feet. Pull the legs to the chest and visualize a king gazing at the nose.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकूप राशे.
The next is Udarasana. Now once again place the feet on the ground and then place the hands underneath the ankles and then interlacing the feet, pull them and lift them up towards the chest and visualize your body being healed by Swamiji gazing at the nose.
दोवु पगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी उरद हिताने.
The next asana is Vishishtasana. Now once again keep the legs on the mat and now again interlacing the feet, pull them this time towards the forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दोवु पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Now we move to Bhujasana. Now place the feet on the mat and then place the knees on the respective shoulder. Now with the hands, wrap the feet from the inside and then interlace them behind the neck. Visualize a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now we move to Kalyanasana, keeping the legs in the same position. Just interlace the fingers, this time behind the lower back. Continue to balance and visualize a beautiful goddess.
दोवु हाथ पगमीद आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next is Sankatasana. Now come to a seated position where you sit on the left heel and with the right leg cross the left leg and keep the right leg by the left hip. Then place the hands on opposite knees and visualize an elegant swan. Start performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka as you inhale and exhale, making an ocean-like sound.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्निधरनीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel from under the hip to the right side and place the hands on the top knee, this time visualizing a cow and performing the Uddiyana Bandha.
अनुशागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the left leg on the right thigh and the right leg on the left knee. Then twist to the right side and place the right hand on the left thigh and from the back place the left hand on the right thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the nose.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराक्षेसोजी.
Now untwist your body, hold the feet and place the forehead on the ground. Visualizing Swamiji in Machandrasana 2.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराक्षेसोजी.
Next is Guru Asana. Now rise up and interlace the fingers and place them on the right knee. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Sankatasana, once again on the opposite side. Now this time sit on the right heel and place the left leg on top of the right, placing the sole by the left hip, by the right hip. Then place the hands on opposite knees and visualize a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्तधरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next is Dhenukasana. Now slide the right heel to the left hip and place the hands on the top knee, visualizing a cow performing the Udyana Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चटं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नी.
Next is Machandrasana. Now place the right leg on the left knee and the left leg on the right thigh. Then twist to the left side and place the left hand on the right thigh and the right hand from behind on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the nose.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आने.
Next is Machandrasana 2. Now hold the feet and slowly place the forehead on the mat in front of you, visualizing Swamiji.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोजी.
Next is Guru Asana. Rise up and interlace the fingers and place them on the right thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Mahamudra Bandha.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Pashasana. Now bring the knees together with the soles of the feet on the mat. Wrap them knees and hold on to opposite knees. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye. Start performing the Kechari Mudra for the following asanas as you roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाननिवृत्ति निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next is Bhidokasana, Bodhashokasana. Now hold the opposite wrists and continue to be in the same position. Then place the chin in between of the knees and visualize Swamiji as you gaze to the nose.
द्वौपगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
The next asana is Kurakatasana. Now place the hands underneath the thighs and calves and hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Next is Sumati Asana. Now, in the same position, cross the right leg over the left leg. Visualize the great Maharishi Sumati and gaze to the nose.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदश पद आने.
Next asana is Bhandasana. Now sit with your legs stretched. Interlace your fingers and raise them above the head. Then visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze to the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now slowly lean down, placing your forehead on the knees. Hold the big toes with your index and middle finger. Visualizing Swamiji perform Mahamudra Bandha and gaze to the nose.
दो पग मिली वा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Now from Arambhasana, rise up and bring the knees apart and the heels apart. Then place your hands underneath the shins and wrapping the calves, hold the respective soles of the feet and then place the forehead on the ground. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and as you lower your body, place your hands underneath the thighs and calves. Keep the palms facing up and the forehead on the heels. Visualize Swamiji.
दो एड़ी मैली के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now rise up and place one leg behind your neck and lean down as you would in Paschimottanasana, holding the leg with both your hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, visualizing the prana travel from the toes to the head and then exhaling.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now, with the leg still behind your head, lie down on your back and keeping your leg stretched. Hold the leg behind your head with the opposite hand and visualize your Mahavishnu, Ananta.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the hand holding the leg and keep the other hand by the side of your body. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Drishasana. Now lie down on the back and bring the knees to the chest and wrap the legs with your hands and rock from side to side, visualizing Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भजङ्घासहित ऊरूनि करध्वजे बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the opposite side. Now rise up once again. Place one leg behind your neck and lean down and forward, placing the forehead on the stretched leg. Hold the stretched leg with both the hands and visualize Swamiji.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now holding the leg behind your neck with the opposite hand, lie down on the back and keep the other leg straight. Visualize you are Mahavishnu, Ananta.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the elbow, holding the feet behind the neck and visualize yourself having completion, control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lie down on the back. Place one leg at a time behind the neck. Then keep the hands by the side of the body. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atma Ramasana. Now lie down with your legs behind the respective shoulder and interlace your hands from around the feet and then behind the head. Visualize Lord Vishnu and gaze to the nose.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथमसूधोसोवे.
The next is Kochikasana. Now lying down on your back, bring the knees to the chest and then stretch the hands to the side of the body. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे दिन सो उबे सपा करे.
The next asana is the sequence of Chatarap Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. Now lying down on your back, bring the knees to your chest and then place your right knee to the right side bent and stretch the left leg. Then bend the left leg to the right side on top of the right knee and then stretch the both legs to the right side and hold it with the right hand. Turn to the left side. Visualize Swamiji. Now let's perform the 3 steps of Jara Parivritti on the opposite side. As you once again bring the legs to the chest. Now place the left leg bent on the left side and stretch the right leg. Then bending the right leg, place it on the left leg and then stretch the legs to the left side and hold them with the left hand turning to the right. Visualize Swamiji.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Dvipadapitam. Now lying on the back, place your hands in a way it touches the back of the heels. Then visualizing a sturdy bridge, raise your hips up and gaze to the nose.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
The next is Paryankasana. Now lying on the back, place your hands by the head with the fingers facing the body. Then bending the hip as much as you can. Raise the hips up and balance, visualizing a sturdy stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next is Swatanasana. Now lie down on the back and bring the knees to the chest. Place your hands on the shoulders and rotate your hips, visualizing yourself as a playful dog. Start performing the Saja Kumbhaka for the following asanas.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Viparita Karani. Now place your hands on the hips and kick your legs up, making them vertical, sending them up. Then start rotating the feet, placing your hands on the mat. Visualize Swamiji, tuck your chin to the chest and inhale and exhale through the Jalandhara Bandha in Murcha Kumbhaka.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनजे चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
The next asana is Viparita Karani 2. Now stop rotating your legs and continue to maintain the same position in Viparita Karani 2.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निविवर्धनी.
The next asana is Langalasana. Now slowly place the legs behind the head and then continue to keep the hands behind the back, interlace them and visualize a plow.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
The next asana is Shaitavashchimatanasana. Now slowly bring the hands and hold the feet. As you hold the feet, keep them together and visualize Lord Paramashiva.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
The next asana is Suptakonasana. Now slowly separate the feet to the sides and visualize Swamiji in your name.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next is Chakrasana. Now again bring the feet together and balance here on the back, visualizing a chakra and gaze to the nose, tucking the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangustasana. Now bring the feet together in a vertical position and hold them with the respective hand. Then slowly open the feet to the sides and visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next is Supta Padangustasana. Bring the feet again to the previous position and balance here, visualizing Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next is Matsyasana. Now cross the legs into Padmasana and visualize the Matsya, the fish form, of Lord Vishnu gazing to the nose.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Now we move to Parshuramasana. Now place your right hand on the left hand and visualize Lord Rama.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
Next is Sarvangasana. Now place your hands on the hips and lift the hips up. Then raise them to the nose.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तम.
Behind your head and then in lifting your body up.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिके शिखी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now continue to be in the same position and just switch the legs and continue to visualize the scorpion gazing at the third eye.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिके शिखी सन्धि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishapada Chepasana. Now interlace your fingers behind your neck, stretch your feet, and then bring the right knee to the bending the right knee forward, touch the right knee with the left elbow, and then for the other side the same. Keep alternating on both sides, visualizing Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिक्कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परौ मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमिं स्पृष्ट्वा.
Now lie down again with the hands by the side and the legs stretched. Now bring the respective leg towards the ear and perform this again and again on both sides.
स्वोत्तानवत्सं स्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तनं भवति.
The next is Vrikasana. Now lying down without the help of your hands, stand up and sit down. Visualize a fox.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luthasana. Now sit down and perform a backward somersault. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
The next is Sarathasana. Now lie down on the stomach and keep the hands by the side of the body. Then contracting the lips, start making a whistling sound, visualizing a chariot.
लुब्धशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय सम्बद्धस्ताभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Dehalyulanghanasana. Now keeping the hands flat by the chest, come to a tall plank position and jump both the feet between the palms and backwards again and again.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
The next asana is Jatyasana. Now stand up and bend your upper body down, placing the palms on the mat. Now walk back and forth, visualizing you are an elephant on all four limbs.
अथ च अत्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Lolitika Karna. Now stand tall and straighten the hands to the sides. Then tilt the head backwards and rotate the head in all directions. Simultaneously, rotate the hands one by one towards the center of the body and then backwards. Now we move to the next asana, Sarpasana. Now stand tall with your hands by the side. Visualize the Kundalini energy traveling from the root center to the crown center. Start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing for the next few asanas.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Now from the standing position, lean down, place your hands under your feet from the front and walk back and forth.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next is Ashwasana. Now standing tall again, bend down and this time place your fingers under your feet from the sides. Walk back and forth visualizing a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वशरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
The next is Kapotanitakasana. Now interlace your hands behind your back and pull the hands low as possible, visualizing a soaring diving bird.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next asana is Talapushpaputam Karna. Now come to a squatting position and bring your palms together. Now lift your one heel up and then bend towards that side and lower your upper body. Then perform on the other side, visualizing offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now we move to the next asana, which is Khadgasana. Now lie down on the stomach from the standing position and again jump up and then bring the hands together. Visualize a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next asana is Uttanottanam. Now place one leg on, now standing with the feet apart, slightly apart, hold the opposite hand and sit down and stand up like in squats, visualizing Swamiji gazing to the third eye.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमसितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand tall and raise the hands above the head and jump intensely, visualizing a maze.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Uchirshakasana. Now place one leg on the opposite thigh and sit down and stand up. Then perform on the opposite side.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Now we move to the next asana, Parshvajanu Karana. Now bring one knee to the chest and hold that knee with the respective hand, but keep the hand in a fist. Then keep the other hand on the opposite thigh and visualize Paramashiva. Now we move to the next asana, which is Thandavasana. Now stand on one leg and stretch the other leg forward and sit down and stand up, visualizing Paramashiva dance.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now we move to the next asana, Brahmanasana. Now place one leg on the inner thigh and bring the palms to the side of the body. Visualize being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next asana is Garudasana 3. Now with the left leg, wrap the right leg and simultaneously wrap the palms. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now standing on one foot, place the other foot in front of the standing foot and keep the hands by the side, visualizing the space of Swamiji and continue to perform the Saja Kumbhaka.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Now hold one leg with the respective hand and stretch the leg to the side. Rotate the body, visualizing a star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now place one leg behind your neck and sit down and stand up, keeping the hands spread to the sides. Visualize Mahavishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now you perform Parshvajanukarana on the opposite side. Now again raise the other leg towards the chest and hold it with the respective hand, keeping the hand in a fist. Place the other hand on the thigh and balance. Now we move to the next asana, Tandavasana on the opposite side. Now stand on one leg, stretch the opposite leg forward, sit down and stand up on one leg, visualizing Paramashiva dance.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one leg in the inner thigh of the other leg and keep the hands by the side of the body. Visualize being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now placing with the right leg, wrap the left leg and simultaneously wrap the palms. Visualize Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now place the right leg in front of the left thigh and stand with the hands by the side of the body, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Now once again hold the right leg with the right hand and rotate the body, visualizing a star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
And next is Trivikramasana, where you stand with one leg behind your neck, sit down and stand up, and then visualize Lord Mahavishnu.
ग्रीवायां पदं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next asana is Samanaka Karna. Now stand with your hands by the side. After this intense sequence of asana, take a moment to visualize Paramashiva and catch your breath. Now we move to the next asana, Ghora Kanchari asana. Now sit down with your hand underneath your calf and thigh, interlacing the fingers in front of your navel. Visualize Lord Goraknatha.
प्रथमहि उभोः ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे.
The next asana is Kanchayasana. Now bring the hands in front of the perineum as with the hands interlaced. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start performing the Jiva Chalakumbhaka, which is inhaling, visualizing the prana travel all over the body and then exhaling.
ऊर्ध्वमध्याधस्थौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now interlace the fingers under the perineum and visualize Lord Bhairava, Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली कोर मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
The next asana is Varahasana. Now in the same squatting position, bend your elbows behind the head and keep the palms together facing downward. Visualize the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागधली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
The next asana is Tripitasana. Now keep the palms on the mat and then fold the big toes of each leg and then Lift the hips to the same level as the knees and visualize Swamiji.
पार्श्वद्वये सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
The next asana is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat and then rest the knees, the side of the knees on the hands. Slowly leaning forward, lift the legs off the mat and visualize a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्याम्.
The next asana is Shishtanga Kapalyasana. Now place the head on the mat in front of the hands and then slowly raise the legs up and then place them in Padmasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गणकपाल आछो होयि.
The next asana is Guptasana. Now be seated on the heels with your palms on the knees, completely relaxing your body. Visualize Paramashiva.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. Now, place your hands on the mat and kick your legs up into a handstand, visualizing a tree.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
The next asana is Shibhu Asana. Now, in the handstand, just switch the gaze to the third eye.
दो उपगजोड़ी माही गुल्फम मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Now come to a plank position and keeping the hands by the side of you, lower your body and raise it again and again like in push-ups, visualizing a fish.
निब्जं शयनं कुरु परो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Next is Sarpasana 2. Now keep your hands by the side of your hips and move them from side to side, visualizing a cobra.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीघीकृत्य.
The next asana is Niralambanasana. Now place your elbows and rest your chin on the palms. Visualize yourself supported.
कराभ्यां पंगजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परयासुदीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायि निरालम्बनमासनम्.
The next asana is Chhatrasana. Now place your palms on the mat and push your upper body as back as possible, bending the back, bend the knees simultaneously and try to touch them to the head. Try to touch the feet to the head, visualizing an umbrella.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now we move to the next asana, Vajrasana. Now be seated on the heels with the toes flat. Place the hands on the knees and then stretch them to the ground and then place the forehead on the mat. Visualize the indestructible weapon Vajra and gaze to the nose. Perform the Shambhavi Mudra. Sorry, the Samana Kumbhaka.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
The next asana is Meshasana. Now just lift the hips up and keeping the hands and feet on the mat. Alternate pressing the mat with one hand, raising that and placing it down. Visualize a powerful ram.
गजासनं संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
The next asana is Ajasana. Now this is also an inverted asana. Now place your hands on the mat and kick your legs into a handstand and slowly bring your upper body down. Visualize Swamiji and you are unborn and eternal.
गजासनसंस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Now be seated and hold your big toes and pull them towards the perineum. Then place your hands on the knees and visualize Swamiji gazing to the nose. Start performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka.
पूरवविधिपरिहाता की काकसीस्यो फणा शरामोडी.
The next asana is Angamotanam. Now placing your hands in front, interlace them and move them from side to side, massaging all the muscles. Then interlace them behind and move them from side to side. Massage all the muscles as you visualize Swamiji.
पूरवविधिपरिहाता की काकसीस्यो फणा शरामोडी पका की अंगुली अग्रिमेढ़ लगावे.
The next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit in between of the heels and keep your hands by the side of your knees. Visualize Garuda flying.
जंघोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit on the heels again and keep the knees apart. Then place the hands underneath the ankles. Visualize a beautiful temple and gaze to the third eye.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः हस्तयुग्मं पाददेशे पादयुग्मं प्रदापयेत्.
The next asana is Mandukasana 2. Now this time place the hands underneath the knees. Visualize a frog. Gaze to the third eye. Perform the Manduki Mudra, rolling the tongue and touching the back of the throat and the Udyana Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तोपादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now sit on your heels with the toes tucked. Keep your hands on the ground and then inhale. Then when you exhale, stick your tongue out, exhale forcefully through the mouth and visualize Lord Narasimha.
दो फणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदा निवैसे समशरीरनी काटहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को जावे.
The next asana is Vishrikasana. Now sitting on the heels and keeping the toes tucked, cover the mouth with both the hands and inhale through the nostrils and exhale through the mouth. Visualize Lord Goddess Durga and gaze to the nose.
दो पगा की एडी जोजी गोड़ा फणो बाण पुनि होई.
The next asana is Makarasana. Now be seated with the heels flat. Then bring the hands to the side of the body and scratch it like a playful monkey. Gaze to the third eye.
दो पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने मूलद्वार एड्यां परिल्यावे मूढ़ा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे.
The next asana is Vajrasankharasana. Now sit on the toes with the knees wide apart and the soles of the feet together. Cross the hands behind the back and hold opposite knees and elbows. Visualize a powerful diamond and gaze to the nose.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होए बैसे दोबू एडी गुदा निवैसे गोड़ा उभा राके धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
The next asana is Khanjanasana. Now be seated on the soles of the feet with the ankles crossed. Keep the hands by the side of the knees. Visualize Swamiji healing your body and perform the Udyana Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत् भूमौ हस्तद्वयं नाथ पातयित्वा नलं पिबेत्.
Next asana is Kurmasana. Now continue to be seated. As you place the hands on the knees, gaze to the nose and visualize a tortoise.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरोग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
The next asana is Yogasana. Now be seated in the same position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now raise onto your knees, keep the ankles crossed and hold each ankle with the respective hand with the fingers inside and the thumbs out. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the nose, to the third eye.
गोड़ा बामौ उभौ होजी गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोजी दछि पाकड़ी पानी रहावे फनो वाम गोड़ा ढिगल्यावे.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. Now uncross the ankles and continue to hold onto the ankles of the feet. Visualize Ushtra, the camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदार्ढ्य सम्पिपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
The next asana is Chatyasana. Now sit between your feet and place your forearms on the mat as you lean backward and then the forehead. Visualize a blooming lotus.
दोवु एडी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारित रिधरे फणा पानी उकड़ होई बैसे बहुरी पिष्टि दिश करे जो ऐसे.
Now we move to the next asana, Viratasana. Now lie down with the back on the mat and raise up without the help of the hands. Visualize Swamiji healing your body.
जंघा पृष्ठिभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठवंशं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति.
The next asana is Kapotasana. Now be seated on the ground between your heels and then place your back on the mat and then push your hips up as you slowly hold the feet with the hands and the head between the heels. Visualize a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य सम्पिपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
The next asana is Varasana. Now raise up and stand on your knees. Then hold opposite elbows. Don't cross your ankles and stand, visualizing Paramashiva blessing you. Gaze to your nose.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वारासनं भवति.
The next is Varahasana 2. Now keep your toes tucked and sit on your heels. Then place your forehead on the mat and interlacing your finger above your head, visualize Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu. Perform the Mula Bandha.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि कथ्यते.
The next is Mundasana. This is an inverted asana. So you can take the support of the wall or a partner if you need. Now place your forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers. Then place the forehead between the interlaced fingers and walk the feet up. Then kick the legs into a headstand and visualize a lobed tree. Start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka and gaze to the nose.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
The next asana is Andhasana. Now come to a seated position with the heels flat. Then place the forehead on the mat. Cover the ears with the palms and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगथली समटहरावे कोर माहिली उभे मिलावे फना पानी उकड़ कर बैसे दोवु एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie down on your stomach. Stretch your hands forward and visualizing a locust, simultaneously lift the hands, shoulders, feet and thighs, balancing only on the abdomen. Visualize a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Now keep the hands by the side of the body and again lift the legs off the mat. Visualize a skull.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next is Akasha Kapotasana. Now from this lying down position, kick the legs up and slowly bring them down next to the head. Visualize a beautiful flying dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
The next asana is Chatakasana. Now come to a seated position on your heels with the toes flat. Place the forearms on the mat in front of you and visualize a sparrow.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य जानुनीनाभौ सङ्कुञ्च्य तिष्ठेत् चटकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana. Now place your forearms on the mat with the palms flat and the fingers apart to bring balance. Then raise your knees off the mat and kick them one after the other and slowly balance, bringing the legs lower as much as you can and raising the chin. Visualize a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्य कौ.
Relax as we move to the next asana, Vrishasana. Now sit on one heel and keep the other outside. Place the hands in front of the knees and visualize a bull. Start performing the Antaranga Kumbhaka, which is inhaling forcefully, holding the breath and then exhaling.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Lolasana. Now bring the knees together and with the strength of the core, slowly lift the legs off the mat and balance only on the hands with the feet together. Visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
The next asana is Vrishasana on the opposite side. Now again sit on the opposite leg and keep the hands in front of the knees. Visualize a bull in your inner space.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Balagunasana. Now sit on one heel with the toes tucked and the knee off the mat. Place the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Keep the hands on respective knees. Visualize the Siddha Balaguna in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now stand up in Grahasana. Keep the feet apart and now slowly bend down. Circle the feet and hold the ankles and then sit down on the hands. Visualize the planet Earth.
दोवों पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Balagunasana on the opposite side. Now sit on the opposite heel with the toe flat. Place the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Place the hands on respective knees and visualize the great Siddha Balaguna.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
The next asana is Utkatasana. Now sit on both heels and keep the knees together. Place the palms on the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोऽस्ति यत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
The next is Vajrasangarasana. Now slowly open the knees wide apart, bringing the soles of the feet together also. Then cross the hands behind the back and hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमपणा पाणि होए जैसे दोवु एड़ी गुदा निवैसे गोड़ा उभा राके थीय आड़े वाज पसारे धीर.
Now we move to Anilasana. Now bring the knees together and to the chest. Keep the feet flat and apart. Then place the hands underneath the respective foot with the palms facing down. Visualize you have the ability of a breatharian and gaze to the nose.
दोवु हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी नाभिलग आने फना दोवु ऐसे विधि करे पिष्टि हथेलियांकी पर इधरे.
Now we move to the next asana, Padukasana. Now stand up and then place your palms underneath the feet from the front, wrapping the soles of the feet. Walk back and forth on your mat, visualizing wearing wooden sandals, padukas.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next is Kukkudodana. Now place your hands on the mat, slightly apart, and then kick your legs again and again, letting them fly up and then land down again. Visualize a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Now we move to the next asana, Viparita Nrittasana. Now place your hands on the mat, kick your legs up into a handstand and shake them in all directions. Visualize Swamiji removing all of your patterns and continue to perform the Saja Kumbhaka.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Now we move to the next asana, Kunjarasana. Now slowly lean down with your feet apart. Then place one hand on the mat and the other on the ear. Then visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Mula Bandha.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Now we'll be performing Kunjarasana on the opposite side as we switch the position of the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now we move to the next asana, Kadambasana. Now sit on your heels with the toes tucked and the heels off the mat. Hold on to the ankles of the feet and visualize the Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Now we move to the next asana, Pavana Muktasana. Now sit down and bring the knees to the chest with the feet flat. Wrap the knees and squeeze your body, visualizing all the excess vata leaving the system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनी वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः. एवं विधा स्थितिर्यत्र तत्र वायुमुक्तासनं भवेदनेन वसा शुद्धिर्मलस्तवायुर्मोचनम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Chakorasana. sit with your legs stretched and place one leg behind your neck. Then, keeping the other leg stretched and the hand by the side of your body, slowly lift the entire body off the mat. Visualize a powerful source of energy and gaze to the third eye.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा च कोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Dhanurasana. Now keeping one leg by the perineum and the other one stretched, hold the big toes of the feet with both hands. Then pull the foot by the perineum to the ear and visualize you pulling a bowstring with an arrow.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
The next is Ashtavakrasana. Now place one knee, your right knee, on your right shoulder, or your left knee on your left shoulder. Then place the right leg on the left knee, on the left foot, and stretch the legs to the left side. Simultaneously lower the body down and visualize a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now we move to the next asana, Pranasana. Now sit with your right knee, your right foot, or your left foot on the right thigh, and place the right foot on the right shoulder. Then keep the left hand on the left knee and visualize you have the ability of a breatharian. Gaze to the third eye.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्. एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कुञ्चप्रकारयेत्.
Now we move to the next asana, Parshvamatsendrasana. Now keep the one foot by the root of the other leg and the other leg by the knee. Then twist outside of the raised knee and place your hand between the gap of the thighs and calves, and then with the other hand wrap the body from the behind and interlace both the hands behind the back. Visualize Matsyendranatha and gaze to the third eye.
वामूरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदुष्णा प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्गः श्रीमत्स्यनाथोदितमासनं स्यात्. मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्ततेजास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Chakorasana. Now place one foot behind your neck and the other foot, keep it stretched. Then keep your hands by the side of your body and lift the entire body off the mat. Visualize you are a powerful source of energy and gaze to the third eye.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Dhanurasana 2. Now keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot stretched. Then pull the leg, hold both the legs with the hands and pull the leg by the perineum to the ears, visualizing pulling a bowstring with an arrow. Visualize a bowstring being pulled with an arrow.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now we move to the next asana, Ashtavakrasana. Now place your right leg on the right shoulder and the left leg on the right foot. Then stretch the legs to the right side and lean down, stretching the legs to the right side and lowering your body, visualizing a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now we move to the next asana, Pranasana. Now sit with one leg on the opposite thigh and the other leg on the respective shoulder. Place the other hand on the knee and visualize your a breatharian ability to live just from prana. Gaze to the third eye.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम् एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कुञ्चप्रकारजेत्.
Now we move to Parshamatsendrasana on the opposite side. Now place one foot by the root of the other leg and the other leg by the knee of the opposite leg. Then turn outside of the raised knee and place one hand between the gap of the thighs and calves. Then with the other hand wrap the body from the behind and interlace both the hands behind the back. Visualize Matsendranatha and gaze to the third eye.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्गः श्रीमत्स्यनाथोदितमासनं स्यात्. मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now sit with one leg stretched and the other leg bent with the foot by the perineum. Lean down and hold the stretched leg with both the hands and try to place your crown on the knee of the stretched leg. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start performing the Jiva Chalakumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानूपरिमस्तकं न्यसेत्. अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next asana is Crown Chasana. Now pull the left foot outside the hip and hold on to the right foot as you extend the right foot up in front of your face. Keep the knees straight, visualize yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against your perineum. Lean forward and down. Now hold on to the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Jiva Chalakumbhaka. Inhale deeply, hold your breath, and then move the prana freely within your body by the force of your will.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनिना सीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानोपरिमस्तकं न्यसेत्. अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next asana is Crown Chasana on the other side. Now hold on to the other foot as you pull the opposite foot outside the hip and extend the opposite leg forward and up, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Svastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between your thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to the tip of your nose, and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
The next asana is Gorakshasana. Now, maintain your feet in the same position. Place your hands over top of the heels. Cover your feet with your hands as you gaze to your nose. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौच्छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत्. गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
The next asana is Pagasana too. Now keep the left heel against the perineum and place your right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One, the Lord. As you inhale all the way and close all your senses with your fingers. Close your lips with your little fingers, your nostrils with your ring fingers, eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने.
Next up is Yogasana too. Now place your feet onto opposite knees and place your hands on the ground next to your body with the palms facing up. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji, and breathe in Kakachandra Kumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow as you inhale through the lips and exhale slowly through the nose.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकं पूरकैर्वायुमाकृष्य नासाग्रमवलोकयेत्. योगासनं भवेदेतद्योगीनां योगसाधने.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Sitting in Padmasana, place your hands flat on the ground next to you with the palms down and then lift your entire body off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your hands in between the legs, palms down. Don't lift your body up, stay seated on the mat. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And keep breathing in Kakachandra Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तुदो वो गोडासन दिधरे उभय हथेली भूधरी राखे पोछा गोडासन दिमे दाखे पिष्टि हथेली की है जहाँ आसन लगवा राखे तहाँ नासा दृष्टि अचल टहरावे सिद्धः स्थली नाम कहावे.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now push your body up off the mat. With your hands flat on the ground, lift your knees up, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरुनि नीत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, bring your hands in between the legs, raise your hips up, push your hands below, and interlock your fingers behind in Palasha Mudra as you place your forehead on the ground and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही करी धरे.
Next up is Kurmasana too. As you sit in Padmasana, lift your knees and bring your hands in between the legs, bending the elbows up to hold on to the respective shoulders. Balance as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही करी धरे. तरफ दूसरी कर दो वो आने कोन्या ऊपर संधि ले ठाने.
From the same position, now tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to your nose. Rejoice, knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture as you pierce all the granthis, the knots in Granthi Vedasana.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परि बाई ल्यावा.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your arms between the legs in Padmasana. Hold onto your shoulders as you gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठा ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now sit back up. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Bring your hands in between the legs and hold on to one wrist as you place the respective palm on the ground. Keep only one hand on the mat as you lift your body up, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place your other hand on the mat, hold its wrist and lift your body up. Repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Kriptasana. Sitting in Padmasana, lean forward and down. Place your elbows on the toes and interlock your fingers, placing your chin on the fingers and your thumbs against the throat, visualizing you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत्. गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place one hand over the other, palms facing up, resting them in your lap. Sit in a relaxed posture. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji as you engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, in Padmasana 3.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize Paramashivoham in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Now hit the left hand on the knee. Poke the right index and middle fingers around the big toe. As you move the big toe round and round, visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow, and then repeat the movement on the other side as well in Karmukasana too.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयो स्थितम्.
Next up is Paramashivoham 3. Now cross your arms behind your back. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the nose, engage all the wonders and visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's dome.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Vriddhasana. From the same posture, now raise your chest, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagrasana. From the same posture, now roll onto your back. Keep your arms crossed behind your legs in Padmasana, holding onto the big toes. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a snake and breathe in Sahasrara Kumbhaka through your nose in Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. You can free your arms and legs now. Place your feet flat. Then lift your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands. Bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत्.
Next up is Urupa Pavanasana. Lay flat on your back. Put the feet on the ground, knees raised, and interlock your fingers around your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे कुल्फमा हिला अंगुष्ठ दोजी करे एक समेल रसोजी.
Now bring your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips up high. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as a powerful Alpha 8 in Madhukara Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तरमयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shiki Pitakasana. Now raise your hips and bring your hands to the lower back. Then straighten your legs, point the toes forward. Rest your entire body weight on your elbows. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up into Narakasana. Point the toes upwards. Place your arms flat and visualize yourself blissfully traversing to Narakaloka unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Straighten your body as you lower and angle your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you keep your legs angled, as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now raise your legs back up. Place your arms flat. Be sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Vajrasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now lower your body down, lay on your back in the final posture of this sequence, Nithyananda. Keep your hands at the side of the hips, palms facing up. Stop any movements internally or externally. Unclutch completely. As you pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine forcefully in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Visualize your body is dead, and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Vriddhasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Now, very slowly, come back to your body. Bend your knees and bring them to your chest. Wrap them and rock from side to side and slowly come to a seated position. With this, we come to the end of today's Nithyananda Yoga session. And we have beautifully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now let's enter into the power manifestation session. Now let's end this yoga session with the Purna Mantra. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and remembering Swamiji, let's chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. See you in the power manifestation session. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, I welcome each one of you, all the Paramashivoham level 1, level 2 and the level 3 participants for the power manifestation now. We're going to be entering into the manifesting Shaktis of Paramashiva right after this Nithyananda Yoga, where we had the Pratama Vijnasakrama and the Dvitiya Vijnasakrama, the complete 308 asana sequence blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So hope all the participants are ready. Let's all enter the power manifestation, requesting all the participants who are being seated here across various Zoom rooms and watching us live from many different social media platforms to switch on your cameras and give your complete attention and listening throughout this next 21 minutes of manifesting Shaktis. Today, we are going to be doing completely unique 6 to 10 rounds of the power manifestation today. Let's all get our eye bands, bring your pen and paper, and please be seated. In the meantime, let me recite the Shastra Pramana and the translation for it. And then we'll be entering to the round 1 of the power manifestation. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodadyat lakshayet lakshamuttamam. The beautiful translation for this verse goes as, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space, one, through the power of the third eye, has the ability to see any object or place without the sight and is in oneness with Paramashiva. Yes. So now, let us all get ready. As we heard the direct revelation, the Shastra Pramana, the verse from Paramashiva himself, from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Let's all get ready. Please blindfold yourself. We are entering to the first round. In the first round, it's going to be in words. It can be 1 alphabet, it can be 2 alphabets, it can be even 3 alphabets. So anything, but it's just a words which we're going to see blindfolded. So keep our eyes closed. If any of the participants who are actually here in yesterday's power manifestation session, the first session, you might have noticed, we had 6 quick rounds. It can be like 40 seconds of power manifestation and then 20 seconds of actually seeing what does Paramashiva, what does Swamiji show each one of us. And then again 40 seconds of power manifestation and again 20 seconds of seeing what does Swamiji reveal for each one of us. So it's going to be quick, rapid, intense, powerful manifestation throughout this entire 21 minutes. So let's see how does Swamiji wants to flow through each one of the participants here, because today we're entering into the day 12, the second week of the Paramashivoham program. So keep our eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, on you. Please close your eyes. Before entering to the first round, again requesting all the participants to please turn on your camera. Please turn on your cameras and please be seated. We're entering to the first round of the power manifestation. Let's chant the Mahavakya along. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Now, very slowly, please open your eyes.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest.
Now quickly open your eyes and let's quickly take a minute to put in the chat in social media or Zoom what you have seen in this 40 seconds. Just write down now and we'll be now showing you the answer in a moment. Keep writing everything, whatever Paramashiva is showing you. Maybe we have 10 seconds to go. Whatever did Swamiji show you. Yes. So now, let's all move on to see the image, which is there.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda.
Yes. So now, you can see the image which is there. It's again a three-letter word. The first word is a three-letter word, which is fox, F-O-X. And you can see the picture of a fox, which is there behind it also. So this is the first round of the power manifestation. If any of the participants were able to see and able to, got it correct, that's wonderful. So now let's all move on to the second round of the power manifestation. Quickly keep your eyes closed, blindfold yourself, close your eyes. If you're even able to get one letter, that is also a manifestation. Or if you've seen an image, that is also a manifestation.
So keep your eyes closed now. Remember Swamiji in your very inner space. Just be in that very space of oneness as you're blindfolded. Start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now take a minute to write down what you saw, what Paramashiva revealed to you in this round. Share it to us in Zoom and in the social media where you're watching us. Let's take a minute to quickly write down what we saw.
Keep writing as we have a few moments to go. We're going to see what is the image which is going to be there, or what are the three-letter word which is going to be there. Yes, so now let's all move on to see what is that. Yes, so this is the image where you can see it's again a three-letter word. It's the word of EAR, year, and there is an image of a year as well. So how many of the participants were able to get through this this round of the power manifestation? You can verify and let us know that in the second round of the power manifestation you have actually manifested. So now we are going to be entering to the third round. Please close your eyes. We are entering to the third round of the power manifestation. Please keep your eyes closed. Visualize Swamiji and start chanting the Mahavakya and allow Swamiji to flow through you. And let's see what are the manifestation which you are able to see in this third round of the power manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now, as you open your eyes, take a minute to start writing down what was revealed to you by Paramashiva in your third eye. Share with us on the chat what Paramashiva revealed. Don't have any self-doubt if you should write this or not. Just open and share it with us, because this is not a question. It's just what you revealed. You're sharing it. So quickly take a minute now to share with us what you saw in this round.
Yes. So now let's all move on to see what is an image, which is that. Yes. So as you can see, this is an image, which is that it's a very simple image. Again, it's a 3-letter word. It's A-N-T. It's an ant, and there is an image of an ant as well behind the word. So if any of the participants were able to manifest, that's actually good, that they have actually manifested this round of the power manifestation. Now, as we're entering to the final round, the 4th round of the power manifestation. So throughout the 3 rounds, if any of the participants are able to completely manifest, that's actually wonderful. You're manifesting. So now, as we enter the 4th round, please close your eyes, blindfold yourself, keep your eyes closed. Visualize Swamiji onto your third eye. Start chanting the Mahavakya along, and let's see what does Paramashiva wants to show each one of us in this round of power manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now, very slowly, please open your eyes. We have again completed this round, and let's now start sharing what you saw, what Paramashiva revealed. Even if it's multiple words, multiple things, that's fine. Share it in chat, and let's see what Paramashiva has revealed to you, all of you. Let's take a few minutes now.
So it can be any letters, can be any images, whatever you're able to see through your third eye, because Paramashiva, Swamiji, in this entire 21 minutes, when you chant the Mahavakya, he is flowing through each one of us and manifesting us, raising us to the next level through this science of power manifestation. So let's all move on to see what is an image, which is that. As you can see, this is an image. Again, it's on a 3-letter word. So in this entire 4 rounds which we had today, we had only 3-letter words that we practiced manifesting third eye. We were able to see the letter is 3-letter B-E-E, B, and there is an image of B which is there as well behind it. So if any of the participants were able to manifest in this entire round of the power manifestation, complete 4 rounds, all the 4 rounds, that's actually good. You have manifested. So now let's all prepare ourselves as we're going to receive Swamiji today in our life, as we're going to move on to the next session very shortly. We're going to be having multiple different power manifestation sessions, multiple different third eye initiations from Swamiji himself. So as we prepare ourselves, let us all sit straight. You can take a few minutes to share all your experience onto the social media and whatever you have been experiencing throughout these 4 rounds of the power manifestation today. So let's prepare ourselves as we're going to move on to the next session very shortly. Thank you. Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam to all the participants, every one of you that are joining with us today for this very, very special program. Today, all of us are going to be experiencing one of the most beautiful, one of the most important aspects of our life. We're all going to be learning about, we're all going to be understanding about relationships. Discovering oneness in relationships. We all have so many roles to play in our life, right? Someone's mother, father, brother, sister. We are going to be understanding about how do you discover relationships in life? How do you experience the right powerful relationships in life? And how can you awaken yourself to your ultimate oneness? Okay, so Can I request all of you to come and settle down in front of the camera? Are you all ready? Excited? Nithyanandam, Hedi Shlak, Nithyanandam. Yes, I request every one of you to come and settle down. Today's day is going to be filled with a lot of activities, lot of amazing revelations. Actually, today, all of you are going to be having a very, very special, exclusive session, a question and answers on relationships by Swamiji. And it's going to be one of the most unique, amazing revelations. And so do not miss, please be there, please stay tuned. And today, we all are going to be choosing one relationship. Actually,
to see. We're going to learn the very secret of having a fulfilling relationship. What is fulfilling relationship? How to have that fulfilling relationship? Swamiji is going to be revealing to us something really exciting. All of us are going to be learning this. So we request all of you to please kindly settle down. Please come on the camera. Now, I request every one of you to take a few minutes and write down 5 sentences about yourself. Like, I request all of you, please take you all can type this also, and you can type it just like how you want to introduce yourself. Like, let's say you want to give an introduction to a group of audience who do not know you. You want to introduce you. 5 sentences about yourself. And don't think through so much. Don't try to come up with the best words to describe myself. No. Just go with the flow. You just sit for a few minutes and write this down.
All the ways in which you would introduce yourself to a group of people, like who do not know you at all. How will you introduce? You all can type, and you can actually even you all can post it on Facebook. It's a quick activity to start with, because this is going to determine, or I would say this is going to set a small self-assessment for preparing yourself for the day today. So come on, I see everyone very eagerly writing down. You all can type it, and please do head to Facebook. I'll be posting we'll be having the links projected and posted for all of you, for you to post on Facebook. So go ahead, and all the participants, please type out your introduction about you. How would you introduce yourself to a group of people? All the different ways you will describe yourself. Nithyanandam Chandrasekharaya, Chai Kunaya Nithyanandam, Zacchaeus Napo Nithyanandam. How many of you started writing? Just quick 5 sentences. You can be it can even be, I'm a mother of so and so person, I'm the father of so and so person, I'm this profession, whatever. Just 5 sentences. Can I request all of you to quickly type and post? Okay. I see already Alexander has posted. Everybody, quick, just 5 sentences. Come on, all the participants that are sitting here with us. Taiki-san, please kindly come on camera. All of you, please come on camera and just post 5. Just 5 sentences. Ma Ankita, come on. Ankita, Anisha, and Ma Sonia, Ma Purnima. How would you describe? Just simple 5 sentences. Thank you. Ma Alexandra Choran has posted. And Ma Julie Silla, Ma Lita, come on. Ma Amit Vyahut Aya, Nithyanandam, Ma Olisa Venko, Ma Julie Silla, Ma Amrita Nanda, Ma Joy Lo. Can I request all of you to post? Ma Rekha Pai. 5 sentence introduction about you, if you have to give to someone. Like you are someone who doesn't know you. This how will you introduce yourself to someone who does not know anything about you? Quick, Erica said you in the post. You can head to the Facebook group, Paramashivoham Facebook group,
And please post it there.
We will be guiding you all how you can make the post. So if anyone has to, it makes easier for you all. Okay, Ma Purnima, you're going to introduce yourself to someone who doesn't know you. See, it should not just be like you're here to, know what it is. You're giving an introduction to us. If you have to give an introduction to someone who has no idea about you, how will you introduce yourself? 5 statements. Like who you are, what you're doing, and what are the types of how you'll describe yourself. Ma Prematavasi, come on. Ma Shukrendrananda, Ma Nithyananda. All of you can please post. Okay, now I'm having people. Okay, I'm seeing. Ma Kerin, you can post it on Facebook. Ma, the link to Facebook will be shared with all of you. Yes, it's posted, and okay, Ma Jian has posted. Okay.
Even the participants are posting on the Zoom. I request if all of you could please
Take a moment and please post about you. Just 5 sentences, whatever you posted in Zoom and the Facebook group. Come on, can I request all of you to post it on Facebook as well? Thank you all. I see many of you posting your introductions about you. Okay. Now, all of you can revisit the introduction about you, how you have given the introduction you have given about yourself. I see people have posted, I am a mother to my boys, or I'm a wife, I'm a sister, I'm a friend. You might have mentioned any of this. I'm a father of so and so, I'm the sister of so and so, I'm a doctor, or something else similar. But look at all of it. End of the day, what are these identities? They're all only your relationships and professions. You are a daughter to your father, you're a mother to your son, you're a wife to your husband. But what are you to yourself? Currently, all of us exist only in relationships and professions. Every one of you gave an introduction. You described yourself. I saw people posting, I'm a mother to my boys. I saw someone posting that, I take care of horses. I know this is my profession. I saw someone posting, I'm a data manager. Each of you have posted description where the way you are describing yourself is based on the tags of relationships or the tags of professions. So for example, all these
are like a parcel. See, it's like a parcel is moving from one table to another, one table to another. And in each place, it's getting the stamp on it. That stamp is what all these identities are. Oh, I'm your daughter, so you are my father. Oh, I'm your wife, so you're my husband. You get the stamp of all of these. Either it's your relationships or your professions, right? Please just take a moment to look at the introductions you're given to yourself. We currently exist only in these relationships or professions. But who are we really? The stamps are not the stuff in the parcel itself. The parcel may have multiple stamps, but that's not the parcel. It is the stuff inside of it which makes the parcel. Understand? When the parcel moves from one place to another, and at every place it starts getting stamped with various details, the parcel is actually not these stamps, but the stuff inside it. Is it not? Same way, you are not the stamps that people put on you. None of us are the stamps that people put on us or the labels that people put on us, but we are the stuff inside us. Now, with this powerful cognition, that each one of us are having, how many of you are clicking with this? If you're clicking with this, please raise your hands. Understand, you are not any of these labels. These may be another part of you, but you are the stuff who you really are. is what you're made up of, the stuff that's inside of you, not the labels. So now, with this powerful cognition, let's enter into our very first session. In the first session, all of us are going to be learning about what are these relationships. Today, we are saying we are going to be working on relationships. We are going to be learning about relationships. But what are relationships really? Are these patterns or possibilities? Are relationships, you keep attracting the same type of relationships? Are all these happening because of certain reason? Or do I see a possibility in people? What exactly are the type of relationships am I having? Are relationships patterns of possibility? Let's listen to the revelation now from Swamiji. And right after this, we are going to be having internalizing exercises. I request every single one of you intensely listen. By today's darshan, you will see how right after Swamiji's initiation, a huge breakthrough is going to happen to you in your relationship aspects. You can choose any relationships that you want to really complete with, and we will help you. We will support you. You can feel free to talk to us. You could just post it in the Zoom. I know you may not be able to unmute and talk, but do not worry. You can post it here in the Zoom chat or in the Facebook group, and we'll definitely attend to you. We will support you because Swamiji has given the best powerful cognitions and the methodologies, and is going to give you all a powerful experience to have a breakthrough in your relationships. So now let's enter into our first session. Relationships, is it a pattern or possible?
Husband sent a text to his wife at night. Hi, I'll get late. Please try and wash all my dirty clothes. And make sure you prepare my favorite dish before I return for dinner. He sent another text. And I forgot to tell you that I got an increase in my salary at the end of this month. I'm getting you a new car. She immediately texts back, oh my God, really? Husband replied, no, just I wanted to make sure you got my first message. Husband texts to wife on cell. Hey, what are you doing, darling? Wife, I am dying. Husband jumps with joy, but types, sweetheart, how can I live without you? Wife texts back, you idiot, I am dyeing my hair. Husband, bloody English language. Boss hangs a poster in the office. I am the boss, do not forget. He goes to lunch and comes back from lunch break. He finds a slip on his desk. Your wife called and she wants her poster back home. Understand, relationships can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns or liberation. Pattern or possibility, it can lead you to more and more space of possibility. The first and foremost fundamental relationship that exists for you is the relationship between your pattern and your possibility. Please understand. Please come to the space of listening. Dhyan se suniye. Listen. I am not talking about with whom you relate, with what you relate. I am not talking about your relationship with your husband, wife, brother, sister, father, mother. I am not talking even about all that. I am talking about from which space you start relating. I tell you, if you relate from the space of possibility, even if you live with a large family, you are a great sannyasi, enlightened being. If you relate based on the patterns, even if you are living alone, you are bound, patta, fallen, grihastha. Understand? Grihastha or sannyasi, bound or liberated, is no way connected to the number of people you live with or relate with. It connects with the space from which you operate. If you see every human being as a possibility, for that, you also should see you as a possibility. Understand? When you see you as possibility, you will see everyone as a possibility. When you see everyone as a possibility, life, wherever you may be living, whatever you may be doing, you will be living with Vijaya Lakshmi. Means the Lakshmi of victory. Don't say, my neighbor house is Vijay Lakshmi. My neighbor name is Vijay Lakshmi. When I said the word Vijay Lakshmi, I meant the Lord, the deity of victory, the goddess of victory. Please understand. How you see you, how you see others, how you see you and how you see others. All relationships you experience in your life can only from two space, two frames. One, listen. Please listen, because I am giving you the punch statements for your life. One, inside the frame and perception given by your pattern. Inside the frame and perception given by your possibility. When you are able to see people as possibility, you will have tremendous passions. All ashramites will understand this statement. You will have tremendous patience. You will wait, and go on reminding. I am nothing but a reminder. I am nothing but a reminder. When you see the possibilities, I can say in a way, eternal reminder. When I see the possibilities, please understand, when I see the possibilities, your cognition starts functioning based on compassion. I tell you, please understand, even if you feel suffocating, imprisoned, live with a person who sees your possibility. Even if you feel free, liberated, don't live with people who see you only from pattern. I'm defining real freedom and real bondage. Living with a person who sees your possibility, who sees yourself as a possibility, who has seen his possibility, and who sees you as possibility. Even life around him, with him, feels like suffocating or bondage. I'll expand on how the integrity and authenticity expands your relationships and enriches you to have the fulfillment. First, I wanted to make these three statements. One, relationship does not mean only the few human beings who live around you. When I use the word relationship, I mean your relationship with your health, with your money, with your life, with your success, with the nature, everything. Second, you also have a very inauthentic way of dreaming about your life, just to have few cozy relationships around you, and that is enough. You are complete with your relationships and relationship dimension, which is completely wrong and inauthentic. Third, please listen. Third, only when you expand you to the level with integrity and authenticity, anything, anybody comes in your breathing space, there is a conflict-free, complete relationship. You are going to experience fulfillment and success. Relationship is not related to the quantity, it is related to quality. Please listen. The third statement takes the concept of relationship completely to the different level altogether. When you bring integrity, you will heal all the damage you caused inside you, outside you, due to the relationships, the ignorance you had in the zone of relationships. Listen. Your ignorance in the space of relationship not only causes damage in others, it causes damage in you also. When you cause damage in your spouse, in your mother, in your father, be very clear, you cause damage in you. Because your father, mother, spouse, all the relationships you carry decides the confidence and the energy you have about you. When you bring the integrity as a space inside you, the space you perceive, you experience, you operate, suddenly so much of healing happens to you and to others who are living around you, who are relating with you, fortunately or unfortunately. Listen, one of the important healing factor in relationships is the other person feeling confident, you are transformed, you are going to be different in future. To tell you honestly, nobody is too serious about the past hurt. Everybody is expecting about what is going to be the future. If you give them the confidence, assurance, the future is going to be really transformed, authentic and responsible. There is nobody who is not ready to heal their past or drop their past. Everyone is waiting to drop their past and relate with you in a new way. Who is interested in carrying the past wounds? Just like how you are waiting to drop the past and have the new future. Everyone is waiting to drop the past. I have seen in my experience, when authenticity happens, you are ready to spontaneously relate with every new being who is coming in your presence. I have seen some people running away from society, hiding themselves in caves. Listen, sitting in cave and meditating is not wrong, but if you are doing it for wrong reason, it is wrong. If you are inauthentic and unable to handle the people who come in your space authentically, spontaneously, you just want to escape from all relationships and you go and hide in the caves, living out of completion is your birthright. Every human being, first thing they should do when you start living your life is find the root thought patterns, suffering patterns, which is causing you suffering, and complete. That completion gives you the courage to relate with human beings with integrity and authenticity. People are afraid to relate with other human beings. Even when you go to meet your friends, you prepare all the statements you have to tell him. Why can't you be spontaneous? Even to meet with your friend, why do you need so much of preparation? Why do you need so much of inauthentic strategy planning? Why do you need so much of lack of integrity verbal preparation? It is so unfortunate. The trust level between the friends is dropped because the trust between you and you is stopped. You are afraid. Even with you, you don't sit spontaneously. Even with you, you rehearse and talk. That is why you can't talk spontaneously with others. Take the responsibility for love. That is where relationship starts. Do not say to anybody, I love you, unless you are ready to take the responsibility to fulfill their expectations about you without bothering whether they are ready to fulfill your expectations or not. When they are also fulfilling your expectation, you are also fulfilling their expectation. It is called business partnership. It is partnership in the business called life. Don't call it as love. Sometimes, not only you have partners in the business, even in the life you have partners. Maybe you can use the word life business partners. You have only two possibilities. First, heal, enrich your relationship with you. Do swapurnatva, self-completion, by bringing integrity with you, authenticity with you, responsibility about you, enriching yourself. Listen, I ask you to bring these three qualities in you as a first priority. That does not mean I am asking you to do only this. You have to be doing it simultaneously with you and others also. Only then it happens in you. पहले आप स्वयं को लाभान्वित कीजिए, अपने आप को पूर्णत्व स्थिति में लाइए. पहले आप स्वयं को लाभान्वित कीजिए, अपने आप को पूर्णत्व स्थिति में लाइए. When you bring completion to you, relationship with you starts. Enriching yourself starts. If you don't have confidence, you can look at you, you can be with you, you are comfortable with you, you can raise yourself by yourself. Who can be with you? Who else can look at you? Who else will be comfortable with you? I tell you, in the cosmic constitution, the first amendment is you should be taught to be comfortable with you. That is your first amendment right. Man should be comfortable with himself. You should be able to be comfortable with you. That is the first amendment in cosmic constitution. Freedom of speech comes second. You have freedom to speak with others only if you have freedom to speak with you. Relationships gives you the feeling. It is very important in the life because through every relationship you try to have extended life. While you are living, whatever your body and mind cannot do for your interests and pleasure, you try to fulfill through the body and minds of your relationships. And same way, whatever they cannot fulfill through their body and mind, they are trying to fulfill through your body and mind. So mutually, each other helping to fulfill the other's interests through body and minds of each other is relationships. If both of you understand the interests of each other and ready to support each other's fulfillment, it is called successful relationship. There comes love, compassion, sacrifice and spiritual growth. But if both of them are not understanding the real agendas of others, interests of others, continue the relationship, maybe because one person has hidden interests, hidden agendas, which he does not want to reveal it to the other, or which he himself is not aware. When this kind of situations arise, relationship breaks or relationships continue to exist with being exploited, with exploitation. These kind of relationships lead to the most grave sin of keeping the other person as slave. Whenever the slavery happens, Cosmos strongly condemns it. So no slavery is allowed in the Cosmos. Cosmos is strictly against slavery because slavery is equivalent to the murder of partial time. In slavery, even if the other person has their body and mind, it is equivalent to they are killed, they are murdered, because that body and mind is not useful to that person anymore. So, relationship with an open, mutual interest should be encouraged, and it supports both the beings to evolve towards the fulfillment and finally the understanding how many bodies and minds you may use to fulfill your interests, that your interests are not going to lead you to your restful awareness. So that understanding may help you to renounce all the interests and even your own body and mind and settle down in restful awareness. So this understanding will naturally be leading you towards enlightenment. Going smoothly towards that understanding will be happening through the right understanding relationships. The relationships with the mood of exploiting other person with a hidden agenda without you revealing it to the other person about your interests, or you yourself may not knowing it by yourself, will lead to more and more destruction, depression. If the relationships continues, it will be the sin of slavery. If it breaks, it will be giving you a great divide, depression, feeling of emptiness. So the science of relationship is trying to have more body and minds to fulfill your interests, and trying to give the other person also your body and mind to fulfill his interests. As long as it is mutual, it is with a deep understanding, it should be encouraged, supported and blessed. Relationships with deep understanding with each other is equivalent to the conscious birth. Relationships without mutual understanding but still not broken is equivalent to unconscious life. Relationships without mutual understanding broken is equivalent to death. All unconscious life will be afraid of death and end in death. Same way, all relationships which does not have mutual understanding will constantly have fear of being broken. Finally, it will break and bring tremendous suffering to both the persons who are involved in it. Understand the science of relationships. It is not just the phenomena of the mind, it's a phenomena of the body. Do not collapse relationships. Please understand. Do not illogically collapse relationships. It will directly affect some part of your body. Unless you are logically completely convinced that this relationship can't be maintained, this is going to be abusive, it is going to be disturbing and disrupting your life, don't collapse any relationship. That is why I always insist when people come to me asking they want to break their family, they want to go for divorce, I tell them, wait for some more time. They say, no, Swamiji, anyhow I have decided I can't live with her, I can't live with him, better let me break now. Why torture? I tell them, no. If you are tortured, your muscle memory and biomemory will strongly start believing this is more disruptive, this is not the way you want to live. Then if you break, you will not have any physical diseases. But before your biomemory or muscle memory is convinced, only when your head, the mind is convinced, if you break, the collapsing will simply turn into a disease inside you. That is why I insist, wait for some more time. Whether your muscle memory or biomemory changes your decision or it is going to support your decision, let's see. Let us see how your mind is able to continue. When a man feels insecure, his first reaction is sexual activity. When a woman feels insecure, the first reaction is frightening, terrifying, fear, and destroying everything, doubting everything around her due to that fear. Understand? In both situations, you just need little bit of unclutching and relaxing into the truth you are cosmos. Develop this one phase in you, you are cosmos. You will see tons of your reactionary assumption based destructions will reduce. All women, if you teach your man, he is cosmos, and help him to unclutch, you will not be harassed, demanded, you won't feel exploited, you won't feel used. He will be such beautiful part of your existence. All men, listen, if you teach your women, they are cosmos and little unclutching. You don't have to shiver in your own home for that 3 days. You don't have to be shivering, terrorized, terrified. You can be relaxed. Realize this one truth.
Nithyananda. This is such an extremely powerful session that we all just had. Swamiji explained something so important here about how are you holding these relationships in your life? Are you seeing them as patterns or are you seeing them as possibilities? How do you see the relationships in your life? How many of you understood this? How many of you clicked with what Swamiji revealed? Do you see the relationships in your life as patterns or as possibilities? Let's take a few minutes to understand what this even means. First, I request every one of you, take any one relationship, any one, top, whichever you're remembering. I request you to see in that relationship. Can all of you choose one relationship? Whichever you want to complete with. Please take a few minutes. Anyone. Now, identify how are you seeing them? Like any incompletion that you are carrying with them. Are you seeing them as a pattern or are you seeing them as a possibility? How are you viewing them? I request every single one of you, first all the participants, I think most of you are on camera. The others that are not on camera, I request everyone to please kindly come on camera. How many of you, first I request all of you to type in post what exactly you understood in this session.
What, according to you, what did you understand as relationships, whether it is patterns, possibilities? What is your understanding of how you view a relationship? Something revealed a very important truth here about experiencing that completion, experiencing that space of not judging again and again based on the past patterns. See, it's like this. If I wear, let's say, I take a purple tinted glass, okay, and I'm going to wear it. Whether I see a red rose, or I see a white wall, or I see a yellow mango, every single thing is going to appear with a tinge of purple because the glass I'm wearing is purple. All of us carry, like Swamiji does, all of us carry this frame or a template for what is called the perfect relationship. So what do? We try projecting it on everyone. And when people are far, it seems like they're fitting into that frame perfectly. But as you get nearer and nearer and nearer, you will see that many aspects of them is not fitting into your frame. It's like when you see something from far, right? Everything will fit into a frame. Now, if you get closer and closer and closer, that frame will be too small to fit that person. All of us carry that frame. We all carry it for a perfect husband, perfect wife, perfect son, perfect daughter, perfect mother, perfect father. And because we all carry it, we never actually see the person. We see who we imagine about that person. Let's say Somjit tells beautifully, every marriage has four people, not two people. One is husband and husband's imagination of the wife, and second is wife and wife's imagination of the husband. So these are the four people that we live with. We all battle, conflict, because we try to fit the actual person with our imaginary perception about them. And this is how all the relationships is functioning based on patterns. Just shifting from patterns to possibility. Understanding and moving from patterns to possibility is very, very important. Because each of these that sits inside of you as patterns starts disrupting, actually starts disrupting your whole relationship with that person. Are you all understanding?
Very beautifully Swami revealed. Relationships can either lead to more and more imprisonment of you in your patterns or to liberation. Patterns are possible. First, heal, enrich your relationship with you. Do Sapurnata, self-completion, by bringing integrity with yourself, authenticity with yourself, responsibility about yourself, and enriching yourself. Now, let us all do a quick activity. I request all of you, please take your paper and pen and make two columns with the titles The World and My World. First, as a first step, you're going to be describing the relationship you share with yourself. See, so powerfully Swamiji explained to us how when you see yourself as a possibility, you will see your relationships also as a possibility. When you see yourself as a pattern, when you give up on you, you give up on others. Whether you're feeling imprisoned or liberated in your relationships is going to start with the prism you are seeing yourself with. Understand, the relationships in our life, it starts with how we relate with ourselves. That is what is going to permeate into the other relationships we are carrying also. If you are a person who always sees yourself as a possibility, you will never give up on another person. Best example is Swamiji. Never, no matter what situation, what kind of things the other person would have done, whether the other person would have been always in their patterns, or let's say someone is so lazy, doesn't want to do anything. Even to that person, Swamiji never gives up. Swamiji never ever gives up on anyone. Now, this is the exercise that all of us are going to be doing now. I request all of you, please sit now, and we're going to do step by step. I request everyone to please take your paper and pen and make two columns. So first, you're going to be describing the relationship you share with yourself. Recollect and write down. First incident, when you first related with yourself. For example, what are the ideas you started having about you, about yourself in your life? What were the kind of cognitions you started having? Write down the actual incident under the world column and your cognition about yourself in the my world column. Please start. I request all of you to take a few minutes. Please take your paper and pen and please start writing this down.
I request every one of you to sincerely look in and pen down. Look in all the aspects. Describe your relationship with you. Write down if any of you have any questions. I request all of you to please feel free to ask us in the chat. Okay, Ma Kareem, we will explain to you the whole exercise again, Ma, so you understand. In the first step, listen very carefully. You're going to make two columns with the titles, the world and the my world. Okay, what you're going to do is first, Describe the relationship you share with yourself. Recollect and write down the first incident when you first related to yourself. Describe vividly the first impressions you had about yourself in your life. Write the actual incident under the word column and your cognition about yourself under the my word column. For example, you think that there could be an incident where the first time you were laughed at about something, or you felt left out. So your first introduction, the relationship you shared with yourself was the feeling of loneliness, like you felt there's no one for you. Write down whatever was the relationship you share with yourself, and the first incident when you related to yourself, and describe the whole thing vividly. Are you understanding, Mo? Please pen down. Make the two columns. So you're going to write the word on one column, and then you're going to write the my word on the other column. I request all of you to do this. It's very important because this forms the base of your understanding. Because how you relate with yourself, how you judge yourself, is how you're going to relate to the world. Write down the relationship that you share with yourself. And once you finish that step, next one, describe the relationship you share with your mother and father. Write down the first incidents when you started judging and labeling them. What was the incident? What did you think of them and label them as? Like, for example, I thought my mom, I asked for a toy and my mom refused to buy. So I thought she doesn't love me at all. Or she got something for your elder sibling and she didn't get for you. So you thought you were unloved. Whatever is the exact incident, pen that down. I request every one of you to sincerely write it down. I request all the participants to continue writing. Please pen down, take a few minutes. Once you have completed that, once you have completed the step where you are writing about the incident about your mother and father, next one, describe how your mother actually is in the D world column, and describe how your father describe how your mother is under the my world column, which is, see, you would have had an experience. Let's say you ask her, Mom, I really want to buy a toy. She says, okay, but I cannot give you now. You throw a tantrum, you say, no, I want it now, everyone is having. She tells, no, I cannot give you now. You feel so dejected. But when your elder sibling had asked for a drawing pencil, she buys and gives him. So you get so heartbroken, you feel like she's not loving you, and you feel like she hates you the most, she doesn't want you, all of that you feel and you have it. So now write down actually what happened. You asked for a toy and she said no. That is a D word. In the my world, it is, oh, I asked for a toy but she didn't buy because she doesn't love me and she hates me. Write down that entire my world. So you're going to write it in D world column, you're going to write it in the my world column. Same way, do the same for all the other intimate relationships of your life. It could be your son, daughter, father, brother, sister, spouse. Write down for all the close relationships, do the the world column and do the my world column. It will actually help you see and identify this gap. What is a perception versus reality? Sit straight. I request everyone to sincerely pen down. Put both the columns, one column as the my world and one column as the the world, and I request all of you to write that down with both. Have all of you started writing? Swamiji explained how when you bring integrity, you will heal all the damage you caused inside you, outside you due to relationships. The ignorance you had in the zone of relationships. Listen very carefully. When authenticity happens, you are ready to spontaneously relate with every new being who is coming in your presence. When you take responsibility for love, that is where relationship starts. Life happens to you when you go on fulfilling your relationships, all the anyakara that people have on you. That is why Swamiji said two things. Remember this, okay? Swamiji said, relationship can either lead to more and more imprisonment of you in your patterns or to liberation. It can either lead to patterns or to possibility. But the first step to that is heal and enrich your relationship with you. Do swapurnatva, self-completion, by bringing integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching to yourself. When you know how to unclench, where to put the boundaries, where the other person needs you, where you need yourself. This is why Swamiji tells, completion gives you the courage to relate with human beings with integrity and authenticity. So now let's do a swapurnatva process. What you're going to do is you're going to identify the patterns inside of you. The patterns of self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, self-rejection, self-criticism, where you feel like, God, I am not a person who's very loving. I'm the most insensitive person. I'm the most clumsiest person. I'm the most disorganized person. We carry too many judgments and opinions about yourself. I don't deserve people's love. Sit and write it down. The situation and your experience, both sit and pen down. I request every one of you to sincerely do this. If any of you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Write down all the each aspect of your life. See where all you feel like you have hatred towards yourself. Where do you criticize yourself? Wherever you're being skeptical, like for example, some situations of your life, you think it's impossible, it is not going to work, it will not happen this way. We go on carrying these self-criticizing patterns, right? Pin them down. Now, have you all finished writing? All finished writing? Please let us know. Okay. Now, let us enter into the next step of the exercise. Listen very carefully. Now, sit with the Atma Murti as the mirror. Listen very carefully. What exactly you're going to do? Each of you are going to be sitting with the Atma Murti as the mirror. Have the Atma Murti in front of you. Literally like how you will speak to a friend. Talk to the Atma Murti. You should go to the Atma Murti and you should tell all the incidents. You should say, when I was small, I had asked my mom to give me a toy. She never bought it for me. But the same thing when my brother asked, she got it and gave it to him. I feel like I'm unloved. I feel like people don't like me. And I feel wherever I go, I feel I only attract hatred. Like this, all the notions that you're carrying about you, whatever you've written down, sit in front of the Atma Murti and start reading it. Start talking. Actually, listen very carefully. You're actually going to be talking to the Atma Murti. You're going to be literally giving yourself that breakthrough. Sit and talk to the Atma Murti. I request all of you to please start this process.
If any of you have any questions, feel free to ask. I request every single participant to please do this. Okay. What my mother, Karen has posted, what my mother was doing and still try to was illegal. So the story for the world and my world are the same. I was a witness and a victim, but most of the testimonies were often shocked. The teachers, the fire workers, my parents, friends. What do I do with that except thank my ego to have protected me? Okay. So, Ma Karim, first and foremost, understand what actually happened versus how does it occur to us. Actually, even in this incident, I request you to first look at you, the relationship you have with yourself. Let us start first with that. See, it's like this. When you wear a purple glass, look at the world, it is going to appear purple in color. You can't ask, oh, why is it appearing in purple color? I don't want to see it in purple color. But that's how you're viewing it, because you are wearing that as your glass and seeing. Are you understanding? So when you're viewing it itself from that is what life will occur to be. Whereas that's exactly not actually what is. Even factually, actually, if the other person has done something wrong to you, it may be factually actually accurate, but the way it causes the suffering, pain, incompletion in you won't be the same. Swamiji very beautifully says, almost all the time, the problem is with our interpretation. When you actually sit and decide, saying, okay, I am going to drop carrying any interpretation towards this. Let me just honestly sit and see it. How can I see the other person as a possibility? So powerfully, Swamiji defines the completion with another person. Swamiji says, if you see the possibility in another person, you're in completion with them. If you see possibility in you, you are in completion with yourself. If you see impossibility in others, you are in incompletion with them. If you see impossibility with you, what does that mean? Remembering your past failures, remembering something low about you, going on, putting yourself down. You don't give possibility to yourself and deny yourself. That means you are creating impossibilities as your life for you, and that is having incompletion with yourself. When you see the possibility in another person, I have seen so many times, we will, like especially the KAILASA Vasis with Swamiji, right? Even we will do many mistakes, we will keep on doing mistakes after mistakes after mistakes. Again, when we go back and recommit, saying, no, Swamiji, this time I'm committing to do, actually, whether we commit or not, Swamiji would have never ever given up. Never. If anyone else in Swamiji's position, they would have said, okay, they would have found a replacement. They would have easily, in a normal company, you will fire such a person and then you will replace them with another person. But Swamiji never, till date, has never ever given up on anyone. Because always Swamiji sees people as a possibility. Swamiji only sees, okay, how can you also realize that you are Paramashiva, Swamiji's own extension? That is the way Swamiji look at each one. How can we manifest our ultimate? Now take a few minutes and first consciously decide within you to look at yourself as a possibility. These incompletions you're having with people, honestly sit with you and see how to look at the other person as a possibility and not as a pattern. How many of you are understanding this? If you do not understand this, feel free to ask more questions. We will answer it. Actually, more and more you participate, it's well appreciated. If any of you have any questions, feel free to ask. Please sit sincerely and do this process. How many of you are understanding this? Anyone needs any help? Or any of you not understanding or you need some help? Please feel free to ask. Sardat Patil, you're asking if you can speak with Swamiji's photograph. Yes. You can speak. Ezekiel Aya saying, I need help finding the parasite pattern. Sure, Aya. Do you still need help? Sorry, I think it's from some time back. Were you able to find, or do you need help? You need help. See. Find out the patterns. Now, whenever you feel something is impossible with you, you feel a kind of impossibility in anything, whatever you want to do, but you find, oh, this particular thing is not possible for me. This particular type of, I know it, I want to do it, but I don't think it's possible for me. See, when you sit with you, there is a voice that goes on inside us, a conversation that happens within us, where one voice keeps putting us down, makes us feel that, oh, you're not good for anything. Ezekiel is saying, I feel that the only thing that makes me feel impossibility is literally the parasites which are in my gut. That's actually right. That's why these are called as parasite patterns. Swamiji explains how a biology thinks, how it's the parasites that are sitting in your gut, that is what is going to cause your reactions. That's how the patterns start. There's a very detailed session. Swamiji actually gave this even when we had the healers initiations that day. Swamiji is explaining, if you remember, right? See, now the parasites in your gut, when they release a kind of, when they are there, they strengthen your patterns even more. But now the parasite patterns itself, first let's understand the word clearly. There are certain patterns in us which goes on denying you. You want to feel like, for example, simple example, let's say that you feel, I really want to be a leader. I want to take responsibility. I want to head this. I want to become a leader here. But there will be another voice in you that will mock you, that will say, what will people think of you? You have done this earlier. No one cared to listen to you. How do you think people are going to listen to you now? Some similar voices. Our own part mocks us. Are you understanding this? Where you carry certain self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. These are called as the parasite patterns. These patterns sit inside us and literally pull us down. Now you're going to be sitting and identifying those. When was the earliest time? Like, it can be something like simple. Oh, this person got better grades than me. Look, I tried studying, nothing, I'm not fit for anything. Some way, even simple things. Your friend got a better new toy car and you didn't have the same. That might also have made you feel like that. See, now it might seem funny for us. But when we were a child, that felt very real. Right? Go back. You will definitely remember. When was this earliest time you started developing these parasite patterns? Identify that. I'm not denying what you're saying, because the parasites in your gut is going to be making you have these patterns. But already the patterns you're in, that needs to be broken too. That's why Swamiji gives importance for the physical detox a lot. Because once these leave, the very you, who you are, completely changes. But right now we're going to first focus on the mental patterns, the parasite patterns. They're sitting in you, literally sucking out your energy, sucking out your life, creating so many impossibilities for you. Are you understanding, Aya? You can post your question. You post your question. I can explain to you further. Like, I'll give you an example. See, let us say that you want to become something or you want to do something. Can you do one thing? Do you see that there are times where you have a possibility, but you on your own deny that possibility for you? It might be in relationships, it might be relationship with others, or relationship with your own self, how you feel about you. Sardik Patilaya, you have to write the incident first, write it elaborately, then you can relive it. You understanding? Sardak Patil. Sorry. I request you to also please be on camera. Surya Kumaraya, Purna Sukhanandaya. I request all of you please be on camera. Chandrasekharaya, I request if you could just keep your camera properly. Sorry, you're not visible. See, the more and more all of you are sitting on camera and participating, it'll also help you. See, I understand it's virtual. We all are sitting online. And I know it's each of us coming from various different time zones. It actually amazes me. Many participants from the Asia time zones sitting through the middle of your night because you want to have the breakthrough. Right? So you, as you're on camera, it'll help you also to sit more. It'll help you, support you to have the best experience. Thank you so much. I see both of you now on camera clearly. Thank you. Now sit down. First write down. Elaborately write down. Then you sit and relive. You first write down the incident vividly, clearly. Then you sit and relive that in your inner space. Then you speak to Swamiji's Atmamurti. If any of you need help with the incident itself, please let me know. I can explain to you further. Ezekielaya, I read your message. First and foremost thing, right now, let us first focus on identifying the parasite pattern. These are different from the parasites that are sitting in our gut. Parasite pattern means there is a pattern in us, a thought trend, a thinking pattern, which goes on sitting in your own inner space, goes on pulling you down, makes you feel, have self-doubt. You want to do something, but you doubt yourself. You just pull yourself back. Self-hatred, where you carry hatred against you. Self-denial, because of self-doubt and self-hatred, you just deny a possibility for you. Many times, for example, you might have done a very good presentation, but somewhere in your childhood, where your teacher asked you in the class, who is the first president of India? Raise a hand and then loudly say Mahatma Gandhi, which is not the right answer. And the whole class laughs at you. But as a child, you feel so embarrassed. That embarrassed me. Everybody laughs at you and you feel so embarrassed. You just decide, no more I'll stand up and speak up again. It just becomes a conscious decision you would have taken. That might have happened when you were 6 years old. Now you might have become 30 years old. But still, when you are sitting and you, let's say you put up a nice presentation, you are in your board meeting, same child that struggled at that time, the pattern that sat inside you now pops up again. inside of you without even you realizing. And you start feeling inside of you the whole inner space inside of you will start feeling suffocated. You will just not even, you will not even present. You'll just push that presentation to your colleague who will go and present, and he will get all the credits. And you will miss out. You deny your own possibility because of a self-doubt that was instilled inside of you when you were a small child. Now you need to identify that pattern. Are all of you understanding this? Ezekiel, are you getting it? Sit now, identify the incident like that. See, definitely, yeah, each of us carry these kind of patterns inside of us. What I request you is, just see if you are able to identify anywhere, wherever you really want something. It might be, let's say, today since we are learning about relationships. In your relationship with your mother, your friend, sometimes even your boss, anyone, you yourself, if you feel inside of you an impossibility that you carry, look into that impossibility. It will help you identify your parasite. You understanding, Aya? Purna Sukhanandaya, also if you've written down, I request you to start talking to Swamiji's Atmamurti. Yes, Makarin. You have to go for the very first incident and relive that. You're right. Marjian, are you also writing? Mareka Pai. How many of you are writing down? How many of you are understanding? Mankita, are you able to understand? Okay. If any of you still need any help, feel free to ask, because it's an important thing. Once you finish writing, the immediate next step is to first go and talk to Swamiji's Atmamurti, then you can relive and relive. Marjan, go to that very first incident when you started feeling that pain. What caused you that pain? See, I understand throughout you're feeling like that. But somewhere this would have started, right? When you first felt that loneliness, when you first felt that you didn't have her in your life, visit that incident. Check in your own memory, go back inside, look in. You yourself will be able to identify which is that incident. Are you understanding, Majian? If you need help, I can actually help you. I can help you if you want. I can scan you and help you to have a break. If you're not able to identify, please let me know. I can help you with that. You all have finished writing. Please sit, start talking to Atmamurti. Please do the process. So, Ezekiel, good. You're saying you don't feel the impossibility at this moment, but you really do not want to have a blind spot about it. Very good. Understand. Listen carefully. Choose any one relationship. Okay. Whom you have, like choose any of your closest relationships first. What is that incompletion you carry with them? See what kind of pattern you are looking at them as. There'll be a pattern. There'll be some words that we carry against them. See how you are looking at them through that certain pattern throughout. Okay? That will help you to identify if you are talking to yourself in that manner. Okay, yeah? See, now consciously, you know, you're not carrying impossibility with yourself, which is good. Now, look, let's go a little more deep. Which is through, by identifying how we are treating the world outside, how we are holding them, many times that will show to us how we are talking to our own self. Then it will be easy for you to identify. If you can just take any one of your top relationships, look into that and write down. You can post it here. I can help you further with what you need to do next. Okay, Majian, don't worry. Paramashivoham. Majian Lavital. This is what I was able to see. This is what Swamiji is showing to me in my third eye. Somewhere around the age of 3 or 4, I see a grandmother. I think it's your grandmother. And you had one more person, one more young girl. And that girl had her mother with her. And this is like a gathering you're having, like some kind of a family gathering or something like that. And you're not given a particular dress to wear, whereas that kid is able to have that dress. And you feel that you are not having someone to whom you can go and ask, whereas that person is having. And it was an incident that happened around your age of 3 or 4, ma. As far as I'm able to see, it's around the age of 3 or 4, where like I see this in like the building that you are in is like a wooden kind of a building. Like I see a lot of flooring is wooden, or like I see a lot of brown. And I see clearly that you and there's a grandmother. And I see that they are telling something to you where you feel left out, that you don't have your mother next to you. Are you able to relate to this incident now? Please kindly let me know. Ma Ananda Gurun is asking, I'm afraid of making speeches, so I don't like to participate in any meetings or activities that require speeches. I want to give lectures, but I still can't make a breakthrough. It could be that I can't find the events related to my childhood. Don't worry, Ma Ananda Guru Rupini. First thing, what do you feel inside of you? The moment you think of speeches, coming to public, it may not be an incident related directly to any speech. But how do you feel inside you? What is the relationship you are carrying with yourself? Oh wow, Majian has posted, Mom brought me to my grandmother when I was 3 years old and all the sufferings come back. Okay, so that was right. So now you're able to identify that incident? How it was? See, this is what Swamiji is showing through my third eye, right? This is what Swamiji showed to me. And you're also able to relate to that. Now just go back to that incident. See, understand. If Swamiji is revealing this, definitely you'll have a breakthrough, Ma Jian, don't worry. Sit now. You have to go back to that 3-year-old Jian, not who you are now. Forget your identity now. Go back. Relive the exact feeling when she left you. What did you feel? You felt unwanted? You felt unloved? Go back at that time. What were the feelings you had? You will be able to go back. Write down in detail. That will really help you a lot to sit and relive. Ma Ananda Guru Rupini, first I request you to look into where exactly you started feeling low about you inside of you. That feeling, exact feeling that you have when you were supposed to go and stand in front of the public, how you feel. You want to make a presentation, but you just can't. You just cannot do it. Something is seeming to stop you. What is that? Take a few minutes, consciously decide to look in. Swamiji will show that to you. Look into it and then write that down. Then trace into what is that incident that would have happened to you. Alright, now as all of us are doing this completion process, let's now move to the power manifestation session. We are now going to be sitting and doing the power manifestation. Now we are going to do a fun activity. Now, you're going to scan and identify. See, now I was scanning Ma Jian. And I was able to clearly, Swamiji showed to me in my third eye, it was in 3 years of her age. And that's right. She also said, yes, that was when she was 3 years old. Right? Now, like this, each of you are going to be scanning your partners. I request all of you to please pair up within this room. All of you, please pair up with each other. Please identify your partners. Please take a moment. Identify your partners. Have all of you identified your partners? We are going to be scanning them. I request all of you, please pair up inside within the program. Ma Jian Lavital. Now we do this power manifestation. Request all of you, please kindly be on camera. Now do this power manifestation. And during the power manifestation, Swamiji will definitely give each of you the break. See, right now, Ma Jian wanted a help to identify the incident. So now when I just connected to Swamiji, asked Swamiji to reveal the incident. Swamiji revealed in the third eye the exact incident, the precise age and the person. Ma Jian, could you please let me know, have you ever told this to me before? No, right? So I do not know who you are, like, or that whether you grew up with your aunt or your grandmother. I do not. Nor do I know what age you were not with your mother, etc. But Swamiji clearly revealed the age and the person whom you were with and the incident. Am I right? Now, this is all is the power that now all of you are going to be doing. Each of you are going to be scanning your partner. You're going to be identifying. Swamiji will clearly show to you. Understand, you don't need a qualification for this. You don't need anything for this. How many of you are ready to try this power now? Who all want to have a breakthrough with this power? Please raise your hands. Wave me your hands like this. Keep waving. I want to see everybody wave. See only a few of the hands waving. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great. So now please could all of you pair up within yourselves. Anisha and Ankita, you should pair up with different people. Actually, Ma Ankita and Ma Alexandra, why don't you both pair up with each other? Ma Ramani Devi and Ma Anisha, you both can pair up with each other. Ma Ramani Devi, why don't you come on camera? Ma Anisha, Ma Ramani Devi, I request all of you please be on camera. Thank you. Ma Ramani Devi, now you sit down, connect with Swamiji, okay? All of you please sit down, connect with Swamiji. Okay, now you're going to be seeing your partner. I'm going to now disable the focus mode on all your rooms. The focus mode is going to be disabled. I request each one of you, sit now, chant the Mahavakya and actually scan your partner. See them through your third eye intensely and request Swamiji to reveal to you what is the thing that the person is having. Swamiji exactly reveal to you the exact pattern that they are carrying in terms of their relationships, why the conflicts in relationships are happening. Ready? Shall we all do it? Anyone who is not having a partner yet, please let me know. Disabled the focus mode. Now all of you should be able to see each other. Ezekiel Francoya. Now what you have posted, how does that make you feel inside of you? What impact does your mom's issue have inside of you? What do you feel? What is the feeling it leaves you with? Please, could you take a few minutes and identify that? Actually, Aya, why don't you sit now? Decide consciously to connect with Swamiji now. Look through your third eye. Look inside you. Scan your inner space. Swamiji will precisely reveal to you. Right now, you'll identify incident, the pattern, and the solution to come out of that pattern. Sit now. Decide consciously and look in through your third eye. Don't just put this question in your third eye. Don't even logically analyze. Just sit with this one decision. Purna Sukhanandaya is asking, Ma, if I look at people who are weaker than me or have no help and don't want to pay attention to them or interact with them or talk to them, this is a pattern. Purna Sukhanandaya, if this is causing a powerlessness in you, then it is a pattern. If it is not, then it is not a pattern. Because the decision itself is coming out of powerlessness, it is a pattern and you need to be completing with that pattern. See, I don't know how many of you know, Swamiji is giving physical darshan. Purna Sukhanandaya, were you able to listen to the answer? Sorry, I just see you coming. Were you able to listen to the answer? Okay. Why don't both of you, Sarthak Patilaya and Purna Sukhanandaya, you both can pair up with each other? Let's do the power manifestation. You can scan each other's exact thing. See, you will actually be able to see the incident. Swamiji will clearly show to you. This is like, these scanning powers are so easy because Swamiji will just reveal to you. You might even get reference images. You might get some incidents like as if you know. For example, instead of seeing the other person's house, you may be seeing your own house. But just describe as it is coming. You will exactly be describing their house without you even realizing it. So don't worry about what is coming. Just chant Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji, and each of you pair up with each other and you'll be able to see clearly. Are you guys understanding? Are each of you be able to understand? If I need to repeat again, feel free to ask. I can repeat again. If any doubt is there, feel free to ask. Are both of you able to see each other? Purna Sukhanandaya and Sarthak Patilaya. You can give me a thumbs up. Okay. So now start scanning. Chant the Mahavakya and both of you see each other. Intensely look through your third eye. Now, Purna Sukhanandaya, you're going to identify what is the pattern that Sarthak Patilaya is stuck with in terms of relationship. And you should also describe what is the pattern that he is having in his relationship. Now, for example, you're not going to, Sarthak Patilaya is not going to say, okay, these are all my issues with relationships. No. You are going to identify and say, okay, Sarthak Patilaya, this is what is the relationship issues I am seeing. This is the way your relationships are breaking, or these are all the areas where there is a conflict. Purna Sukhanandaya, don't worry. English doesn't matter. If you can actually use translations, Swamiji will reveal to you in the language you understand. He does not talk to our mind. Swamiji talks to our being. Swamiji talks directly to our being in the language our being will understand. So Swamiji is the one who's going to tell you the answer. You put it in a translator, you copy paste it here in the chat. So that Sarthak Patilaya is also able to understand. But you don't worry. You just sit now and do the power manifestation. Sarthak Patilaya, did you also understand? You also now sit, scan Purna Sukhanandaya and identify what type of issues is he having. Great. Please start. All the serving Epita Ejamans, I request all of you also please come on camera. Every one of you, please come on camera. Let us all sit and do the power manifestation. I'm going to now be playing the Mahavakya. Intensely chant, reverberate with the Mahavakya. All of you will be able to do the power manifestation. Swamiji will intensely manifest inside of you now.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Ma Nithyananda, are you able to hear me? Ma Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham.
Okay, why don't you and Ma Ananda Gora Rupini, both of you pair up. Ma Nithyananda, sit, connect to Swamiji now. Don't judge. Don't go based on logic. Okay? Do not use your logic. Just look at what Ma Ananda Gora Rupini has posted in the chat. Okay, she has posted about the stage fear. Sit now, connect to Swamiji. Don't try to think, use your logic or anything. You're going to be looking through your third eye at her request Swamiji to reveal to you the exact incident when she started developing the pattern. What is the pattern? Same way, Mananda Guru Rupini, you do the mind reading and scanning for Nithyananda, identifying the conflict in relationship. Where does it start? What is the type of conflict? Where does it start? Are you understanding? Great. Please start now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Ma Sonia Rao,
Nithyananda
Ma Paurnima and Ma Sonia Rao, both of you can manifest together. Ma Paurnima and Ma Sonia Rao.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda
All of you, please sit and do the power manifestation sincerely.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Whatever is coming to you now in your third eye, even if you feel that it's just a guess maybe, or am I using my logic, don't worry. Just start typing it out.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please sit, type it and post it.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Please relax. Now, I request all of you to please verify with each other. Please verify. Check if what you have scanned is right. Please send it to your partners and check with each other. Ankita, Sankita, right? Ankita, don't have a expectation saying, oh, I should be able to clearly see. Only then I'm seeing. Don't have that expectation. Drop such expectations. Let Swamiji manifest however Swamiji wants to manifest through you. I'm actually seeing, you're actually getting it. But you're trying to deny it, saying, no, 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 that's just my imagination. I had to see, clearly I had to see. Don't have that. Drop that also at Swamiji's feet. Sit now, look through all your three eyes at Ma Alexandra. Right now, just connect to Swamiji. Chant the Mahavakya. Look through all your three eyes at Ma Alexandra. And precisely you'll first get her age. And what is the pattern she's struggling with? Just scan that. You'll be able to see it now. Ma Anisha. Drop the restlessness you're carrying inside of. Sit first. Please sit. Connect to Swamiji. Can I request if you could come see on camera? I only see you through your eyes. Sorry. Manisha, drop the restlessness that's coming up inside it. First and foremost, you don't need to be correct. Okay? you will actually be able to scan and clearly see what is the issue that Ma Ramani Devis actually have. First, you need to get yourself to that Paramashanta space of Swamiji. How just unperturbed, untouched Swamiji is. Remember that immense Paramashanta of Swamiji. Remember that. Sit now. Visualize that form of Swamiji. Because I'm seeing there's some restlessness that's happening in your system. Complete that. Drop it at Swamiji's. Sit visualizing Swamiji in that Paramashanta space. Like the most blissful, peaceful, with the restful awareness. Now, through all your three eyes, look at Ma Ramani Devi. First word that comes in you, write it. You'll exactly see. It doesn't need to even appear. Whatever even comes inside, if you write. Ma Rekha Pai, Ma Jian. What did they stand for each other? Please write it down in the chat. Same way, Ma Ramani Devi, clearly you will be able to see. Don't just say which relationship is good, which relationship is bad. Do not go into that direction. Exactly tell what do you see as a pattern that she is struggling with. You'll actually be able to see that. Oh God, Ma Ananda Guruni and Ma Nithyananda, I can't even breathe. It's like Chinese over here. Try to decode what it is. We both can verify with each other. If you need any help, please let me know. I could help you. Okay. Purnasukhanandaya. First chant Mahavakya. Drop this expectation that you have to feel your Kundalini energy on a third eye. No. It's a subtle energy. Let it come on its own. Swamiji has initiated you. I see very clearly. You have a sweet feeling connection with Swamiji. I have seen this multiple times during darshan and the way you're connecting to Swamiji. You have a sweet feeling connection with Swamiji. That is the secret of power manifestation. Sit now. Connect with Swamiji. Drop your expectation about how the energy flow is supposed to. Who is manifesting through you? Swamiji. Right? Your only thing is to ask Swamiji to reveal to you. Sit now, just look at Sardak Patilaya. You will actually precisely see. I'm actually able to clearly Swamiji showing to me in my third eye. You will be able to see it now and you'll be able to put it. Come on. Chant the Mahavakya. What is the first word you're getting? Okay, please let me know once the translator is back. I could repeat it to you. Sardak Patilaya, you should not be asking, is it your school? Is it this age? Is it that age? Come on, you're not doing a guess game over here. Okay? No one is going to give you marks whether you get it right or wrong. So don't worry about that. Listen, Ayya. Connect with Swamiji. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. Ask Swamiji to reveal to you where exactly he is stuck. Just look through your third eye. Suddenly, some incident will flash inside of you. Write that incident down. Whatever is coming. It's okay. See, you don't need to be right the very first try. But definitely you'll be able to manifest. Okay, now we are going to go into the next session. Let's come back again, and each of you that have not yet manifested, you're going to sit back with the same partner after this session, and then you're going to find each other's pattern. Okay, and if you're not able to find it at time, we will support you. Don't worry. You will be able to find your pattern. You'll be able to find the other person's pattern also. Let's first finish this next session. Swamiji, in this particular session that we are going to be entering in, Swamiji is going to be explaining about a very powerful one. What is true love? What is this true love and real fulfilling relationships even mean? Swamiji is going to be revealing about this very powerfully now. And this will give you a deeper insight and it'll help you in further manifesting this power, scanning and identifying your partner's exact conflict in relationship. Let's now listen to the revelation from Swamiji. Every statement that Swamiji is going to tell is going to be like a very powerful cognition. Like that itself is enough to break all your patterns. So note down if you want. You can actually write down these clicks that you're getting as in when you're getting. Very, very, very powerful session. Let's now listen to the revelation.
Love. Vast, huge ocean. The subject which will taste different from different banks or beaches. It's like an ocean, tastes in different, looks different in different places, feels different in different beaches. This emotion also, you can't even use the word emotion. There is a question here. Is love just another emotion? It is not emotion, it is yen motion. It is the energy which makes motion happen in you towards enlightenment, from enlightenment towards enlightenment. When the glimpse of enlightenment starts in you and motions you towards enlightenment, the ultimate enlightenment, between that period, what you experience is called love. You always show the soft things as the symbol of love because you know only pseudo love. Understand? We always show only the bird feeding the baby bird as the symbol of love, action of love. A rose flower we show as symbol of love. But we never show a banyan tree root, the hanging root, as a symbol of love. Or a lion with a lion cub as a symbol of love, because we know only superficial, pseudo love. Please listen. The core source material is love. Love is Paramashiva. The source material of Paramashiva, the source happening of Paramashiva, the core happening of the cosmos, cause, karana, karya, result, action. The source material, mulya of the karana and karya, Paramashiva, Param, that core is the pure love. Understand? This whole universe is nothing but multiple versions of that core love. That's all. Whether it is the planet Earth, sun, moon, you, the best of your life and worst of your life, best of your perception and worst of your perception, best of your experience, worst of your experience, all are different versions of love. When I utter the word love you, understand you are absolutely loved and protected and safe. Especially if you resonate and feel connected with that word love, when I say love you, I tell you, this extraordinary grounding Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me with his tremendous love made me extremely integrated and very grounded. Listen. Not being grounded is one of the worst suffering modern day humanity is facing. That is why so much of revolt, anger against everything. It's not that people are angry with some political system, economical system, religious system. Everywhere I am seeing people are angry about everything because one of the important thing the modern day humanity is missing is teaching the children to be grounded. Understand? Only after I grew up, I feel grateful to my gurus. The way they grounded me with my integrity. Whether yoga or puja or the right powerful cognitions, the way they grounded me, something extraordinary. I can see same my age boys who grew up in Tiruvannamalai. The difference, the only difference is Arunagiri Yogeshwara grounded me. The extraordinary love and integrity. I tell you, it is not that because he showered love, he did not integrate me. It's not love of spoiling. The modern day parents, when they can't spend time with you, when they can't groom you, train you, be around you, they just give you gifts in the name of love. You also equate gifts to love and love to gifts. This whole habit of gifts is an absolute stupidity. It's a cunning way parents cheat the kids. When you can't spend time with them, groom them, integrate them, in the name of gifts, cheating them. I tell you. I'll really have to tell you. Understand? My gurus gave me love which made me integrated. Please listen. Now I am going to make a very important sacred secret. Going to make a very important statement. Please listen. Now I am going to make a very important statement. Love of the Master enters into you, completes you, fulfills you, and turns back as love for the Master and enlightens you. Listen. Love of the Master enters into you, fulfills you, completes you, turns around and flows as love for the Master and liberates you. Blessed are those who taste love of the Master. Whether it is a benign look, benevolent look, or a serious look of a surgeon. When a surgeon looks at the tumor, remember, he looks at the tumor, not you. Unfortunately, when I look at the tumor, to terrorize the tumor, you mistake I am looking at you. Understand, decide clearly to hate what Master hates, to love what Master loves. In every one of you, there is a part Master loves. Love that part, cherish that part, nourish that part, entertain that part, enrich that part, that will enlighten you. In every one of you, there is one part Master hates. Hate that, destroy it, complete it, drop it. That will be a great liberation for you. So I wanted every one of you to be very clear. The truths I am sharing with you is directly from the inner space of Mahadeva. Please understand, research and development and perfection of these great truths, the way they are lived, the way they are transmitted, the way they are contemplated, the way they are listened, this perfection, the research and development and the perfection has happened in a great loving space of Mahadeva. In the love of the Master, all these teachings become part of your very bioenergy. Love of the Master is from the space of bioenergy, pure Kundalini Shakti, unpolluted. So naturally that awakens your Kundalini Shakti, your core opens up. The story of Bhatmapada, one of the great disciples of Adi Shankaracharya, proves clearly, just by the feeling connection with him, feeling connection to Adi Shankara, he has mastered the nature. He was so powerfully in tune with the nature. He was so beautifully in sync with the nature. You may not know the story. There was a great disciple of Adi Shankara who is not that intellectually capable, but highly devoted, dedicated, integrated to the Master, integrated to his disciplehood. One day he went to wash the clothes of the master to the other banks of the river. He was washing there. Some of the other disciples of Shankara were discussing and they were making fun of Bhatmapada. What is this? This fellow is all the time washing the clothes and cleaning. Did he come here to become a laundryman? If he is not learning any scriptures and not studying, contemplating, when is he going to get enlightened, master the nature, Prakriti, life? Shankara was just laughing. He may be little less capable in intellectual way, but he is an amazing, intelligent being who is doing what needs to be done first, who is putting first things first. Shankara wanted to show this to other disciples. So he just sits up and calls from where he is, Bhatmapada, please come. Actually, he uses the word first time, Bhatmapada. Earlier his name was different. He just calls his disciple. The moment master called, the disciple forgot everything. He just starts walking on the river. On the river, oh God, now I have to protect him. When somebody is in such a deep space of trust with the whole cosmos, master is a representation of the whole cosmos. I cannot allow him to suffer, I cannot let him down. So the river just makes lotus flowers and holds his feet wherever he puts his feet. Please understand, lotus will never happen in the river because river is flowing water. It happens only in ponds, stable water. But here, river produces the lotus and holds his feet when he walks and makes him cross the river. Usually, people will be anxious when they cross the river. Maybe first time, a river would have been anxious when a person is crossing the river. That she has to safely reach him the other side. Because every step is held by a lotus. He was called Bhatmapada. Shankara demonstrates to all his disciples the need for the loving space for the transmission of the Advaitic truth to happen, because your birth itself has happened when you denied the self, Advaita. Something that deep which is able to make you assume a human body and broken mind can't be transcended unless you trust somebody more than your human body and broken mind. The moment you start the completion process, the Guru's grace has started happening in your life. Please understand. Your self-effort brings Guru's grace. Guru's grace brings more self-effort. Guru's grace inspires you to start the completion process. Completion makes more Guru's grace flow in your life. It is virtuous circle. You might have heard the word only vicious circle. Now I am introducing a new word, virtuous circle. Love of the master enters into you and inspires you to do the completion process. Then it turns as love for the master. When the Guru's grace enters into you, it starts moving you towards completion process. When you start the completion process, automatically the more Guru's grace enters into you. Please understand, don't ever be afraid. Don't say, oh God, I have so much incompletion. How can I ever think I can complete and rewrite my future? When a fire starts burning the trees, not only the forest reduces, the strength of the fire gets added. So when you start doing completion, you may have 10,000 incompletions in front of you. But when you do even one completion, two completion, all the completed thoughts will become power of you. Not only enemy is reducing, friend is increasing. Opposite army is reducing, your army is increasing. The pattern of completing with incompletion becomes your strength. When you start walking or running, day one, don't start thinking, how can I run the marathon of 50 kilometers? First start running 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer. The stamina your body builds, that will take care that you run 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers. Completion with life is eternal love. Please understand. With anybody you feel complete, don't think the person is completing you. Your completion is making that person beautiful. Please listen. What I am talking is a very important point. If you see somebody and you are in love and you feel complete, be very clear. That person has no role in your completion experience. Because of your completion, the person looks more greener than the green itself, more rosier than the rose itself, more beautiful than the beauty itself. Completion is the state where you rest in awareness. You always rest in unconsciousness, but with completion, you rest in awareness. You rest in peace. You rest in your existence. You rest in you.
all situations, crisis, whatever we face in life. Swamiji is defined what is really true love mean. Fulfilling relationship means every relationship which reminds you again and again, gives you the experience of that oneness. That is fulfilling relationship. Swamiji very beautifully explains. Normally, all of our relationships it starts from the other person's anahata. It comes from the anahata. Sorry, it comes from the mooladhara, and it goes to the other person. It just becomes like a zero, like a it just becomes like a conflict.
Very powerfully, Swamiji actually explains how the love between the normal two people starts from one's Mooladhara, enters inside another person's Mooladhara, and goes back above, awakening all the chakra, and flows back as love for the person. So it's like a circle that happens. But a love between the master and the disciple starts from the master's third eye. It enters inside you, awakens all your chakras, flows back as love for the master, and goes back to the master. This forms like the shape of infinity, which is why the master's love is infinite. Fulfilling relationship means every relationship which reminds you again and again and again, gives you the experience of that oneness, is a fulfilling relationship. Every time you remember a relationship, and that relationship brings you tremendous fulfillment of being in the space of oneness. Understand, sometimes the relationship might also be like where the person might be ferocious with you, that person might go on telling you, but end of the day, if that person makes you remember your oneness, puts you back again and again and again into the space of oneness, then that relationship is a fulfilling relationship. How many of you are understanding so far? So far, how many of you are catching this? What is a fulfilling relationship? Are all of you understanding that? Great. Now, this fulfilling relationships, true love, fulfilling relationships is a birth.
And understand, whenever we experience a real love, actually today we'll be having an amazing session relation on what is true love is. But we are preparing ourselves for that session. Paramashiva's relationship with Paramashiva Shakti represents this exact principle. Swamiji's relationship with all of represents this ultimate principle, because Swamiji tells beautifully, all relationships in life always has a give and take. Always. Standard. Unfortunately, that's how humanity has become. Now tell me one thing. All of us, even you may think the relationship of a mother, the relationship of a son, the relationship of a daughter, even all of them, we always have a certain give and take. Is it not? How many of you are able to relate to it? Raise your hands. How many of you are able to see that? But even if you think, oh, mother and child relationship is the most sacrificing, but even in that, there is a certain amount of expectation that is there. Correct? Our mother expects, okay, let my child give something back to me. It's not wrong. By nature, we're all like that. Correct? Now imagine if you are having a relationship with your, let's say your spouse. What do? We say, okay, I'm giving my time to the person I love, my spouse. So he or she should give his attention to me, his love. You want to give something only when you know you are going to get something back. Right? It could be psychological support, it could be physical support, it could be anything. Why are you in a relationship with your colleague or your boss? Because they give you money. Your time is there. For them, your time is money. For you, your relationship with them is also gaining some economic support.
See,
Correct?
understand one thing. You may feel, no, I don't always see like that. Right. Because mostly consciously we may not be calculating and having the relationships with people like that. We only want to experience fulfillment. We only want to have good relationships in our life. Not that every time we expect something from it. That's what we usually think, right? But look in deep inside. There is a give and take continuously happening. There is something where you go on feeling like something should be, what can I get out of this? What can I get out of this? So, for the purpose of this assignment, take any one relationship where you want to experience true love with that person, but you're currently facing conflicts. Now, we're going to be showing you this slide. I think already all of you have seen. Pen down answers to these 5 questions. Take that one relationship. Now, in the last round, some of you had said, right, I'm going to, like, for example, your spouse or your mother, your father, take any one relationship with whom you want to experience fulfillment, but right now you have a lot of conflicts. The questions are, what do you feel about you when you are with that person? What do you feel about you when you're away from that person? It's not about what the other person tells about you. It's not to do anything with that other person. It is to do with how you feel in the presence or absence of that person. Clear? Third question, how do you show you to that person? How do you think that the person is perceiving you? How do you perceive that person? These are the 5 questions. I request all of you to please take a few minutes and please type it down. Please write it down. Write the answer for these 5 questions. Please start. Which is the top relationship each of you are choosing? I request all of you to please put it in the chat. Which relationship are you going to choose? Which one are each of you going to be choosing? Any one relationship. Just choose one and do this exercise. Premata is spouse. Okay, good. Mother. Good. Kerin, mother. Anisha and Ankita, father. Good. All the others, please post. Purna Sukhanandaya. Are you able to hear me now? Is your Chinese translation available? If you are able to hear me, please let me know. Sardak Patil, friend. Good. Okay. Purna Sukhanandaya. See, you're clutching 2 things. First thing, understand, Swamiji loves you. That is the only reason again and again and again. Somehow, Swamiji gets you to the right sessions at the right time. He makes it happen for you. Do not clutch an external situation to your intention. Do not do like the statement you're saying. Whenever I seem to care, somehow this goes wrong always. You're clutching and generalizing and creating a new new pattern. Do not do that. Don't worry. First, if you want help, you can ask, and we can also fix that side, like the translation side. But do not clutch, because you're creating a new incompletion inside of you. We can address that as a problem by itself, but do not ever put yourself down because there's an external conflict. Are you understanding? I'll repeat again what I was telling you earlier. I can repeat again, so you don't worry. If you're able to understand now, if you have the translation available, please let me know. I can repeat again what I was telling you earlier. I know you had missed it because of the translation error. But now if you're able to understand, you're able to have the translation, please let me know. I will repeat it again for you.
Actually, I just wanted to add one thing here. All of our experience, understanding, all of the acts that we let ourselves is always very, very closely associated to all relationships. So what happens? It's like all of us carry a book. You want someone to up as the best father, and you want your wife to sign you off as the best husband. You want your mother to sign you off son. We all carry this book of approval. Same thing, even the other person carries the same book of approval. It's not only us. Now, if you are expecting your son to sign you off as a best father, your son is expecting you to sign him off as a best son. We all live on these approvals and all of this, and we become so it starts having many conflicts because we try to always I'm doing so much. If you many times we hear this, right? I'm doing so much for the other person, but the other person doesn't acknowledge at all. I'm taking out so much time for the other person doesn't consider. We build so many incompletions like this. This exercise will help you understand what real love is.
Okay, are all of you writing down? Purna Sukhanandaya, I'm just going to be repeating what I had told you earlier. See, first and foremost, I saw in the answer that you had put earlier when you were scanning, do not focus on how the Kundalini energy is flowing inside of you. Where is it flowing? It is not you who is manifesting. It is Swamiji who is flowing through you and manifesting. First thing, understand Swamiji loves you and you have a deep feeling connection with Swamiji. I've seen that multiple times, you coming, sitting sincerely for the sessions, sitting and participating in the darshans. Understand that love that you have for Swamiji, the connection, feeling connection you have. That is a secret for power manifestation. Focus only on letting that flow through you more and more. Don't worry if something is not appearing. It's actually you're able to see, you're denying that possibility because you feel like I have to see in the HD image. It should be clearly in this frame, within this way, in this manner. I should be able to see it in front of my third eye. Like this, we have our own definitions. That is what is stopping you. Okay? And do not feel incomplete or worried about I'm not able to get this error is happening, that error is happening. Don't clutch. Just remember, Swamiji loves you. That shall be your powerful cognition. From that, you will see the power manifestation will start. Okay? All of you sit down. Authentically, please write this. How do you feel? Just answer these 5 questions. If you're finished, please let us know that you're done. First, what do you feel about you when you're with that person? What do you feel about you when you're away from that person? How do you show you to that person? How does that person perceive? See, all these 5 questions are answered authentically. Make sure that each of these questions are answered authentically. And sit and see in these 5 answers wherever conflicts, contradictions, incompletions are there. Please sit, look intensely, analyze the answers you've written down. Who all have finished writing? If you're 5 questions. If you're finished writing, please let us know. If you need help, feel free to ask. Okay, see a question. My daughter, when I'm with that person, I feel inadequate as a parent. When I'm away from her, I feel worried. I show myself to her by talking to her from my heart and being honest. I think she perceiving me as controlling mother. I perceive her as a moody teenager.
Actually, Ma, it's a very beautiful point that you have posted. Now, listen very carefully. Swamiji tells, identifying this conflict when you are with that person, what you feel. When you are away from that person, what you feel. There's a conflict, right? You feel one way when you're with that person, you feel another way when you're away from that person. Now, you have to actually go back and address what is causing that conflict. Inside you, what exactly is impacting you? Alexandra Choran, see, you feel like inadequate as a parent. Why? What makes you feel that way? Maybe that person is not, the daughter is not listening, or maybe not able to get through your opinions to her. Actually, look in, identify what is causing that conflict. Same way, when you are away from her, you feel worried. Again, go back and look in. What is that conflict? You will actually see both are coming from the same source, both of which is incompletion. See, Ma, whether you are trying to stop a person or let go of a person, if that comes from incompletion, it is wrong. When even if you take an action, a ferocious action, it is out of love. When it is out of complete, it is love. So you're saying, I think it is that need for approval that Swamiji mentioned. The child wants child, the parents wants to be the best parent. Yes. And both of you, the issue is both of you carry this. And both of you are exchanging this constantly this trade agreement between the two. So relationship becomes business. When that one side of the party is not giving what the other side of the party wants, there's an incompletion. There's an unfulfillment in that relationship. Actually, if you see Swamiji, Swamiji has all the relationships, all the disciples. So many of us, Swamiji is our lives, right? And many times we have our mood swings, we go through the ups and downs, we say, Swamiji will give us powers, we say, Swamiji, I'm able to manifest power, I'm not Paramashivoham at all. Still, there is nothing for Swamiji to gain. If you see his descent on planet Earth, other than humanity giving back attacks, humanity has not given anything to Swamiji. There's nothing for him to gain. But he comes down. That is pure compassion. Of course, only avatar feels that kind of a compassion. But what I'm saying is, if you see the principle of compassion, if you meditate on this principle of compassion that Swamiji creates, you will start having enriching based relationships. Right now, you're saying, right, the moment your daughter does not listen to you, it is causing what in you? It is causing a powerlessness in you. You feel you're inadequate. You feel like, I'm not able to control my own daughter. So what happens? Even if you tell her from that powerlessness, you go and tell her, hey, no, I'm not going to allow you to go for your trip. It is become controlling. You may not genuinely have that as the agenda, but because you're having that powerlessness, immediately your action that you're taking is coming from what context? You're saying, oh, I feel I'm inadequate as a parent. I'm able to control my 10-year-old daughter? No, I need to go and stop her now. Just for you to satiate that part of powerlessness in you, you go and take step from incompletion. What happens? Naturally, she tells, oh, my mother is controlling me. Are you understand? You catch and complete this conflict. Alexander, write this down. The conflict between these two. Write it down and complete. Automatically, you will see the shift, the amazing shift you will see. It will bring in your relationship with your daughter.
Understand? Now, the 5 questions that you have answered, make sure you're answering important things. Sit and see in these 5 answers wherever the conflicts, contradictions, incompletions are there. Pen them down. Look back how these incompletions were developed. and relive those incompletions within you. First, let's understand what does this word incompletion mean. See, the conflicts, contradictions you have, how you feel about you, but how you project you to that person. Understand, Swamiji is not saying, oh, you feel something inside you, project exactly like that. Because Swamiji is saying, even the way we carry us, project yourself to you, that itself has fundamental factual errors. Swamiji is saying, first bring completion into the way you feel about you. There's a lot of incompletions, factual errors, the way you feel about you. Relive all the incompletion memories, the way you feel about you, and relive. And let these 5 be aligned to each other. The way you feel about you when you're alone, the way you feel about you when you are with that person, the way you project you to the other person, the way other person understands you, and the way you understand the other person. Let these 5 be brought to completion, to sync to oneness. Whatever contradictions, incompletions you have in these 5 answers, dig out these incompletions, how these incompletions came, what are the patterns, incidents, when did you develop these incompletions? How many of you understand? I'll give you an example of this non-alignment. When, let's say, when you're alone without that person, you may be frightened, shivering, victim mentality. But when you're with the other person, you may be showing yourself as very courageous, confident. Now understand, Swamiji is not telling, okay, now from now onwards, show that to the other person that you're frightened. No, understand? You're not expected to show the, oh yes, look, actually I'm frightened. No. Neither you should have a contradiction, nor you should show exactly like this is what, because the way we cognize ourselves, if you are cognizing yourself as frightened, victimhood, that itself has a problem. Because that itself is not accurate. How many of you are understanding this part? If you're understanding this, this is a very important part. This is the crux of the whole thing. If you're understanding this, please put yes in the chat. You don't need to show yourself to that other person as victim, frightened. No. Complete with that victim mentality, frightened mentality, fear mentality. Bring completion into you. Show yourself as a complete being. Take responsibility for what he or she feels about you. Decide to have the right possibility and completion with you and with him. This is what Swamiji says as aligning. Wherever you feel you're stuck, you're feeling there is non-alignment, dig deep. Why this pattern started growing in me? When did I start growing this pattern? Remember those incidents and pendulum. Relive and relieve those patterns. Let those incidents and patterns lose power over you. This exercise needs to be done along with the other person, at least for the next 11 days. You may have a question, what if the other person does not want to do or talk to me or do this completion, does not believe in it? Don't worry, you are capable enough to bring completion in the other person. Completion is the one process that you can do for the other person because it is based, rooted on the experience of oneness. You do this process for 11 days and bring completion with you. You will see simply the other person will recognize the space of completion you're carrying. I want to share a small incident. First time when I got to know about completion. I have shared this earlier also because this is like a very strong incident for me. When first time when I learned this science of completion was when I joined Gurukul newly. And there was another kid. We both used to keep getting into conflict with each other. One day, It was like I was about to go to sleep. That time, one other Balasan came and asked me, hey, why don't you just try completion? Instead of getting into conflict with her, try this completion. I asked her what completion was. So that Balasan explained to me what it was. And I sat and while sleeping itself, I did the completion within myself, did relieving however I felt, what was the cognitions in me. I was completing them. I remember like even in dream also I'm sitting and completing. Then the next morning, till that day, that kid did not ever speak to me. We used to keep being in conflict mode. So she never will come. If I go there, she'll go away. But the next day, when I was going for doing puja, she ran and came and hugged me and she said, I don't know why I feel so complete with you. And I bought this whole plate of puja flowers, these flowers that you like, so that you can offer to Swamiji during puja. I was so like, that was my first ever experience of completion. I hadn't spoken one word to that girl. I didn't go from my side to go and complete with her at all. That the previous night, the completion process I did within me, next day, Swamiji made it as even that kid felt so complete with me. This completion process is so powerful. It will impact not just you. By the completion space you are in, it will be so powerful, it will impact the other person also. So please sit now, authentically do this process.
Each of you sincerely sit. See, do not try to flip, do not try to say, oh, maybe I don't think like that. No. Sit, identify all the conflicts, contradictions, incompletions. Intensely sit and relive. Just one, like how one of the participants had posted, like that I request every one of you to identify the conflicts. We all face it. It could be in any relationship. Don't think like, oh, I have a very sweet relationship with my spouse. No. Every relationship has a conflict at multiple levels. Sometimes it might be explicit, sometimes it might not be. So, and identify that sincerely. See the exact thing, what you're facing, the exact conflict, write it down.
Please write it down. I request everyone, I see some of you closing your eyes and sitting. Please write it down. Sit and write it first, and only then you'll be able to recognize it. Identify the contradictions and write where the contradictions are. Okay, so Sarthak Patilaya has posted, I can't remember where I got this, when I got these incompletions. First, were you able to identify the incompletion here? Have you identified what incompletion it is? See, okay, your friend. When you're with your friend, write down who is a very close person, like whom you really love. Okay? With them, answer these 5 questions. And then, when you're with that person, you show yourself in a certain manner. You feel about you in a certain manner. You show yourself in a certain manner. Let's say that you show yourself as a very daring person, courageous person, loving person, friendly person, or intelligent person. But when you're alone, away from that person, away from your friend, you might be going through a different inner image. You might be feeling very low, victimhood, or probably you're feeling like, oh, I'm a dumb person, I just don't know things, I'm a failure, I'm a loser, because usually these kind of words run inside us, right? Now, I just want you to, I request if you could please put what is that you're able to see as that incompletion which you're struggling with? Meaning, what kind of thought currents are running inside of you? Have you identified that? Were you able to identify that? You don't need to put what it is here. I just want to know if you have been able to identify that. You identified? Okay, wonderful, Aya. Now, can you trace back and see this feeling that you have? I'm not asking about the incompletion you have with the other person that you're changing and showing. No, it's not about how there's a difference between your inner image and outer image. That understood, but do not bring that here. The inner image you're feeling now, when you're alone, how you feel about you, right? That inner image, that feeling, just try to remember back from how long have you been carrying this feeling about you? When was the first time that you remember? See, the first incident might have been at the age of, let's say, 5. But you remember, let's say, at the age of 10. Oh, my teacher told me this, or my friend did this to me, or this is what happened to me. Can you just remember that incident? When was the first time you had this experience? Are you able to recollect? Okay, Ma Alexandra Choran, I also see your message. I see the incompletion as contradiction between how I behave with what I think of myself and believe. I think I developed this incompletion when my husband left me and I felt desperate to be the best mom ever. I believe that if I meditate on compassion for myself, I'll be able to come to completion and be more consistent in my relationship with my daughter. First thing, Ma Alexandra, really appreciate your openness and your wanting to really complete that. I really appreciate that intention. One thing, it's not about your husband, it's not about your daughter. Okay, have you identified how you feel inside you about you? I'm not talking about the other person. When you're alone, what do you feel inside of you? Are you able to identify that? Can you identify that for me? Please take a few minutes. Sit and identify that. What is that feeling you're having? Once you're able to identify that feeling now, just trace back. When did you first experience that feeling of you inside you? Identify that incident. It is even deeper. It's much earlier than your husband, everything. Sit now and identify that.
And as each of you are finishing, I request all of you to share if you are done. So we all can move forward.
That is okay. Sarthak Patalaya is posting. I can remember, but I don't know whether that was the first one. That is okay. Don't worry. Don't worry if that was the first one or not. But that's the earliest one you are able to remember, right? Let's go back to that incident, Aya. Sit now. Write down clearly, vividly, what exactly happened as per your memory. Whatever you remember, the version you remember, write that down. Clearly write that down. Go back to that same memory. Okay, and relive that memory inside. You're going to sit with yourself, relive that incident. Like to bring completion inside. Now consciously decide to be complete. Show yourself as a complete being to yourself and to the other person. From that completion space, take responsibility for what he or she feels about. Decide to have the right possibility and completion with that person. Clear? Are all of you clear with this step? This is the next step. Once you sit complete, see, this needs to be done for the next few days. Sit and do this. Sadhak Patilaya, you'll actually see something more earlier would open up for you. I request all of you to make a note of this now, since it's already getting time. We have a lot of very interesting sessions today. We're going to be learning the further ones. So we are going to now be moving into the power manifestation. But make a note of this. I request all of you to do this process. It's very powerful. How many of you are enjoying the program so far? Are all of you enjoying today?
Actually, today is one of the best days of the program because Swamiji is like very, very practical aspects of our life. Like literally today you can see the change. If you do the completion, you are discovering a relationship completely in a different perspective, like you've never seen it before. So that is what Swamiji is like guide all of us through through these processes and initiations and the powerful cognitions we are learning today. And I'm more excited for what's coming on further because after we prepare ourselves with this basic completion and understanding, the next truths that Swamiji is going to be revealing to us is all going to be mind blowing. So get ready. We're all having an amazing day today. Okay, now let us all enter into manifesting powers. Listen very carefully. We have worked on understanding about how the completion, the true love, okay? We are going to do a very, very interesting power manifestation now, okay? How many of you have heard about the power of telepathy? How many of you have heard about it or seen that one person thinks the other person will be able to do it? Actually, this power that all of you are going to understand, the power of oneness. When you say one, actually, Swamiji, a very beautiful incident from the life of Swami Vivekananda, where one day he is in deep samadhi, okay? He is sleeping and he gets up and he says, I'm having intense pain in the right side of my shoulder. I'm not able to bear it. It is too intense. So immediately the sannyasis are all wondering to do, like Swami Vivekananda is having the pain, and they all try to rush and do something. Swami Vivekananda says, no, you can't do anything to this body of the pain. On this side of the country, on the right side of the country, there is some natural that is happening. Please go and attend to it immediately. The disciples are shocked. And actually, they find out in the news, and exactly as Swami Vivekananda had revealed, on that side of the country, there was a huge earthquake and flood, because of which a large amount of population were disturbed. Immediately, the sannyas went for the relief work, and Swami Vivekananda paid. It's a very beautiful incident. Actually, understand our ability to connect with the universe is directly related to the completion we have within ourselves. Same way, many times you have heard the concept, right? Where if you're, how many of you have had this experience where your best friend, you're thinking about something, and even before you can tell that person something, that person catches it. How many of you have had this experience? Like you're going to tell something to your friend or your sister or your spouse, and immediately they catch it. How many of you have had this experience? Yes, I see Ma Saroj Ablush. I think that's your daughter. Someone's waving. Nithyananda. Nithyanandam. Wave an answer to the question. Have you had the experience? You can post the name in the chat, Ma. Very nice to see her attending. How old is she? Anisha is saying, I have had that many times with her. You know, Anisha, why that happens? See, there is something called the frequency. Actually, thoughts are more infectious than cold. The moment if someone around us has a thinking which is incomplete, that depression attracts us also to that. But if someone is intensely blissful, right, bliss is powerful than depression. So your bliss will influence the other person to experience that bliss. That's when we are Swamiji, what we experience suddenly so much joy. We don't know why we are happy. We are so happy seeing Swamiji. Now, when you and the person in front of you come to the same frequency called completion, both of you come to the space of oneness, where anything you create as a thought inside you reaches the other person. Oh, that was Mila. Okay, Ma Saroj Aplush, you can bring Mila also to sit. She's only 14 years old. That's very nice. If she's interested, you can get her also to sit. I saw her listening to the session and waving her hands. So have her also sit. She'll also learn and start manifesting powers. Okay, so now Anisha, listen very carefully. Whenever you're saying, right, many times you're going to tell something, Ankita will catch it. Or maybe someone is telling something and you have a thought in your head. The same thought even Ankita will have. Actually, this is completion, the science of completion, where whenever the both of you come into the same frequency, the same way, and you're at space of completion, that oneness happens. So immediately your thoughts reflect on the other person. Now we are all going to manifest. Actually, Anisha, sit with Ankita now. I'll explain both of you how you should do. Both you can write down an action. Let's say, okay, Ankita, I want you to go and pick up a glass of water. You're not going to tell it to her. You're not even verbally communicate to her. Just see her. Same way, Alexandra, if you have your daughter, do it right now with her. Just call her like a fun game. It will take 10 minutes of her time. Just call her and make her sit with you. Just do it. Start it like a game, okay? The power all of you are going to be doing. Listen very clearly, all of you. The power you're all going to be manifesting is you're going to be writing down the action, ma Virupaksha or ma Jian. You all can connect with each other within the room also, within here, Purna Sukhaya, everyone. But it's important that you're seeing the other person for this. Can I request of you to come on camera? Ma Anasuya, ma Kareen, Amit Vyahutaya, ma Lita Sege, Manja Devarne. Listen, for this power, it's important that you're in the camera. I'll tell you the exact process. Nithyananda Ma Yoga Jnana. Okay, listen, very simple. What you're going to be doing is you're going to be picking one partner. First thing, I'll give you an example. Let's say Ma Ista. Let's say you are manifesting with Ma Kareem. Okay, so what you're going to do is Ma Ista, you're going to write an action. You're going to say, okay, Ma Kareem, I want you to go and maybe I want you to clap your hands and write a piece of paper and keep down. Now, intensely inside you, come to the space completion. Actually, Ma Kareem will feel like, oh, you're to tell her to clap her hands, clap her hands. It is possible, it's a science. The whole thing is when both of you come to the same wavelength and frequency, both of you will start catching each other's. Are all of you under this power? Are all of you understanding the science behind this power? If you're all understanding, can I request all of you to wave your hands? Yes, thank you, Ma Hedishla. Okay. Ma Agamapriya, did you understand also? Good. Ajan, Virupaksha, have you all understood? Ankita and Anisha, both of you understood? Okay. Yes, I see your hands. Ma Alexandra? Ma Prematavasi, Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, Ma Nitya Naresha. Okay. Ma Saru, good only. Okay, great. Now sit. Actually, get her. Tell her you just want to try this game. Okay, get her, make her sit with you. Do it. You write an action. 10 minutes of her time. Ask her to come and have a small game. It is actually possible. Explain the science. Actually bring her. I'll explain the science. Let her sit you. She can receive the initiation. She'll be able to manifest. But you're already here. You can start manifesting. Get it and make us sit next to you. I'll explain the science. 10 minutes. It will be an interesting game. Karen, you can post in the chat. The folk mode is temporarily off, so you all can see each other. Maybe you can connect with my Agamaria, whoever is available. My Jian, you can connect with my Virupaksha. My Yoga Jnana is there. Can I request each of you connect? My Jnana Pradani, my Herishla, my Anandeshwari. Come on. Can all of you connect a partner? It is okay. Then my Alexandra, I'll do one. Ma Purnima, are you there? No? Ma Purnima, Ma Sonia Rao, Ma Purnima, and Priyadarshini Chakravarti. Can I ask all of you to please come on camera, please? Okay. Anisha, Ankita, why don't you both do one? Along with you both manifesting, why don't you also manifest with Ma Alexandra? Listen very carefully, all three of you. You can communicate, Ma Alexandra, you can transmit an action you want Anisha to do. Anisha, you can communicate to Ankita, and Ankita, you can communicate back to Ma Alexandra. All three of you sit now. Write down in a piece of paper. It should be, it could be anything, it could be something different. And first, all three of you chant Mahavakya and come to the same frequency. When you chant Mahavakya, we're all tuned into these frequencies. So we're all coming at the same wavelength, the same frequency. Now, all of you chant the Mahavakya, write down an action that you want your partner to take. Intensely chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham.
Start intensely connect, chant the Mahavakya, and you just need to complete that action. That's all.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Please continue manifesting.
Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now relax.
Paramashivoham.
You can verify with your partner.
Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham.
Let us manifest the same one more round next. You will start catching it further and further. Okay? Alright. Now we're all going to be entering into the next session where we understand about how you can discover oneness in your relationships.
Understand? People cognize relationship in various shades. Sometimes monogamous, sometimes polygamous, sometimes complete celibacy, sometimes complete suppression, not celibacy, suppression, sometimes over expression, over sexed, various shades. First thing I want to tell you, I am not going to tell you what is right, what is wrong, what you should do, what you should not do. No. I am going to tell you cosmic constitution, what Paramashiva wants, how he looks at the shades of relationships, like a rainbow shades. How he looks at the whole shades. That's all I'm going to tell you. Understand? Listen very carefully. Because I don't want to say something is right, something is wrong. Because it all depends upon the natural selection you have done, your body has done. Understand? You are totality of your body and consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. That is what Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, cosmic constitution describes you. Chit Jata Granthi. The conscious decisions of your Anma, soul, natural selections of your body, DNA, these two overlapping on each other, forming a knot is you. Now, this conscious decision and natural selection, these two, how it is matching, overlapping, decides whether you are going to be a celibate, suppressed, monogamous, just having one or two affairs outside your legitimate relationship, or polygamous. All that is going to be decided by these two overlapping. Your conscious decision process and your natural selection DNA. Listen. Just because every one of you have a human body, do not think you are all human beings. This generalization is the worst crime done against you. Each one of you are unique because your conscious decision process is not measured by any so-called rational scientific methodology till now. Only the natural selection, DNA evolution, natural selection is studied. Only that part is studied and understood. Understand? Just because The science has not yet evolved to study something. You trying to deny that is a mediocre mentality. Be very clear. Do not accept authority. Blind faith on so-called rational system. Listen. Blind faith on so-called rational system and bowing down to the authority of the rationality never allows you to see the reality. Please understand. Before even the science was catching up with the reality, reality was reality. If you have taken the body from animal to human being first time, now only you have done the natural selection process and jumped into the human body. Naturally, your senses will need too much of support from the external inspiration, like a lot of quantity of food will be required, lot of sights pleasure, lot of music pleasure, lot of smell pleasure, lot of touch pleasure, lot of sexual pleasure. Too much is needed to keep yourself engaged, entertained, alive. And if you are denied of all that, you will be depressed. That's a problem. You will be depressed. So I don't want to say what is right, what is wrong. I don't want to give you a kind of a generalized solution. I will reveal the sacred secrets Paramashiva reveals. If you have already done the survival, means the natural selection process, more and more means from animal body you took the jump to human body. In the human body you lived few births and you have done a lot of conscious decision and more natural selection, and you evolved your system. Suddenly, listen carefully, too much of shadow of conscious decision gets embedded into your natural selection process, and you develop something called Divya Sarira, light body, which reduces your sensual needs drastically to keep you alive and excited. Means, if your Divya Sarira develops more and more, with less input from the external world, you will be more alive, joyful, excited, inspired, radiating. You may not need sense pleasures to keep you alive and active. Now, you need to look in and see where you are standing in your natural selection process and where you want to go using your conscious decision power. Natural selection is not prison if you know to use conscious decision. If you don't use conscious decision, the natural selection DNA you evolved can be a prison. Understand? If you know how to get out of a room, that room is a room for you, not prison. If you don't know how to get out of a room, then that room itself is a prison for you. Understand? 5 times planet Earth has gone through complete extinction. But life comes back. That life you are carrying inside. That life you are carrying inside. Understand? That life flourishes manifests, raises its frequency, rules life by more and more conscious decisions and powerful cognitions. That is the greatest asset you can gather when you are a baby, when you are growing up. That is the best asset. I should say that is a fundamental right for all human beings. I have a small video. I wanted all of you to see a video called Cosmic Eye. Then I'll explain. Understand, knowing the telescopic and microscopic reality of you, self, God, Ishvara, Jagat, universe, makes you make right decisions about relationships. Understand? Don't think I'm giving an impractical solution for your simple day-to-day problems. No. No band-aid solution can help you in your relationships. You think just a plastic smile can help you completely be happy with your family and relationships? No. Your core need to cognize powerful cognition. Only then your attitudes and understanding about you and life will get matured. Maturity means having the telescopic and microscopic vision, clarity, powerful cognition about everything you are handling in your life. Everything you are handling in your life, having telescopic and microscopic vision, is what I call enlightenment. When you know life cannot be destroyed, you know nothing can touch you, you will start loving and being compassionate with everyone. You can't destroy me, so I am compassionate and loving to you. You are not a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for you. From that powerful cognition, when you love, that's a real love. Understand, whether love or life or laughter or dance, everything has to be from powerful cognition. The shades of relationship is decided by the conscious decision process. Decide to use the conscious decision process to break free from the DNA you developed by natural survival. Whatever expression you do from the truth you are consciousness, sparkle of Paramashiva, whatever you manifest from this truth is relationship. Everything else, whatever you manifest from the idea you are a body or just mind, just emotion, will all be only situationship, not relationship. Listen intensely. These two words are the key words. Relationship, situationship. The inner understanding, the core understanding about you. If you have the understanding, you are consciousness. You are manifestation, sparkle of Paramashiva. From that space, whatever you build, you manifest. Whether you move towards food or seeing, listening, touching, sexual relationship, anything. Whatever you manifest from the space you are Paramashiva, It will all be a relationship, amazing relationship. All relationships are good for you because from the move, from the space, you are Paramashiva. When you move towards anything, you will only experience oneness. You will only manifest more good. Understand? From the space you are Paramashiva, even if you eat, that food will become one with you and you will become one with that food. You will bless the food and the food will bless you. You will do good to the food and food will do good to you. It will all be amazing, auspicious relationship. I am giving the example of food, whether food or any sense, listening, smelling, seeing, touching, including sexual relationship. If you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, if you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, including sexual relationship, all will be auspicious, lead to more and more oneness. This beautiful Ardhanarishwara will be your experiential reality. Ardhanarishwara is the pure manifestation of the cosmic union, Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. From the space you are Paramashiva. When you operate, you are literally living God. Not God-man, living God. Understand? Anything you do from the idea you are a body, you are mind, it will all be just situationship. Do not expect any relationship started with the idea you are just a body and mind to be a permanent relationship in your idea, in your life. Even the word relationship is wrong. Everything you do from the idea you are body and mind is just situationship. So don't blame the situations, other person, anything. You are trying to get milk, cow milk from chicken, from hen. No, it is not possible. Don't expect the fulfillment of a relationship from situationship. Most of you get into so-called relationships because the situation pushed you into it. That's all. Even if it was your willful decision, the will you carry is operated, it functioned, it manifested from the idea, your body and mind. See, you operate from the idea of body and mind, but you expect something which can come only from consciousness. Fulfillment, completion, peace, all this can come only from consciousness. Something which can come only from consciousness, how do you expect it from the operations you did from the idea your body and mind? So listen, contemplate and meditate intensely. See how you build situationships in your life, but you expect the results, fulfillment, which can come only from relationship. I tell you, from the right space, anything originates will be an amazing relationship. With the wrong space, anything originates will be just situationship. I'm not saying situationships are wrong. I am only saying don't expect too much from situationship. At least be very clear. Your situationship cannot give you what relationship can give. You marry an ordinary man or a woman who is cunning, strategic, violent, exploiting, manipulating exactly like you, and you expect the other person should behave like Paramashiva, should give you everything you will get only from Paramashiva or Paramashiva Shakti. What is this? Listen, you get into a relationship, you marry a male or a female, someone exactly like you. Hypocritical, cunning, exploitative, manipulative, cheating, strategic. You marry exactly a person like you. You get into relationship with exactly like person like you. But you expect you should get everything you will get only from Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti from the other person. Situationship cannot give what relationship can give you. Relationships are different. Situationships are different. Only the absolute honest connection you have with your consciousness, through your consciousness with Paramashiva, only call that as relationship. Everything else, call it as situationship. Listen, you cognizing, knowing your consciousness, your relationship with your consciousness, that can be called as relationship. Through the realization you are consciousness, the relationship you build with Paramashiva, that can be called as relationship. Other than this, do not call anything as relationship. Everything else is situationship. Everything else is situationship. Listen. This one truth will solve all your problems of life about relationships. All your relationship problems can be solved, resolved with this one understanding. This one understanding can resolve everything. Other than your conscious relationship with yourself, your conscious relationship with Paramashiva, everything else is situationship. Meditate on this. Understand. Discovering oneness within you is powerful cognition manifestation. Means you apply the right powerful cognitions within you, you will discover oneness within you. You apply the powerful cognitions in your life, you will discover oneness in relationships. The whole married life in Hinduism is all about discovering oneness in the relationships. Listen, more and more powerful cognitions were asked to be applied, to be manifested. More and more powerful cognitions were supposed to be breathed and lived. I tell you, more powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with you. More powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with others. Fundamentally, oneness in relationships is nothing but more and more powerful cognition. Means the cognitions you carry about you, life, cosmos, body, mind, pleasure, pain, right, wrong, sex, lust, greed, death, all this should become very high, powerful cognitions. The more and more powerful cognitions, more and more you will discover oneness within you. Understand oneness has nothing to do with so-called peace. Sometimes you can get peace just by becoming life negative, not doing anything. Many depressed people are very peaceful. They look very peaceful. They are almost silent. Peace, the so-called peace, is not the real powerful cognition. When you have real powerful cognition, you experience peace, no doubt. No doubt you experience peace. The kind of the peace you experience is called Paramashant. When powerful cognitions become your core cognitions, your basic ingredient, it is the substance for you to exist. Then you start discovering oneness. You start discovering oneness. I strongly recommend, when you fill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, I tell you, you will come to a realization, just like you feel insecure, the other person feels insecure. You feel greed, other person feels greed. You feel attention need, other person feels attention need. You will realize the oneness between you and the other person. You will have such overflowing love and compassion. When you realize your oneness with the other person, you will just be ready to heal the other person's insecurity, fear. You will have so much of your inner space, I tell you. Your inner space will become so vast. You will be able to just hug that person I am not saying, please listen, I am not saying all your conflicts will immediately be destroyed. You will come to an understanding. No. First thing will happen, both of you know you reflect each other. Then suddenly you will see that maturity both of you feel, experience. Conflicts will evaporate. Not that you sit and sort out one by one, no. Conflicts will just evaporate. Understand, whenever you know the other person is you and your reflection, you know how the other person is going to respond every moment, and you know how you should be acting and reacting. I tell you, knowing the other person is your reflection is power. It's not just a spiritual strength. It is a real power in the world. You just know how the other person is going to behave. You just know how to deal with him. Because you know he is going to reflect you. You just need to see which part of you he is going to reflect. And you know how to handle that part. And you handle that part in that person over. How you handle your greed, same formula applies to handle his greed. How you handle your fear, same formula applies to handle his fear. How you handle your inspiration, same formula applies to handle his inspiration. How you handle your laziness, the same formula applies to handle his laziness. How you handle your cunningness, the same formula applies to handle his cunningness. Knowing the other person is your reflection makes you intelligent. Deciding to use compassion to heal the other person makes you God. It's life. Whoever decides for life, compassion as the strategy for their existence, live like a God in the cosmos. In relationships, not just relationship with human beings, even the chair you sit, you have a relationship with it. Every item you use, you have a relationship with it. And I wanted to tell you, I am successful in downloading 3 pages of the Cosmic Archives, Akashic readings directly into my computer without any logical, rational answer how it happened. Soon I'll make this science established, proven, and then reveal it to the world how it happened. When you build relationship, everything with which you live, they all become so happy with you, they start favoring you. They start becoming part of you. They start enjoying you, and you start enjoying them. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Namah Shivaya, Om 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 Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Jatadhara Jambulingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya, Jatadhara Jambulingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya. Chidambaresha Kanakasabhesha Trinetradarisha, Chidambaresha Kanakasabhesha Trinetradarisha, Tadimi 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 Natana Priyaisha, Tadimi 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 Natana Priyaisha. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. Shiva Shiva Shambho, Hara Hara Shambho, 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 Shiva Shiva Shambho, Hara Hara Shambho. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Jatadhara Jambulingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya, Jatadhara Jambulingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya, Chidambaresha Kanakasabhesha Trinetradarisha, Tadimi 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 Natana Priyaisha, Tadimi 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 Natana Priyaisha. Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva Shiva Shambho, Hara Hara Shambho, 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 Nithyananda. Very powerfully, Swamiji explained to us about the oneness in relationships. That's what all of us learned now. Swamiji explained to us the importance of having that oneness in relationship. What does that even mean? How you cognizing yourself as Paramashiva, the cosmos, and from that cognition, you operating in your relationship is so important.
When you realize your oneness with the other person, you'll just be ready to heal the other person's insecurity, fear. Swamiji gave a very, very, very powerful cognition in this. How many of you clicked with that cognition that Swamiji explained about how to deal with your relationship from the cognition of oneness? How many of you understood that? May I request all of you to please type and post in the chat? Saroj, I just want relationship, not situationship. More powerful cognitions, more oneness with relationships. Wonderful. Yes. Ma Purusharanda, you should not see. Is saying, I understood because I'm not enlightened, I'm not in oneness with everyone. But you have Swamiji as your guru. With his power, with declaring oneness with him, you can experience oneness with the whole world. Now, I had a very powerful understanding from this whole thing. My favorite powerful cognition out of this, it is Swamiji explained, when you know that you are in oneness with everyone, how you operate with you, the same way you can deal with other person. When you know the greed in you is the same greed that is there in the other person, the same fears you have is what the other person also has. You will exactly know how to handle the other person because you will know how to handle yourself. How many of you click with this? Please take a moment and please post. How many of you are able to click with this powerful cognition? All the participants, please kindly come on camera. Be on camera. This is an important powerful cognition. See, listen carefully. This will help you if you want to be successful in your relationship with your spouse, with your love, with your father, mother, or your colleagues, in every level. Listen carefully for this. The same fears you have, the other person also has. The same greed you have, the other person also has. Once, some meeting was going on. So someone had done something, they didn't do something properly. So a few of the Adinavas, they were all asking, hey, why this missed? Why that missed? Swamiji was just sitting and listening to the whole thing, and Swamiji was smiling. Then, at the end of the conversation, Swamiji said, throughout, if you notice, I was just listening because I wanted to listen to what question each of you are asking that person because that will show what pattern each of you are operating in. Because what pattern we are operating from, we perceive life in the exact same manner. The way you cognize same person, the way I look at that person would be different. The way you look at that person would be different. But because each of us have our own independent patterns, we will be seeing, like, there are these jokes where they say that, okay, so you're a girl, you see the other person, probably you're watching what kind of dress she's wearing, what kind of bags she's having. It's not, see, it's not that stereotypical, but it'll give you an insight as to what kind of patterns we are operating from. What pattern we have, like for example, if you have a pattern of feeling very victim about you inside of you, you will perceive another person also to be having the same victimhood inside of them. How many of you clicked with this one thing? Mahapurushananda, that's what, just understand, listen to this. You're asking, how do I apply it practically? This is like very most powerful practical application of oneness. Like, I really love it. Like, I see it in so many situations. I see this as my, like, whenever I operate from that, I see always that conversation will be successful for me. Like, I have seen, let us say that now I want to address an issue with a person. If I directly go and talk to that person saying, hey, this is the issue, can you fix it? Or can this be fixed? Versus when I see, hey, that's that pattern that I'm seeing in that person is the exact same pattern that I have had or I am having. How did I deal with myself from to be out of that pattern? Whether I'm see, whenever each time we pull ourselves out of that pattern, how we talk to ourselves, exact same way when I talk to that person. I have seen it will just shift the way, the dynamics of how the situations would be completely different. That means you're operating at that particular time from the cognition of oneness. Listen carefully. If you feel that your spouse is trying to manipulate you, trying to be violent with you, trying to put you down, look, exact same manipulation, exact same violation, exact same putting down you are trying to do to him or her. Look at that pattern, identify that pattern. Understand? You don't need to put what it is in the chat, but be authentic to yourself. Don't worry. This will not make you powerless. This will not make you look weak. This will never make you look weak, feel weak, or it'll make you go down. No, it'll only empower you more. Take a moment now. I request each one of you to analyze this. Take any situation and analyze and see how. Choose that one relationship, right? You already all have chosen a relationship. Just look at, take any one situation. Look at the situation where you had a conflict. Now, see that conflict from the cognition, that pattern that you're seeing. When it is inside of you, how do you handle with yourself? I request all of you to take a few minutes to internalize what Swamiji just repeated. Such a powerful cognition.
And actually analyze it inside. See, when you see it, you'll start identifying so many times what you think exactly what you have as a problem with others. The same thing you will be having inside of you. You will realize whenever you get triggered by another person's action, you will realize you're getting triggered because you feel that is inside of you. Actually, this is a big click that I had because once Swamiji said, every time you're reacting to someone, you're having a conflict with someone, when you look in and when you see, you will realize that half the problem is because you are not able to handle that same part of you inside you. You're not able to handle it outside you on others. But for outside you, when it is reflecting outside, you want to deny that part in life. You want, because you don't want to face your reflection. So we start creating conflict. If we just understand this, right, half our problems will be completely resolved. Half our problems just disappear, become baseless after this. Please write down, pen down. intensely, right? See how exactly you reflect that in your inner space. How do you deal with it in your
Nithyananda, everyone. That was wonderful exercise that Swamiji has given on completing with a relationship with others. I can see many people have posted your question. So Ma Judy has posted, how do we handle the other person? Do we need to have completion of ourselves so it's not projected on the other person? Seema, Swamiji said very beautifully that life is a mirror. Take the other person as your mirror. Okay? So if you're showing a happy face, naturally what will show in the mirror? An happy face. If you put makeup and you stand in front of the mirror, obviously the mirror will show you the makeup face which you have. Same way, if you show, let's say, angry face in front of the mirror, what will the mirror project? The same angry face which you're having. Same way, the other person is nothing but your reflection of your inner space. Swamiji said very beautifully, life is a mirror. If you have completion space, naturally that only will reflect outside of you. Suppose you're asking how do we handle the other person? If you have completion within ourselves, we have completion. If you're established in the space of completion, naturally the other person also will approach you in completion. You'll manifest people who will approach you from the space of completion. Marjorie, are you understanding? This is nothing but the space in which you are approaching the other person, the space in which you are handling the other person. Okay. Okay, Ma Purushananda has replied saying, I think it's good if we relive the part of ourselves and the other person is reflecting. So we are complete and we deal with them. Yes. In Gurukulma, one thing what we do, for example, if a kid is not listening to us, then we look into ourselves and see which part in us is not listening. The other person is nothing but a reflection, a part in you which is there in you. Like as you're saying, your sister is not listening to you. That means there's a part in you which does not listen to yourself. That part in you is only symbolized as your sister. Mahapurushananda, are you understanding? The moment you complete with the non-listening part in you, which you have, naturally, you'll be able to shift your sister's space. So that's why in Gurukul, that's what we do. If a kid is not listening to us, instead of going and talking to the person continuously, we look inside ourselves and see where in us we feel that we are not listening to ourselves. And we completed that part. Then when we go approach the kid, naturally the kid will listen to us. Same way, your sister symbolizes a part in you which does not listen to yourself. It symbolizes the non-listening in you. The moment you complete with that part, you will see immediately your sister will listen to you, ma. Because your sister is nothing but a reflection of your inner space. Life is nothing but a mirror of your inner space. See, Swamiji, whatever comes in his way, he is always complete. Why? Because in his inner space, he carries the space of completion. Naturally, whatever comes in his way, whatever kind of people comes and approaches him also, even the most logical people also comes and meet in front of Swamiji. At the end, they'll understand what Swamiji is saying. Because Swamiji has a space of completion within himself. His inner space is, he is Paramashiva. Naturally, anybody who comes in his way, anyone who comes and meets him, they also understand they are Paramashiva. Okay, Ma Purushananda is saying, when you say complete, you mean relive the part of me that is not listening. Yes, Ma. See, for example, now you're saying your sister is not listening. Sit with yourself and see which part in me is not listening to myself. You will see there'll be a pattern in it, there'll be an incident which is associated where you have not listened to yourself, where you just did not complete with that incident. Go back to that incident and complete with it. Swamiji has given various techniques on completion. You can do spontaneous completion, you can do perpetual completion, or you can do completion with the mirror, or you can do completion with the Atmamurti. So many techniques that Swamiji has given on the science of completion. You can take any of the technique, definitely you'll understand, ma. It is the part in you which is not listening to yourself. The non-listening part in you is only reflected outside as a system. The moment you complete with that part, you will see your sister will listen to you, ma. Yes, yes, that's correct. If you feel if your sister is disrespectful, she symbolizes the disrespectfulness which you have. So complete with that part. Swamiji said very beautifully, other person is just your mirror. If you inside your inner space, it's filled with blue color. Obviously, in the mirror, what you'll see a blue color. If you paint your face with pink color, what you'll see in the mirror, pink color face of yours. Same way, if you have a completion space, naturally that one will be reflected to you. That will reflect on the mirror, completion. So each and every one of us, everyone who's coming to our life, who's approaching in our life, understand they are a part of us. They are a reflection. They are nothing but a reflection of our inner space. Just imagine, Swamiji said very clearly, in Mahabharata, each one character symbolizes one part in us, one pattern which you're having. Each character in Mahabharata is nothing but a reflection of our patterns which we carry. To give an example, Dhritarashtra, he symbolizes self-doubt. He reflects the self-doubt part in us. Shakuni symbolizes self-hatred. He reflects the self-hatred part in us. Okay. Ma Purushananda, you're saying, Ma, I want to know. Swamiji is complete. Now, why do some devotees get mad at Swamiji in person, abuse, and then leave Swamiji Sangha? Swamiji can make them complete if they just leave the Sangha, so I don't get that, Ma. See, Ma, Swamiji is eternally in the space of completion. Anybody who comes in this way also, he always talks to them, relates with them from the space of completion only. Swamiji naturally carries the space. Swamiji's inner space is nothing but a child's innocent. How innocent the child is. There's no pattern, no nothing in it. Just pure completion space, pure listening space. Same way, Swamiji also has the same inner space. So naturally, when anybody comes in this way, they also experience the completion part which Swamiji has, which Swamiji is radiating. Well, some of them, they are so caught up with their incompletion, so that's why they're not able to experience it, ma. That's all. See, I understanding life is a mirror. If you complete inside ourselves, naturally the other person also will complete. If you hold on to certain part, like the people who are left, they're holding on to certain part, certain incompletion, which they feel it is right. So they go behind the incompletion. That's it, ma. All matters whether you make completion as your decision making space or your incompletions as your decision making space. That's it. Life is a mirror. If you project people from incompletion, naturally they also reflect the same incompletion towards you. If you project to them from completion, they also will understand and they will also come to you, approach you in the space of completion. So, yes, Ma Judy, Ma Purushananda, are you understanding, Ma? Yes. Ma Ratnaprabha, Ma Tanja, Ma Saralananda, Ma Priyatna Surupini, Ma Lita, Ma Kamantika, I request all of you to post any questions you have. I request you to post in the chat and I'll be answering all your questions. Okay, so Ma Purushananda said, okay, so those who left Swamiji in anger after talking to Swamiji, they refused to complete. Who knows, Ma? Maybe. I'm not so sure about that. Yes, so Ma Judy is commented saying yes, she understood. Ma Anandeshwari is saying yes, she understood. So understand one main thing. Life is a mirror. If you show completion, naturally life will show you completion. If you project anger towards the mirror, naturally people also will approach you in anger. Whereas if you approach people from the space you are Swamiji, from powerfulness you declare, if you raise yourself to the identity that you are Swamiji, then naturally anyone who comes in your way, they will respect you as Swamiji because you see the other person as Swamiji. That's why Swamiji says very clearly, see yourself and see others as Paramashiva. When you see yourself as Paramashiva, when you see yourself as Swamiji, naturally all of the people who come in your way, you treat them as Swamiji and they will also treat you back as Swamiji. Okay, Ma Purushananda, you're saying I'm asking because I think my sisters may still act back even if I complete. Even in those cases, Ma, only have space of completion. When you approach her, just approach her from the space you are Swamiji. Naturally, she will listen to you, Ma. Just approach from the space of completion. Whatever, do not, Swamiji says very clearly, do not expect for anything. From your side, you do not expect whether she's going to listen to you or not going to listen to you. It's up to her. But you do not expect anything from her. When you're complete, when you approach her from the space of completion without any expectations, naturally you will see her relationship with you will transform her. Okay. So, is there an understanding? Now, with this powerful cognition, we will be manifesting the power of Surabhi. What is Surabhi? Surabhi is the power of divine fragrance. As during the program, you have been manifesting the power of divine fragrance. See, when you approach a person, let's say you're having fear. Naturally, when you're experiencing fear in your inner space, naturally your body releases certain smell which attracts people which has fear, which attracts, like let's say, if you're scared of dog, naturally a certain scent will be released in your body. Naturally the dog can sense it, that's why the dog barks at you and you get scared. Same way, when you're in any mood, when you're in any powerlessness, when you with your lower identity, at that amount of time, your body releases certain amount of smell. It releases certain smell which attracts those kind of people. Whereas when you raise yourself to the higher identity that you are Paramashiva, you are Swamiji. When you raise yourself to higher identity, thinking yourself as Paramashiva, seeing yourself as Swamiji, naturally you emit Swamiji's radiance. You emit Swamiji's smell. You radiate Swamiji's fragrance. Naturally, whoever approaches you, you will see them as Swamiji. If you release powerfulness in your system, that scent, a certain scent will be released in your body, which attract people who are powerful, which will empower you in your life. So now we'll be manifesting the power of Surabhi, so you're understanding the context. Okay, so now I request all of you to sit with a partner. I request all of you to pair up with a partner. One of you can be Nityas and the other can be Anandas. And now, you will see when you raise yourself to Paramashiva, when you raise yourself, when you complete with all incompletion, when you raise yourself to the space of Swamiji. When you see yourself as Swamiji, you will radiate divine fragrance in your mouth. You will radiate the fragrance of oneness, which is Surabhi. Okay, Purushananda is saying that I think because people act bad in front of Swamiji, abuse Swamiji, and then only leave the Sangha. I think it's possible that even if we complete and we are complete, the other person will still act badly. Yet one must just let them be that way and leave the situation where the person is acting badly. See, Swamiji says very beautifully, do not give up on the other person. If you're giving up on another person, that means you're giving up on yourself. Swamiji has not given up on anyone. Even the people who has left Swamiji also, he has not given up on them. He still showers his compassion on them. So, from your side, you do not give up on your sister. You have the space of Swamiji. When you're approaching your sister, see her as Swamiji. See yourself as Swamiji. Naturally, that fragrance of oneness will emit from you, Ma. Naturally, she will listen to you. You will see that you'll intensely experience the space of completion within yourself. When you raise yourself to seeing yourself as Swamiji, then that moment intensely will experience Swamiji's fragrance, the fragrance of oneness. So now, all of you will be manifesting the power of Surabhi. So now I request all of you to pair up with a partner. Now, the Nityas, I request all the Nityas, you will be emitting a fragrance. When both of you are complete, when Nityas and Anandas are complete, both of you experience Nithyananda. So, now I request all the Nityas to emit a certain scent. You can think of jasmine, or you can think of sandalwood, or you can think of turmeric, any scent you want to emit. Think of that scent, you will see you'll emit it immediately. So now I request all of you to sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. The moment you decide completion with yourself, you will be able to experience divine fragrance happening to your mouth. See, one thing in Gurukul, one thing Swamiji says very beautifully if you have the space of completion, when you're in oneness with Swamiji, immediately you will smell immediately you'll feel Swamiji's presence. And one of the ways you know Swamiji's presence is that you'll be able to smell like jasmine, sandalwood, a certain smell, and avatar also radiates. You'll be able to radiate that same scent. So, I request all of you to sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember the powerful cognition that life is a mirror. When you paint Paramashiva, when you paint Swamiji in a mirror, naturally the mirror reflects Swamiji towards you. So I request all of you to sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Settle down. Please be seated in the comfortable position. And remember the powerful cognition that life is a mirror. Anyone who's approaching you is a mirror of you. It's a reflection of your inner space. Now, the Anandas will be manifesting this power. So, now I request all the Anandas to sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji in your third eye? Ma Tanja Devar ne Ma Jnananjali, sorry Ma Ratnaprabha, Ma Judy, Ma Priyatna Surupini, Ma Weeping, Ma Lita, Ma Kamantika. Request all of you to settle down, Ma. We'll be starting the power manifestation. Request all of you to sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. So now, connect with Swamiji and you can start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now, I request all the Nityas to emit any fragrance you want. And all the Anandas from the space of oneness remain in the same space of oneness. You will see Swamiji will reveal to you Swamiji will reveal you the exact scent which your partner is emitting. Yes, I can see many of the participants already started manifesting with their partner. Just continue to manifest, Ma. You will see the exact scent. Sometimes you'll be able to smell the scent as if it's so close to your nose. That strong you'll be able to smell the scent, Ma. Just continue to be in the same space. Swamiji will just remember you are Swamiji. See yourself and others as Swamiji. When you see life as Swamiji, you will see life will see you as Swamiji. Just continue to be in the same space of oneness. Swamiji will reveal the exact smell which your partner is emitting. you're feeling stuck in emitting or finding out what exactly your partner is emitting, do not give up on yourself. Tell yourself, I am Paramashiva. Tell the self-doubt in you that I am Paramashiva. I am Swamiji. Swamiji is more powerful than my self-doubts. Swamiji is more powerful than anything in this world. So, when you remember yourself Swamiji and say yourself, I am Swamiji, every single moment declaring Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham means what? Oh, I am eternally Paramashiva. When you're declaring yourself as Paramashiva, when you're declaring yourself you are Swamiji, you will see, you'll be able to identify the fragrance which your partner is emitting. Yes. So now I request all participants to verify your answers. You can verify your answers with the partners. And with this, I request all the participants to take a moment and go to Facebook and post your powerful conclusions, the clicks and experiences which you got in this power manifestation round, and your powerful conclusions which you got from the satsangs which Swamiji gave. With this, we'll be now leading to a very important session which Swamiji gave on conscious birthing. We'll be understanding what is conscious birthing and how can we experience it. We'll be directly listening it from Swamiji.
Consumerism is not the purpose of the human existence. Conscious possibility is the purpose of human existence. The Hindu civilization again and again and again dedicated itself, rededicated itself in the field of conscious possibilities. It put all its energies, time, treasure, talent in this field. Hindu civilization has done extensive research in this field. Invented, discovered, rediscovered reinvented multiple dimensions of conscious possibilities. Your very core DNA can be given a breakthrough to the next level if you infuse intense consciousness in your life, in your existence. Understand? Consciousness is the base material on which you experience your I-ness, your I, your existence, what you perceive as you. You experience on the foundation of consciousness. Life is not just probabilities from the mind. All probabilities, good or bad, worst to best, all probabilities are mind-based, mental. I'm telling you, all probabilities are mind-based, mental. People who live and end up with this mind-based probabilities live as mediocre, middle class and die. People who experience conscious possibilities in their life give breakthrough to themselves, who manifest these conscious possibilities and demonstrate it to others, give superconscious breakthrough to others also. Understand these examples I am giving. You will understand this. 3 important methodology, dimensions through which my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara has taught me. He gave me the science of these 3 methodology to revive the conscious possibility for the world. 1, Varnashrama Dharma, sovereign order of KAILASA, is fundamentally based on Varnashrama Dharma. Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa, Brahmana, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Shudra. Varnashrama Dharma, centric revival. In that methodology, lots of conscious possibilities can be taught and revived to the human beings. Second is the Gurukul, where a powerful ecosystem is created and one group of sannyasis, acharyas and Gurukul balasans start manifesting powers that become such powerful energy magnet. All over the world, all the yoga prashtas get attracted automatically. Like magnet, and start coming towards the Gurukul, get educated, start manifesting the powers, start manifesting the conscious possibilities. And the third is directly bringing superconscious beings from Kailasa, making them embody, creating an atmosphere, right garbha, womb, right happening, embodying those great superconscious beings from Kailasa directly, keeping a powerful ecosystem and ambience for that incarnations to flower. Understand? This science was alive in Adishaiva tradition and even in Tibetan Buddhist tradition, bringing the incarnation. Not only my guru taught me, Arunagiri Yogeshwara taught me, he gave me the wide proof that this science existed. Only very recently, people forgot this science existed. Now, with my guru's grace, I am reviving it. My Guru Isaki Swami, he revealed this secret science to me once by explaining. In the Guru Parampara of Fundamental Adinam, they use the same title, Jnana Prakasa Desika Paramacharya Swamigal. I asked him why everyone uses the same title. He said, just few beings who reached the Sayujya Mukti with Paramashiva again and again assume the body and maintain the Guru Parampara unbroken. That is why all of them are given the same name, Jnana Prakasa Desika Paramacharya Swamigal. Same way with Madurai. Few beings. That is why there are some names will repeatedly come in the 293. I am 6th Nithyananda. In that list, if you see, I am the 6th Nithyananda. There are some 20 names repeatedly will appear. Because our ancestors know the science of reincarnation, bringing those great, highly evolved beings to planet Earth, making them embody and manifest the conscious possibilities. Reincarnation is neither concept nor theory or philosophy. It is a science. Greater science of Hinduism. Listen. Microcosm becoming macrocosm is enlightenment. Macrocosm becoming microcosm is incarnationhood. You having the cosmic cognition and cosmos having you in the cognition. You dissolving into these great truths and these great truths dissolving into you. Both of them are totally different. Listen, catch it. Catch it. Listen. With Upanishads, not only those great truths will provoke you to dissolve yourself into those truths, even they will dissolve into you. Listen, even they will dissolve into you. Provoking your being to dissolve into the truth can be done by any spiritual book. Even if you read some stotras of saints, your whole being will be provoked to dissolve into the truth. That is what the great bhaktas did. The saints of Vedic tradition preaching devotion, the intensity of the passion and emotion is used beautifully to merge with the cosmos. Meera, Jnana Sambandar, Ramadasa, the great devotees, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, here in Karnataka, Akkamma Devi, in Andhra, Annamacharya, Tamil Nadu, Jnana Sambandar, Manikkavasakar. I can go on listing. They all used the passion and emotion, intensity of the passion and emotion to dissolve into the cosmos. See, provoking you to dissolve into the truth, any spiritual book can do. But provoking the cosmos to dissolve into you, only Upanishads can do it. Only Upanishads can raise you to that height. You become so vast that cosmos dissolves into you. The microcosm becomes so big as macrocosm. So macrocosm can just dissolve into it. If you have to have the whole universe in your mouth has to open to the size of the whole universe. If the truth has to dissolve into you, you should grow taller than the truth. That can happen only by Upanishads. That is why I am telling, Upanishads don't make just enlightened beings, it makes incarnations. I am here to make you all experience, make us all radiate Paramashiva, the absolute and ultimate conscious possibility. Understand? My words are neither poetry nor prose, or logical, or magical, or theory, or philosophy. It is straight from the heart of the Paramashiva to the heart of my disciples. It's from heart to heart. Paramashiva's heart to your heart. Listen. My Guru, Vibhudanandapuri, Kuppammal, she used to say, I am the explosion happened in Arunachala Linga, the Arunachaleshwara. And she used to say, she brought that explosion through Mahakala Bhairava. In Arunachaleshwara temple, there is a beautiful Mahakala Bhairava with 8 hands on the banks of Brahmadirtham, the temple tank. And she said, she brought through that Mahakala Bhairava's deity and kept it in Brahmatirtham to cool off, to settle, then brought it to my mother's womb. And she says, my mother's womb and my father's body both were prepared at the same time. Then through father's body, the male component was brought into my mother's womb, and I was given form and manifested.
Let me explain the science of Yajna and Aushadha. The great rishis, the scientists of the inner world, mantra drashtas of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, people like Vyasa, Agastya, Kapila, Ankirasa, Bharatvaja, all these great beings, they sit together. Whatever reality they want to cause, strong thought current which expresses those reality, they bring that thought current and energy into these 5 elements. Bringing that thought current into these 5 elements is Yajna. They bring those gods, goddesses who are embodiment of that thought current. For example, if they want to manifest huge wealth, they bring down the energy of Lakshmi into fire and please her by offerings and receive the boon from her for the manifestation of wealth. If they want the divine city to be constructed, then they bring the energy of Vishwakarma and offer the offerings, take the boon to manifest the huge creativity and construction. So for each action, they bring that energy and please it by offerings and make that thought current into reality. And the thought current which they manifest, when it become reality, means when that blessings, that boon is given, that energy is consolidated into an aushadha, a herbal product, and shared. Whoever receives that aushadha manifests that reality. Now, I am going to do 2 things. Understand, this Putra Kameshti Yagam was performed by Dasaratha, and when the Yajnam was complete, when the Yagam was completed, the whole essence, the result, the phala was infused into a milk pudding, into the milk, and it was converted into payasam, and that was shared to all the 3 wives of Dasaratha, and Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, Shatrugna were given birth. Same way, Meenakshi's parents have conducted the Putra Kameshti Yajna, and it was so powerful, Devi directly landed into the fire and walked out of the fire. She did not even want that result to be converted into a matter and conceived, and she did not even want to go and stay in the Garbha of Kanchanamala, the mother of Meenakshi. Meenakshi's mother, father, both of them are not biological mother and father, because she just walked out of the fire. And same way, Draupadi, the Draupadi's parents did Putra Kameshti Yajna, and she walked out of the fire. we have huge references. I was trying to find who is the first person who did the Putrakameshti Yajna, and I saw it is Sadashiva himself. Because the science of creating the Putra, inheritor, without physical relationship. See, the Manmata's wife Rati has cursed Adishakti, Parvati, that you will not have physical relationship. Of course, the curse is nothing, they could have just thrown out. Anyhow, Sadashiva's form is beyond gender and sex. So without physical relationship, he has to create now Subramanya to destroy Tarakasura and Suravatma. So the first Putrakameshti Yajna, with the fire of his own third eye, he manifests that whole software with his 5 faces. The energy gathers and all the faces of Sadashiva contributes their energies. Then his unmanifest, the Avyakta component showers the energy. Then Adi Shakti showers her energy. The whole thing together becomes the form of Vishwarupa Skanda, Subramanya. And now the Skanda Sashti, auspicious time, when this process was done in Kailasa first time, now we are repeating the same process in Gupta Kailasa again. Now I am going to bring that same software through the third eye fire, manifest it, and once that energy is pleased and blessings are invoked, bring all that blessings into Aushada and share it with you all. So now the process is 2 level. 1, release of that energy itself is going to be too powerful. Second, mapping it on the Aushada and sending it to all of you. Understand, all, anyone who has the intention to have a child, your physical qualification, disqualification is immaterial. Doctors, medical science has no place here. Understand, in Hindu tradition, birth has nothing to do with sex. Birth and sex is separated in Hindu tradition. Best births are always Putrakameshti Yajna and Aushada based. It was never normal physical sexual relationship based. Everyone who is sitting here or online with this intention will be blessed, and all the babies will be embodiment of Subramanya. It may look very funny in the modern day if somebody says sex and giving birth to a child is separate, they both are not connected in Vedic tradition. Many things I say will look funny till it becomes reality. Materialistic world people, many things they say it will become funny once they become reality. Understand? What they declare, when it becomes reality, it becomes funny. What I claim, till it becomes reality only, it will look like funny.
Yes. So we all just learned from Swamiji about a very powerful process called conscious birthing. This is a science, an initiation science which Swamiji has revived and gotten back on planet Earth for all of us to enjoy. And today is, in fact, today we are going to be receiving that very initiation from Swamiji. So now we are going to be understanding a little bit about that and understanding the context. What is it about? So before we enter into that, first I would like to chant to all of you the Shastra Pramana for the science of conscious birthing. And this is from the Trinetra Kalpana, Netra Tantra, chapter 1, verse 43. महापाशुपतं मह्यं विष्णुस्तच्च सुदर्शनं ब्रह्मणो ब्रह्मदण्डस्तु सर्वेषां स्वं स्वमायुधम्. And the second Shastra Pramana is अनेकाकाररूपेण आयुधं तदनेकधा सुराणां स्वं स्वरूपेण मया वीर्यं समर्पितम्. Here, Bhagavan Paramashiva says that yes, this is the Shastra Pramana for projecting and manifesting the universe through the third eye, where Paramashiva says the magnificence of this great Pashupata, cosmic weapon of Paramashiva, referring to his third eye, is like Vishnu Sudarshana discus or Brahma's danda, and is the very essence of all weapons, appearing in infinite forms and shapes. This weapon spreads in infinite ways. My own Viryam, life-filled energy of my third eye, creates and delivers my own self as forms of suras, divine beings, which is the science of conscious birthing.
Wonderful. It's so exciting. Conscious birthing, that also is a science delivered by the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. Such a beautiful, such a powerful gift which Swamiji is giving to all of humanity. And we are so blessed, like it's a blessing of lifetimes, wherein the higher conscious beings, right? They are brought, the preparation is done, and they are raised to be incarnations to manifest their peak possibilities. So this is the opportunity. I'm sure many of us who are preparing to be parents, who would want to give birth, this is the most golden opportunity. And I just wish back then when I had this, it is so powerful. So yes, let's go further into this.
And this conscious birthing is actually the Hindu science of reincarnations, where we bring down highly evolved beings to planet Earth, where they embody that specific God or that specific manifestation, and they manifest those conscious possibilities. And actually, the science of conscious birthing, as Swamiji shared with all of us, is started from Paramashiva himself, right? Where the first Putra Kameshtra Yajna, the fire ritual, was done by Paramashiva with the fire of his own third eye and his 5 faces. This is where Paramashiva himself did the conscious birthing of Bhagwan Subramanya. And we all heard the story from Swamiji, where Swamiji very beautifully explained how Sati was cursed not to give birth. So because of that, Paramashiva used the science of conscious birthing, because it was only Paramashiva's extension, Paramashiva's son, which could kill the demon Tarakasura. So because of that, Paramashiva used this science of conscious birthing, and Paramashiva used the science of conscious birthing, and Devi Parashakti also put her conscious energy, and that is how Bhagwan Subramanya was also born. And also, Swamiji himself has revived this science of conscious birthing. Actually, not only Bhagwan Subramanya, but even Meenakshi, even Draupadi, all of them were from this very science of conscious birthing. When Meenakshi was born, it was only through the fire ritual. When Kanchanamala and when they were doing the fire ritual, at that time, Devi Parashakti herself came down and walked out of the fire as Devi Meenakshi. And it is even the same for Ma Draupadi, right? So all of these are examples of the science of conscious birthing. And I'm sure many of you would also know of this Swamiji has revived, right? About the many of us would have heard the term apple baby or mango baby. And these are all the conscious babies which were born by the science of conscious birthing which Swamiji revived.
And many of us who would not know about this, we have this program, and it is called End Pregnancy, wherein the pregnant women are basically given this beautiful initiation, and they go through a very powerful process. And this conscious birthing process is being, of course, initiated and delivered by Swamiji himself. So many babies are born, and they are really the embodiment of different energies, Paramashiva, Krishna. It is basically you can consciously design how do you want your baby to be. That is like something very amazing and out of the world. That's the blessing we get when we are with the incarnation himself. So yes.
Yes, and you'll actually see how your child uh, will radiate that energy. If it is the incarnation of Subramanya, of Skanda, you'll see how, like how Swamiji himself, Swamiji is a conscious birthing of Paramashiva himself, right? And when Swamiji was small, all of us would have heard how when different items and jewelry and different things were placed in front of Swamiji, Swamiji went and chose only the Rudraksh mala which was there, right? Swamiji went for that Rudraksha mala which symbolized Paramashiva, because Swamiji is an incarnation of Paramashiva himself. And it is not only this, there are many examples and many conscious birthings which have happened, and all of you can see how we are seeing the images of the conscious birthed children. One of them is having the Chin Mudra, another one is going to Swamiji's picture. These are all examples of the conscious birthing science which Swamiji has proven.
Yes, it's so beautiful. And today's initiation is that basically Swamiji blesses a fruit. And why just now Brahma Yoga mentioned apple baby. So what is apple baby? Basically Swamiji will bless the fruit. You will have to definitely will go through the details in the next session, wherein in detail you will be given the instructions. So don't worry about that now. But all these examples which you are seeing, which you saw just now, the pictures, they are all apple babies being blessed by Swamiji himself, and the conscious birthing has happened. So it's very exciting and very interesting. So let us all get ready for that.
Yes, so now we are going to be preparing for this initiation. So I request everyone, whoever is ready, whoever wants to have this initiation of conscious birthing, please do take a few minutes and call your loved ones. Call and get the consent of whoever you need to get, and get ready so that we can enter into the next segment and you'll be ready for the initiation of conscious birthing.
Yes, so you want to call your spouse, call your spouse, let them, inform them that this is the very special process which is going to happen today. So call and be available, make sure you attend this session with your spouse. And if any one of your loved ones would want to have a baby or planning to have a baby, please do inform them, because this is something very special and you should not miss it if you are planning for a baby. Yes.
And each one of you, whoever is sitting with this intention of getting the conscious birthing, you will see how this manifests for you. In fact, all the the science which Swamiji is going to, the initiation which Swamiji is going to give today, all of them will be the embodiment of Subramanya. So please do take a few moments and think through all the responsibilities and everything which you would need to fulfill. Call everyone whom you would need to take the consent from. And please prepare for this initiation which is going to happen.
And please understand there are many stories, miracle stories. There are couples who had difficulties in having the conceiving or in giving births. But just because of this initiation, just because of Swamiji's blessings, many couples around the world have conceived and have successfully given these conscious births. So especially those of you who may have these problems or any of your loved ones having problem, this is the time to receive the blessing, to receive the initiation. And yes, so as we just mentioned, think through about the responsibilities, and of course, what is it that you would want for your baby to be, right? So very exciting and very interesting. And we can see the participants out there in the Zoom. So you can please post your responses and let us know how do you feel about it, or anybody who would want to have any questions or doubts regarding this initiation. You can please post in the chat so we can address to that.
Yes, Ma Karin Shiva Natarajan has posted it's only for couples. Yes, Ma, it is only for couples. And yes, Ma Purushananda, this time also we do have to get the apple or pineapple. And these specific guidelines will be given just before the darshan so that all of you can get and prepare that. Now we are just calling and getting the consent and fulfilling, seeing if we will be able to fulfill all the responsibilities of this.
So let's take few minutes. This is a time to make calls and to inform your spouse or your loved ones. So we request all of you, please take few minutes and inform everyone around you, whoever would need to be informed.
So, whoever wants to get this initiation of conscious birthing and whoever would want to experience this initiation, please do take a few minutes now and call your loved ones.
Please call them and inform them that the initiation is going to start next. So let them be available. Basically, all of them, whoever would be taking the initiation, they should be sitting on the Zoom on two-way, and then you will be able to receive the initiation. So the couples, both of you should be on the camera, the husband and wife, both of you should be on the camera, sitting in the Zoom to receive the initiation. And so it will be for any one of your family members. They have to join with their spouses as well. So please inform them and make them ready. Please share with them the login details. Inform them to get ready with the fruits. So basically one fruit for each. So a couple is supposed to have 2 fruits. So please inform them the details, the timings. So the next session is going to be that. So they should be ready to join the session. And if you have any questions, any doubts, please do post in the chat. Yeah.
And whoever is calling your loved ones and your relatives to for getting this initiation of conscious birthing, you can even post yes on the chat if you're doing that now.
Yes, please.
If you have any doubts, you can please do post.
Okay, how many of you are excited about this initiation? Please post in the chat. You have been looking forward to this initiation, and especially those of you who did not know about it, and this is something very new for you. Please do post, share with us.
Once you are done calling the respective people and confirming with them, you can even post on the chat so that we can move on to the next part. Yes. So I hope all of you have called your loved ones and whoever you have to call to get ready for this initiation. And now we are going to be moving on to the power manifestation. And in this round of power manifestation, we are going to be manifesting the power of telepathy, where you would be connecting to your partner and you will be sending a message to them. You will be communicating with them and talking to them without the device or without being physically present in front of each other. So this is the power where you will raise to the same frequency as your partner, and both of you will connect to each other in the space of oneness. And you'll see that when you are in that same frequency, when you're in that same space, when you're in the space of oneness, you'll be able to communicate very fluently and very easily with your partner. Whatever message they are sending to you and whatever message you send to them will easily get communicated, and you will be able to have full-on conversations. So now we are going to be practicing that very power of telepathy. So I request everyone to partner up. You can partner up in the Zoom itself. Ma Heidi, Ma Sharmini, all of you can please partner up. Ma Shobha Patel. How are you, Ma? Ma Shobha Patel.
Yes, and as you are partnering up, I request you please post the name of your partners in the chat, so we would know that you are ready to ready to start the PM. It's super exciting, the power of telepathy, just knowing what the other person is thinking. So it's a very powerful and very beautiful power to have. Let us not miss it. I invite all of you who are not in front of the screen, not ready to manifest, please do join us in this beautiful manifestation.
Yes, so all of you can please connect to your partners and do post your partner's name on the chat. If you have any doubts, you can post that also on the chat. Ma Purushananda, Ma Shivanatarajan. Have all of you connected to a partner yet? Ma Rajeshwari, Ma Nithyananda. All of you can post on the chat once you're ready. Ma Magdalene Portuguese, Ma Amit, Ma Ananda Aghora Rupini. Yes, Nithyananda, Ma Prematavasi. Nithyanandam, Ma Prematavasi. Yes, you can please connect to a partner and yes, Nithyanandam. So we are manifesting the power of telepathy in case you missed it, Ma. So we are going to be connecting to a partner and we are going to be communicating with them without a device. So you can connect to any partner and post on the chat, post the name of your partner on the chat once you have connected to them. Ma Saroja Plush, Nithyanandam, how are you? Okay, yes, great. Have you connected to a partner yet, Ma? So if anyone has any doubts or if you don't have a partner yet, you can post that also on the chat. And in this round, what you're going to be manifesting is you're going to be writing down on a piece of paper what it is which you're going to think of. Whatever action, can be any action, write it down on the paper so that it is foolproof and you can the manifestation happens fluently, and project that in your third eye. It can be we'll do specifically actions. It can be jumping, skipping, running, walking, whatever action. It can be any action. Write that one action down on your paper and project that in your third eye. If you're writing down the action of writing, you can project writing in your third eye and ask your partner to scan what it is which you are projecting in your third eye.
So if you all are ready, you found your partners, we can start. I request all of you, please do post in the chat once you're ready.
Ma Constance, Nithyananda ma, have you connected to a partner? Yes, now I request everyone to please write down your action on the piece of paper, whichever action you're going to project in your third eye. Okay, yes, Ma Constance needs a partner. So if anyone else also needs a partner, you can connect to Ma Constance. Ma Margarita, Nithyananda ma, do you have a partner yet? Okay, yes, Ma Constance found a partner. Okay, that's great. Yes, so now we can move to the power manifestation. So I request all the partners to first the Nityas, all of you can choose who will be Nityas and who will be Anandas. And the Nityas can first write down an action on a piece of paper and hold that visualization, the visualization of that action in your third eye. Connect to Swamiji and just hold, chant the Mahavakya, let your whole being vibrate with the Mahavakya, and don't let any other thoughts come inside yourself, inside your mind. Just hold that action in your third eye and put your full awareness only on that. And when you chant the Mahavakya, you'll see how your frequency and your partner's frequency becomes the same frequency. You'll see how you both come on the same frequency and you're able to connect with Swamiji. You're able to be on the same frequency. All three of you, your partner, and Swamiji will all be on one frequency, and you'll see how Swamiji will just flow through you. Swamiji will just manifest this power of telepathy through you.
Yes, so Nityas and Anandas, both of you, please sit straight. And both of you have to chant Mahavakya, right? So as Nityas are going to project the action in their third eye, Anandas have to see through their third eye what is the action which Nityas are projecting, right? So let us all start. I request everyone to please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in the straight line. And Nityas can start projecting the action you have written in your third eye. Anandas, please connect to Swamiji and see through your third eye what is the action which Nityas are projecting. Let's all keep chanting the Mahavakya.
Yes. Once Swamiji has revealed the answer to all the Anandas, all of you can please post, share with your partner what is it which Swamiji revealed to you and confirm if it is right. And you can even post on the chat and share your manifestation. Ma Prematavasi, Ma Saroja Plush, Ma Con. You. Yes, all of you can post in the chat. Sorry, all of you can post what you have manifested. And even if you're not able to manifest yet, it's completely fine because you can continue manifesting. And now we are going to be moving on to the next session where we will be learning from Swamiji about the power of chastity. What is chastity and what is the power of it?
Balancing, ability to balance the hormones of the body, ability to play with the whole nature. That is what is Savitri's chastity. By her chastity stopping the sun, the powers of microscopic being projected into telescopic, just ability to handle the hormone. Ability to handle the hormone is chastity. Ability to handle the hormone is brahmacharya, that's all. Just with this power, moving that. The other day was defining chastity. The achalatva, immovable component of consciousness. Consciousness has one quality of immovable, achalatva. That quality manifesting through your biomemory as naturally, understand, there are some qualities very comfortably, naturally you express. There are some cunning fellows. Understand. If your cognition is comfortably flowing with the space of achalatva, I call that as chastity. Achalatva, dimension of consciousness manifesting through body and mind. Your consciousness, pure consciousness, has many good qualities. Eternity. It's eternal. Achalatva, stability, pure, self-effulgent, always alive. So all these dimensions are living cognitions, gunas of your pure consciousness. In bhakti traditions, the devotion traditions, we call it Ananta Kalyana Guna of Bhagavan, of Lord. Ananta Kalyana Guna of Lord. This one Kalyana Guna, one auspicious guna, character of your consciousness, achalatva, that manifesting through your biomemory, muscle memory, consciousness is chastity. Chastity is one of the health of consciousness. Understand the word. Chastity demonstrates your consciousness is healthy. Like only mentally healthy person will be courageous. Understand? Sometimes the stupid decisions you take out of cowardness also may be appreciated by others as a bold step. No, that is not courage. Courageousness is health of consciousness. Same way, chastity comes when your consciousness is healthy. Integrity comes when your consciousness is healthy. Understand? Most beautiful components of relationship, feeling empowered by the other person. When somebody trusts you and you trust the other person trusts you, when the trust becomes a complete circle, not only you trusting me, I trust, you trust me, and you trust, I trust you, we both know our trust on each other, and our trust on each other, trust is so sweet. That is what I call feeling empowered by the other. Listen, whenever two persons empower each other, they are not 1 + 1 2, they are 1 and 1 11. When three persons trust each other intensely, they are not 1 + 1 + 1 3, no, 1 1 1 111. You do not know the power of feeling empowered by somebody's trust. The trust, power of feeling empowered makes every single smile intimate. Listen, chastity is nothing to do with body. It is something to do with your core cognition. To whoever you declare your chastity, nobody else should be able to enter into the core cognition of you. That is chastity. Understand? Chastity is always absolute or obsolete. There is no 99.9999% chastity, no. In your core cognition, in your being, if you declare chastity to Paramashiva, your Guru, or anyone in your life, that space no one else can enter or shake, alter, dilute. That is chastity. Understand? It has nothing to do with ordinary body. In any relationship, son,
daughter, father, mother, spouse, in any relationship, what you declare to them and to you, it should be same. Be very clear. It has to be same. What you declare to them and to you, if your core cognition stands with that, that is chastity. My disciples and followers' life, listen carefully. Life is like climbing the Mount Kailash. More and more and more and more and more you climb, more successful you will be. Going near Paramashiva, Mahadeva. One slip does not mean you have to have a free fall and be destroyed. No. Even if you slip, hold on to something. Get back. Constantly moving to the higher and higher and higher to manifest Paramashiva, to reach Paramashivatva, to experience Paramashiva, to reach Paramashiva, to reach the ultimate goal of life, enlightenment. Understand? Even if you slip, it's not that you lost your chastity, but if you decide not to align back, you lost your chastity. As long as you are clear, you have to align back and march, you are chaste. In any relationship, this is the same principle. There is nothing separate. Chastity to Paramashiva and chastity to your spouse. It's one and the same. Chastity to your daughter, chastity to your son, chastity to your father, chastity to your mother, chastity to your guru, chastity to God. All one and the same. It is simple declared to them and to you. I tell you, if you have a chaste woman in your life, I am not saying it should be only your wife relationship, even as a sister. Because chastity is a quality which radiates in all relationship, not just in one relationship. A chaste woman will be amazing mother, amazing sister, amazing daughter, an amazing administrator. Because it is ability to convert lust into relationship. Chastity is the alchemy process of converting lust into relationship. Brahmacharya is the alchemy process of converting lust into spiritual powers. If you have a chaste woman in your life, either as a wife or as a daughter or as a sister, as any one relationship, I tell you, listen to this word. You will never have accidents. You will always be protected by all the unknown, unseen problems. A chaste woman, one chaste woman in your life, either as a sister or as daughter or as mother or as a wife, any one relationship, it can be any. If one chaste woman is there in your life, you will not have any unknown, unseen problems. The whole cosmos, grahas, will simply protect you. You may think I am giving two big mystical words. Understand, I believe that. I myself a believer of this truth.
I myself a believer of this truth, the chastity of that woman. Let me define again the chastity. The achalatva dimension of consciousness manifesting in body and mind in all relationships is chastity. Man having the chaste women in their life, either as mother or daughter or sister or spouse or whatever, some relationship brings cosmic protection. Sanjaya saw Bhagavad Gita happening and penned it down. Personality of the integrity. Great beings like Sanjaya, personality built on integrity. Hey, even the so-called demonic villain characters in Mahabharata, Ramayana, if you see the kind of integrity and power, oh God. Gandhari is chastity. Even Mandodari is chastity. Gandhari is chastity. This kind of characters can never be imagined. I'm talking for the whole humanity. Ahalya, Draupadi, Kantari, Tara, Mandodari, Tata. There are some variances which says Ahalya, Draupadi, Kunti, but there are some says which Ahalya, Draupadi, Kantari. I'll personally agree with Ahalya, Draupadi, Kantari, Mandodari, Tata. I'm not disrespecting Kunti's greatness, but surely when it comes to the integrity and chastity to the husband, I'll put Gandhari a step ahead and more than Kunti. Kunti might have been a great mother, but I'll say when it comes to the dimension of great wife, I'll give Gandhari the place and respect. Understand? Son is your success. Husband is your relationship. Relationships need sacrifice. Success needs only vision. Surely sacrifices will be respected more than vision, because sacrifice forms foundation for the vision. Gandhari is sacrifice, Kunti may be vision. Without vision, sacrifice is blind, and without sacrifice, vision can be sometime unstable. I don't want to say Kunti did not do sacrifice, but her vision was more alive in her than the sacrifice in Gandhari. The sacrifice was more alive than the vision. But one thing I am very clear. Hindu history is surely neither legend nor mythology. It is history. History of the extraordinary enlightened civilization that existed. Understand? When the king is in palace, you being chaste is not something great. That is a lifestyle. But when the king has gone for some hunting or a war, in those days they go for Tirtha Yatra or the hunting or war or some purposes. At that time also, when you are chaste, that's a real, absolute, pure dedication. So all those volunteers, Paramashivoganas, understand, thousands of times you would have failed. That does not mean you are a failure. If you don't start any new method, if you don't try any new method to be successful, then you are a failure. Your failures does not make you as a failure. Listen. Your failures does not make you as a failure. Your non-trying makes you as failure.
And Paramashiva is within me, with me. Even if the 14 worlds stands against me, nothing to worry. And it is not standing. It will not stand against me, because even if that something like that appears, it's a illusion, delusion. Paramashiva is playing his game. That's he has his own reasons. I don't ask him reasons. That is what is my chastity. I know he has his own reasons. That's it.
Nithyananda ma.
Chastity, the power of integrity. Whether you are a man, woman, whichever gender, that doesn't matter. Swamiji revealed the physiology, the biology, and the conscious power of chastity. When from the chastity, from that integrity to the purpose of your life, when you make a declaration, that becomes a command to the cosmos. What was what was it that each of you clicked with when Swamiji revealed about chastity? Because Swamiji revealed a very important truth. Swamiji said, when a person decides to be chaste to an ideology, the achalatva, chastity to a principle, that person manifests tremendous strength and confidence. That ultimate principle that can happen in anyone's life is Guru, who happens that as the ultimate reminder of our highest possibility, our highest conscious existence. And chastity to the Guru is the ultimate oneness, the ultimate purpose of your life. Actually, today all of us are preparing about receiving the darshan of Kalyana Sundaramurti, right? We're all getting ready to learn about, to receive the initiation, to experience true love, fulfilling relationships, and manifesting successful relationships in life. But what is the ultimate relationship that one can have in life? Have you ever thought about it? What, according to you, is the ultimate relationship that you can have in life? If you revisit, the best ultimate relationship of an individual, between an individual soul and the cosmic soul, is that of Devi and Paramashiva. Devi is the representation of how every individual soul journeys through to reach that ultimate soul, to reach the divine. Then Swamiji beautifully explains when actually Paramashiva met, when Devi met Paramashiva for the first time as Veena Queen, that was a meeting of individual soul, Jivatma, with the Paramatma, the ultimate cosmic soul. And today, every being that is sitting here, you may be of any gender, any belief, any nationality, anything, that doesn't matter. We are all here as the Jivatma, the individual soul that is seeking to become the Paramatma, the cosmic soul. Swamiji, the manifestation of Paramashiva is the Paramatma, the ultimate. We are the Jivatma, the individual. Our ultimate journey is to become one with Paramatma, the Guru. And that is the ultimate relationship we can have in our lives. So today we have some a very interesting way that we can connect to, and we can listen or learn about further about how Swamiji is the ultimate relationship we can have in our lives. And to share with this, we have Vinayaka Ayya, one of the Sarvanya Pita Ejamans, who is part of the core family of Swamiji, KAILASA, who is joining here with us. And he is going to be sharing how Swamiji manifested for him as the ultimate relationship in his life. So without further ado, in just a few more minutes, we are now going to be listening to the sharing from Sri Vinayaka Ayya.
Nithyananda,
Nithyanandamma, Nithyanandam.
thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
How are
Thank
you
you,
doing?
Doing fine, ma. Yeah. With Swamiji's grace, yeah. And blessings, of course, yeah.
It's so nice to have you here, Aya. Do you want to just share a few words about just introducing yourself, who you are, where you're from?
Sure, ma. Yeah. So I am Vinayaka. I am actually in San Jose, in California. I work at Roku as in the product management division. I'm a director for the Roku TV products. So yeah, so that's my, in short, the introduction. I have a wife, Shubha, and a beautiful daughter, Anaga. Yeah. So
Yes.
and
Thank you, Aya. Actually,
yeah.
mhm.
Go ahead, ma.
Go ahead, go ahead. Okay. So basically, you were sharing with me earlier about how for so many things in your life, how Swamiji is literally the anchor for your life.
Yes, ma.
And can you share, do you want to share any very powerful experiences that you had with Swamiji?
Absolutely, ma. So to start with, basically, let me start with one of the most moving from how he takes care of me, and then I'll talk about how I met him, and then following it up with how did I first meet him. So this was during the COVID times. This was about, I think it was in 2021, February 2021, or slightly earlier than that. And it was the COVID in India was really rampaging there. And my brother-in-law was diagnosed with colon cancer. So, and then and my mother and my sister, they did not know what to do. And at the same time, I also could not travel out there because of various reasons. And I still remember it was actually 2 o'clock in the night, and my mother called me and said, Vinayaka, so this has happened, so what do you do? I don't know what to do. I said, my first response was, don't worry, hang on, I'll just request Swamiji and it will be taken care of. It was the very first response. There was no other doubt, nothing. That was my first response. Over. And I just reached out to Swamiji and basically reached out to Swamiji with the help of our Sangha members. And believe it or not, I mean, basically the message came back saying that, yeah, he's being taken care of. Don't worry about it. And lo and behold, and he goes to the test after some time. Basically, since he was diagnosed with the biopsy was there, and then after I think about a week or 10 days, when they are trying to do the detailed examination, the doctor is dumbfounded actually, basically saying that, hey, what happened to the tumor? Where the hell it is now? The tumor was just not there. The tumor was just not there. And then
Wow.
so actually that was the moment when, if you now see in Bangalore, where I am from, at my father's place, now Swamiji's photo is there along with the other photos, all other God photos that we do the daily puja, and Swamiji also is now, yeah. So that happening, especially when it is brother-in-law, and he's probably about a year or basically a year or two elder to me. It is just explains that how Swamiji is available as guru, when you surrender with your being, that okay, he is the ultimate for you, nothing else. And I was just listening to the chastity, the chastity descriptions that were going on. It is not at all difficult. It is just a very simple statement inside you that the parking space that you have, whenever there is, whether it is positive or negative, you have to keep on asking somebody, right? You keep on asking something. If you don't have a guru, you keep on wondering, okay, where do I go? What do I do? But if you have a guru, you just have to give that space over. That is not, nobody else can take that space, period. And once you give that space, then he becomes the anchor. Whatever, from morning till evening, you get up, okay, you drink tea. Swamiji, I'm drinking tea with you. You sit down, Swamiji, I'm sitting with you. Lunch, you're having lunch with him. Just, it is so simple. It is really, really, really is as simple as that. Whatever, morning till evening, whatever you do, brush your teeth, say to Swamiji, I'm brushing my teeth. I'm taking bath now. Just go on doing that. Go on doing that. That chastity, that unshakable cognition that he is there as an anchor, taking care of every move will happen. Absolutely will happen. So that was like that. I have got many experiences. Like, for example, I still remember when there was this world tour was there, and I was actually driving one of those dumper trucks, if you remember those huge trucks. And and it so happened that I had not slept, and I was driving down the highway, and I know I have dozed off. And right before a huge truck in front of me, I woke up, and this particular U-Haul truck was stopped there. Yes, Swamiji has taken care. There is no doubt about it. There is absolutely no doubt about it that he is taking care. Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Wow. That is actually such an important and such a beautiful cognition that you explain. Having Swamiji as part of our personal life, like in every aspect, having Swamiji, like right from waking up, right from, the food. Actually, it's a very beautiful point that you brought up here, because having Swamiji as part of our personal life, when you have Paramashiva as part of your personal life, you shared very beautifully about how Swamiji, whether it is healing or saving in even a small thing or even something that is very serious, how Swamiji does it. I just have one question to add to this, yeah. Inside you, when you have, like, before meeting Swamiji, how you face situations in life, versus after having this practicing the presence of God in your life, where every aspect you're sharing such a sweet relationship with Swamiji, right? How would you say it has empowered you as an individual in handling different scenarios of life?
Very it is about the powerful cognition. When I say cognition, it is about the fact that the very first response, what you feel, like simple thing, like for example, there is an organization change going on, let us say, okay, which was happening some time back. I just reached out to Swamiji. So if it was before if it was before Swamiji, then you will be worried. Oh, what happens to me? What will happen to me? There is this REAR going on. Will I become redundant? How will I now do this? All kinds of worry, doubt, self-doubt, all kinds of patterns will come up, right? Okay, am I really important? Then you start doing the massaging part of it, which is unnecessary, which is all crap, right? So whereas now I have Swamiji, simple thing. What I do, I know that I am integrated to whatever I am doing there, as I am integrated to what I am doing here. It is Swamiji who is doing it for me, right? I am not doing anything. Even the work that I'm doing there, it is Swamiji who is doing it. Swamiji, it is you. There is a rearc, Swamiji. Do I need to do anything? Pat comes back the answer, I will take care. What else you want? What else you want when Paramashiva, as your guru, is saying that, hey, don't worry, I'm taking care. I am with you.
So I thought, like in every step, like earlier when we were talking, you were mentioning to me saying that every step, it is just Swamiji. Swamiji is there with you in almost like everything.
Yes,
whatever decisions you want, everything Swamiji is there.
Yes.
How did this cognition come inside you?
That is, I have to go back to when I met him for the first time. I met him, I actually came across Swamiji in August, somewhere between August or September 2017. I was actually searching for something from Ashtavakra Gita. So the shloka which says, Kshama Arjava Daya Tosha Pishadvaj Bhaja. So I was actually trying to understand, how do I apply this verse is good, but how do I apply it practically? I'm not able to I'm not able to understand how to apply it practically. So out of curiosity, I just Googled, and Swamiji's completion video came up.
Wow.
And once I saw the completion video, man, means like it just spoke to me. I mean, Swamiji was speaking to me, right? At that time, he was just speaking to me that, hey, this is it. That clarity of thought, right? And those English words, those clarity of thought, it was so clear. And I think within a day or two, or maybe maximum 2-3 days, I had watched all the completion videos. I had just finished off everything, all of the completion videos I had watched off. And then I visited our beautiful temple in San Jose. So and I think it was October when I came to know that Mahasadashivoham is going to happen in December, and I knew that I have to go there, come what may. So I just signed up. No question of somebody enriching me, nothing of that sort. I just signed up. That's it. So, but nothing could have prepared me for the energy darshan that I had. My very first Sparsha Diksha, it was something amazing. It's almost like it's actually December 16, 2017, morning 4 a.m. I still remember the time. And I first met Swamiji, and then I asked him. I actually did not ask him anything. He generally gives us Parasadiksha, and then he gives one hug, natural, like that is general. That is what generally used to happen. That was what I was told. And after that, I got up and I was walking back, and I just broke down there. The gratitude, everything came up in me, and because the being was being this being was being merged into that being, right? So I asked him only one question: Swamiji, why so late? Because I was 50 years when I met him. I had completed 50 years. So Swamiji, Swamiji's laugh, right? That particular characteristic laugh. When I asked him, I said, hey. He actually asked me to come back, and he gave me another hug. So probably I was one of the, maybe I can say it with lot of pride, that I'm probably one of few beings in Mahasadashivam who got 2 hugs for the very first time. Yeah. So, and he said, don't worry, Vinayak, I will take care of you. So that moment, I know that from then on, I know that whatever has happened till then was for that moment. And after that, who cares? Swamiji is there with me. So that jumping or falling into love, I don't know what to call that Baba as, but from then on, he is there. He's just there, whether as a friend or as Amma or Appa, or however you want to call it as. He's just there. He's just there. So, and I can feel him. You can feel him right now. All my hairs are all standing. Means you can see that it is all like charged up, right? So he's there. He's just there. Even this speaking, whatever is coming out, is all because of him. It's all because of him. So that grounding of that thing that he has put in me is what propels me forward to do. That is the reason why I wanted to become an SJP. That's how I became an SJP. So it's all that simple thing that, okay, Swamiji is there, right? Whatever happens, Swamiji is there, and who cares what happens, because he's the one who is doing it actually. So that is very powerful. You need to experience it to actually. So it is very simple to experience it. Also, it is just that complete surrender with gratitude is all what is required. So means what can you give to Swami? Nothing. You cannot give anything except your integrity and gratitude. Yeah.
Actually, very beautifully shared. And what's like as you said, he's just there in everything. Swamiji is there taking care. That one word Swamiji gave you when you first met Swamiji, or I shouldn't even say first met Swamiji, the first darshan, the very first darshan, and that one word, Now you see in your life in every level, taking care of you and blessing you, showering you. So that is actually going to bring me to my next question. How did you become an SJP, or why you wanted to become an SJP? So for all the viewers, SJP is becoming a founding member of KAILASA, serving a Pitajaman, being part of literally, see, it is you being part of this grand revival of KAILASA. But for how I see it, it's more like being part of Swamiji's own family, like how beautifully Vinayakaya was sharing. Swamiji knows you. He's just there. He's so available to you. He just takes care of you as a mother, as a father, as a friend. He's just available to you so sweetly. So, Aya, what actually made you SJP, or why you wanted to become SJP?
Around the time means for the means in 20 for some time I was very strongly pulled towards the goshala, the organic farming, and the ashram way of living. I think that is the right name for it. That is what we should call it as, the ashram way of living. I was being pulled, but never had the the context and the canvas on which you can actually lean on to and make sure that, hey, this is the right way to go, right? So till I met Swamiji, that was not very clear to me at all, though it was like here, why am I being pulled to that particular area was not clear to me, and that became amply clear to me. The amount of means because with Swamiji it is very clear, right? It is only 3 steps, very clear explanation, extremely clear explanation, and you don't need to practice because he's basically from a remembrance parampara, right? So it is always smarana. You don't have to do anything, just have to remember, and then that moment to remember the cognition, everything will start happening. So when all those things happened, I could understand, oh, and what I wanted, this organic farm at Goshala and all is like it is not even, it is probably it is very small compared to the grand vision that Kailasa has, right? This means the canvas of Kailasa is the entire revival of Hinduism, and God knows for how many more years. I mean, he knows how many more years, but that vision just, and of course, more importantly, more than the vision, it was Swamiji. So wanted to be like Swamiji says, right? Who cares? Swamiji knows my name. Swamiji as Paramashiva knows my name. So that is the only thing, ma. That basically pushed, and it's not even a push or anything. He pulled me, because nothing, it is not you cannot do, you from your side, you cannot do that jump. It has to be, you have to just surrender and then wait for that jump to happen, where he will pull you. He'll say that, okay, come, right? So, but I feel it was just that that feeling of gratitude was what pulled me out. That is from, for me, I feel that I do not like that actually moved me to take that jump of saying that, hey, why not SJP, right? And in the process, the kind of wealth cognition changes that you go through is phenomenal. Is phenomenal.
What happened, like when you manifested SJP? How did it? Do you have like any particular way how you manifested, or after you became SJP, what was the shift you actually felt, like becoming a serving epitajaman?
Like Swamiji says, right? He is a village boy. In these things, I am also a kind of like that person, ma. Very so. Previously, if, for example, before I met Swamiji, right? Like, if it was $1,000, $2,000, I used to think, no? First response is think. But so just to be very, very clear, but once I met Swamiji, no, that is not the response that you have, that you get. You said, I can manifest it. What's the big deal?
Wow.
And that that limit is not about at 100, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000. It has gone way, way beyond. So that feeling that it is just a question of responsibility, taking more and more responsibility, and having the right cognition that yes, if Swamiji says it is possible, then yes, it has to be. It'll be possible. Don't worry about it. It'll be made possible. You keep trying from your side. So that shift in that cognition from wealth or responsibility as a work to responsibility as a power, that is what is a change, what I would say, ma. Am I communicating? Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to add, like, one of the most beautiful aspects that I'm seeing as I listen to you share, and I'm sure even the viewers would resonate with this. Every aspect in life that we would otherwise face as a crisis, right? Like, if we have to deal with, let's say, someone having a near and dear one having a disease which is very big, or us facing like financial issues or any issues in life, that what normally would otherwise be a stress to deal with, when I listen to you share it, I'm seeing how beautifully you are experiencing Swamiji as that backup, like the cosmic life insurance, right? So, because of which, what would otherwise be like a stress or a crisis is now such a smooth experience for you. And not just that, the way you said, right? I know it's Swamiji, I can even manifest more. What is that? Even if something I have to do, even if I have to take a step, I know I can manifest more. I think that is one of the most sweetest, one of the most powerful experience we can be in. Like, otherwise we always have to err on something that can be removed easily, that can be taken away easily, or that could change easily. But because your anchor point is on something that is eternal, you are experiencing that bliss, right? Like, because you are having it eternally on something, that joy, even when you speak, it's so beautiful to listen to you share. Like, I can totally relate with it. And at the same time, it's just so nice to even listen to this perspective. So I absolutely enjoyed listening to this sharing of yours, because it is highlighting one of the most important aspects of life. How having Guru as the ultimate relationship and personal relationship in life, which will empower you to have that cosmic life insurance, right? Every single aspect he takes care of. So you just step back, and the role that your peers, your SDHT has to play just drastically reduces. And it's just that Guru Bhakti that takes over.
Correct, ma. Correct, ma.
Thank you so much, Aya. Thanks a lot for joining. It was really wonderful having you here, Aya. And
Thank you,
thanks
ma.
a
Thank
lot.
you for the
And so
opportunity.
nice just to
Thank you for the opportunity, ma. Nithyanandam.
thank you. Nithyananda.
Thank you so much for joining and taking your time.
Thank you.
Wow. This, to be even to listen to someone share, like how much ever we have our own experiences, it is always so sweet to listen to another person share their breakthroughs. And it is so powerful just to listen to it. Is it not? How did you all enjoy it? How was it for you all? What was the click that you experienced? What was the cognitions that you shifted? Ma Virupaksha, I can see you waving your hands with a wide smile. Share with me. What did you click with? She's so excited, she's saying. Okay. What was it that resonated for each of you there when you listen to it? Because see, this listening to others sharing is always a powerful tool to answer the unanswered questions in your mind. Ma Janal Silal has posted, absolutely loved it. Swamiji, why so late? Very moving, inspiring, sharing. Thank you for sharing, and I can relate. Actually, Ma Janal Silal, I just wanted to share with you know why we listen to these sharings and we feel so relatable, ma? Because our mind, right? No matter how many ever times we listen to the powerful cognitions and principles, when we see a practical application of what we call as case studies, right? We resonate so much with it. We are like, oh my god, yes, exactly. This is what I went through, and this is exactly how I relate to Swamiji. When your mind listens to these case study, like where people actually had this experience, this is what we call as Sakshi Praman, where people actually have experience and they come and say, hey, you know what, Swamiji said this. This is the experience in my life. The moment I ask this question, I see every one of you having like a confidence. Like Ma Virupaksha saying, Swamiji is his every breath. Exactly. And so is it for each of us. Every one of us related to the component of how we connect to Swamiji when we listen to another person share. I want to share with every one of you here. So many of you here, and each of you have clicked with one unique aspect, right? Ma Deborah is saying like she clicked with how the strength of the connection to Swamiji. Understand? This is exactly what it is. What we listen to now is an example, a Sakshi Pramana in front of us. Now, when your mind is clicking with it, take the step. I have said a very important point. He said even $1,000 would have been very difficult for him to give before he met Swamiji. But after that, he had such a trust on Swamiji that Swamiji became his erring point. He said, Swamiji, you told whatever you told, ultimately it is you. Right? Ultimately, Sarvagya Pita is what? Being part of Swamiji's core family. That is what made him take the chance. Actually, every one of you who have posted that it was inspiring, you were crying listening to it, and you were exactly resonating with it. Understand now that doubts in you has settled. Your mind is able to see clearly that it can also manifest. From this space, whoever has an intention to become Sarvagya Pitta, take this chance. Listen very carefully. Right now, you're in the space of yes. If he can do it, I also can do it. Because I have experienced Swamiji the same way. When you are clicking with it, when you're resonating with it, understand now the frequency of your STHD is less. The frequency of your Guru Bhakti is 10 times more. So what happens is, any decision you make in this frequency will immediately manifest as a reality for you. Whoever is here, whatever step you can make right now, understand, decide to take a chance. Even if it drops, see, Swamiji is there. He is the ultimate. What can be the insecurity or what can be the loss, what can be the bargain to Paramashiva? When anything you give, nothing can equate him. And when you are taking this job, he will take care of.
See, I see so many of your messages. Ma Constance, yes, I of course remember you. I see, yes, I remember you from Ujjain, and I know how so beautifully Swamiji manifested for you. See, all the participants, whoever is feeling wow or just touched by it, understand it's only because Swamiji is opening up that possibility for you. The secret of being serving a Pita Yajaman, being a sannyasi, being a Kailasavasi is all what? Being part of Swamiji's family. Literally, like Aya shared. Who cares about anything else when Swamiji knows your name? Swamiji knows you. Swamiji will be taking care of you. He'll be there in every step. That's all is being serving a Pita Yajaman. Serving a Pita Yajaman means experiencing that close, sweet feeling connection with Swamiji, not just as how like as a part of a program participant is one, but being part of Swamiji's own family. If as a program participant itself you're able to experience so much of love, compassion, imagine and see as a part of Swamiji's own family, what a love, compassion, care, Swamiji will just shower upon you. He'll just shower himself upon you. Whoever wants to take a step right now, whoever feels, oh my God, I need this. I really want to experience this. And like how I was sharing, like even for the smallest things, Swamiji, can I go from this job to this job? Is this okay? Is that okay? Imagine and see the king of the cosmos, Paramashiva himself, as our Guru, Swamiji, is here and he is there with you in every step of your life. No question of fear, no question of worry, because he is there with you. He will be there with you. That is the powerful experience you're going to have.
And every one of, see, even in the remote corner of your inner space, when you listen to them, many of you shared, right? I felt inspired, I felt touched. Even in the remote corner of your inner space, if you felt, yes, I want to experience, I feel the click. Understand that possibility is open for you. Take the jump now. No matter what resistance, incompletions your inner space may bring up. Swami does a very beautiful thing. Okay? Like in a river, if you see, right, when the water current is low, all the stones in the riverbed will be visible. When the river is just flooded, all the stones in it will just merge in the water, the whole flow will be smooth. Same in our inner space. Your incompletions have power over you only as long as the gratitude, feeling, connection, frequency is left. When you're overflowing with gratitude, incompletions cannot stand. Now, all those who are experiencing that space, oh my God, this is the experience I had with Swamiji. If you are experiencing that space now, take the step right now. Don't worry about how you can do it, how you're going to make it happen. Leave that to Swamiji. Of course, none of us can ever do it. If it is about our ability, we're all going to take time. But when you leave it to Swamiji, when you say, Swamiji, I want to become a Sarvagya Pita. I want to become part of KAILASA. Just to be with you, just to manifest KAILASA with you, Swamiji. With that decision in you, if you are resonating, take the step now. Even if you have the remote corner of your inner space, if you have an intention, put it as an intention. Become a part, have an intention. If you feel like you want to join, the remote corner of your inner space, you're clicking with it. Take the step. You register your intention. But if you feel like, Swamiji, this is it, I'm clicking with it, let me become a part of you. Take an action now. Don't just talk with intention. Take an action now. Surrender it to Swamiji and you say, Swamiji, you know what? I listen to it now. The moment I listen to it, my inner space is filled, overflowing with gratitude. I just want to take the step. Take the action now. We'll be projecting the link for all of you. We will be projecting the link for if you want to take an action now, you can head to this events.kailasa.org/payment. But if you'd like to just register your intention now, we'll also the intention form is being projected to all of you. We request every one of you, whoever resonated, go ahead and sign.
Nityanandam. Now we all just listen to a beautiful sharing from Sri Vinayaka Shrikantaya. Now joining us we have Ma Nitya Agraganyananda. Nityanandam Ma. So lovely to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really lovely to have you here. Do you want to share a few words to introduce yourself, who you are, where you're from, what's your background?
Yes, Ma. I am Ma Nitya Agraganyananda. I am from Toronto, Canada, and I know Swamiji over 10 years. And
Oh, wow.
yeah, so now I'm retired, so I am like more actively participating in all the programs, in the temple activities. And my experience is after meeting the Swamiji is like there is too much changes in my life, and it's like beyond description what Swamiji has done for me. Now I'm born Hindu, so I used to do my rituals, my worships and prayers, but it was not the same now. Now with the Swamiji's grace, like my understanding is better. I understand the cosmic laws, and when I do the rituals and prayers, it has some effect. Like I'm able to do some power manifestations with Swamiji's grace, and I can feel the connection with Swamiji, that energy of Swamiji is different. My cognition level is different. And in the very beginning, I did PSM3, and I feel, as Swamiji said, when you do PSM3, it's a permanent change in your cognition and your DNA. And I feel like, there is changes even in my bio memory, because my cognition is not like before. I always feel like Swamiji's grace and his hand, like in my family, like he's protecting everybody, not only me. My daughter is also Swamiji's devotee, and so we all are so blessed that we have Swamiji in our life. And there are many, many things. Yeah, and there are many, many things like Swamiji has done in my life, which is really, I'm thankful to him, and we are very fortunate to have Swamiji in our life. So I will just share some important experiences. So my daughter Nitya Gyanachalananda, she is also devotee. For 15 years, she is very connected to Swamiji. And she got married. Then for 3 years, she was not having a baby. Then they both decided, husband and wife decided to go for IVF. So she did the Pratyaksh Path Puja, and she thought, let me get Swamiji's blessings, because IVF is not always successful. So Swamiji called.
When your daughter didn't have, was not able to conceive, and like she was going through the struggle, what was your life like? How was it for you inside as a mother?
I was just feeling so sad, because once a person is married, then you look like to have a baby, that to bring some joy in the life, that otherwise the life is like something is missing in the life. So I was really sad. I said, God, please help her. Let her have some children, or so at least like when I am gone, like I know like she has somebody, her own family. So she's not left alone in the world. Like that kind of feeling. I was little desperate about it, So that is how I was feeling. Even and unfortunately, her husband is also the only son. Another son is disabled. So they were also very keen, those people, that if these two can have some children at home. So she did Pratyaksh
So there was
Path.
an additional social pressure, family pressure,
Yes,
and
exactly.
your
They were
only
also
daughter.
Yeah, daughter-in-law, the only daughter-in-law. So then she did the Pratyaksh Path Puja, and Swamiji called, and Swamiji said, yes, what do you want? She said, Swamiji, I'm going for IVF, and I want to have a child. Then Swamiji says, Tatastu. And the same week, not even same year, same week, she conceived. And
Wow.
yeah. And doctor were telling there is no way that you are going to conceive normally. I mean, yeah, no matter how much you do, whatever you do, you have to have IVF. There is no way. But the same week
Wow.
she conceived. And now she has
Wow.
she has a 4 years old daughter, very pretty, very smart, very intelligent. Not only me, the teachers are telling that her IQ is really high. She is above average and a very bright
Wow.
child. So it is like a
This is so
bundle of
beautiful. Actually, Ma, thank you for sharing because today,
yeah,
this day, we are actually going to be receiving the special initiation from
yeah,
Swamiji, where Swamiji is going to be blessing for an enlightened child. Like you can
mm,
have an
yeah,
enlightened child, like literally, where you just get an apple and sit, and
yeah.
you can have an enlightened child, whoever wants to
Yes,
conceive. So
yes,
it's
ma'am.
so nice to listen to this. How?
Yes.
What did? What?
It's
How
a
was it for you
bundle
at
of
that time?
joy. Yeah, it's a bundle of joy. I was so relieved, but I was full of gratitude for Swamiji. I said, my goodness, I mean, that is really is his compassion. I feel he's like an ocean of